The air hums with anticipation around the formidable demonic Murim alliance, a place also widely known as the Demon Palace. A steady stream of hopefuls makes their way towards its grand entrance, their figures dwarfed by the imposing architecture. Observing the throng, Bu Jianyang lets out a soft sigh, muttering that it's an astonishing number of people. Another man, standing beside him, confirms the alliance's policy, explaining that they'll accept anyone with potential, regardless of faction or sect, to teach them demonic martial arts. He then adds, with a hint of regret, that no fool would miss such an opportunity, wishing he could have applied if he were younger. Suddenly, the other man's expression shifts as he asks if someone has died. Amidst the bustling crowd, a lone figure stands out, Bu Yunseal, her distinctive robes and wooden box marking her presence. Bu Jianyang, however, quickly dismisses the man's dramatic assumption, reminding him that the competition hasn't even started yet, and questioning if he's jumping to conclusions again. His gaze then falls upon the young woman, wondering aloud who that young undertaker could be. The ground beneath them remains undisturbed, offering no immediate answers to his question. Bu Yunseal looks up, her gaze distant, as if lost in thought. Her eyes, glowing crimson, hint at a past that began long ago, a past deeply intertwined with her grandfather. The memory of his hands, strong yet gentle, brings forth the name she holds dear, grandfather. That name, and her own, Bu Yunseal, were gifts from him. She remembers the name her dear grandfather gave her, a name that became her identity. He had found her, a lost and abandoned child, in a desolate field of snow. From him, she learned the solemn trade of an undertaker, a path he himself had walked. Even as a child, she observed his swift swordsmanship, a skill he possessed with quiet mastery, and he would often ask her what she noticed. Their life was difficult, and people often scorned them for their profession, but they endured, finding solace in each other. She learned to notice the subtle details, like how a seemingly skinny man could possess incredibly toned and defined muscles in his left leg, especially the front part of the calf. This keen observation, she realized, was a characteristic tied to specific swordsmanship styles. Her grandfather, recognizing her talent, would gently pat her head, praising her for her keen eye. He had always told her, with a gentle smile, that she was an undertaker, gifted from the heavens. His kind face, etched with years of wisdom, would beam with pride, a constant source of comfort and strength. No matter the trials she faced, she was always with her grandfather, his presence a steady anchor in her life. This unwavering bond continued, until, then, inevitably, that day came. Sunlight streamed through the window into a quiet room, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. On the floor, a young woman lay peacefully asleep, her form barely stirring beneath the covers. Outside, a serene bamboo forest stood tall, its leaves rustling softly in the breeze. The grandfather gazed out at the tranquil scene, a pensive expression on his face. His traditional robes, simple yet dignified, reflected the quiet wisdom he carried. With a sigh, he muttered to himself, "They say that the kind ones never seek you, and those who do seek you are never kind." Then, gently placing a hand on her head, he called out, "Seal, wake up." She stirred, a soft escaping her lips as she began to awaken. "Let's play a game of who can play dead better," her grandfather suggests, a playful challenge in his voice. She looks at his hand, a hint of concern in her eyes. "This late?" But then her expression brightens, as he continues, "If you do well this time, I'll get you the clothes and sword you wanted so badly." "Really?" she asks, her voice filled with hope. "Yes," she exclaims, her eyes wide with excitement. He smiles, a knowing glint in his eyes. "This time, try enduring until sunrise." Her excitement quickly turns to confusion. "Huh?" she murmurs, "until sunrise." Inside the dark, confined space, her hand presses against the cold surface, a faint blue energy shimmering around her. The promised sword, its hilt gleaming, awaits. A hand, likely hers, grips the hilt, ready for the challenge. Confined within the barred structure, she looks out, ready to face the long night. A pristine white robe hangs in a desolate, dimly lit room, awaiting its wearer. Meanwhile, a sharp voice cuts through the silence, accusing, "You've hidden yourself away so well, like some rat." The speaker, a figure in white, confronts a dark-robed individual, his words laced with disdain. "Isn't that so?" A faint blue energy emanates from the dark-robed figure's leg, a subtle sign of her presence and power. She stands cloaked in shadow, her form barely visible beneath the hood, the blue glow intensifying around her. The white-robed man, revealed to be seven-branched demonic blade Bu Jianyang, stares intently at his opponent. He reflects on the name, a hint of surprise in his tone. "I haven't heard that name in a while." The hooded figure responds, her voice carrying a weight of past events. "You let go of the Vice Palace master position." As the conversation escalates, a furious red energy begins to surge around Bu Jianyang, his anger manifesting as a violent aura. The red energy intensifies, reflecting his enraged question. Just to be eking out a living with such inferior work? With a sudden, explosive movement, the red energy lashes out, striking with immense force. The hooded figure is engulfed in the violent crimson aura, her form momentarily lost within the destructive power. The The crimson energy from Bu Jianyang's attack continues to surge, intensifying and swirling with destructive power. Bu Yunseal is engulfed by the explosive force, a small figure lost within the blinding red light and chaotic particles. As the energy expands outwards, radiating with immense power, as if consuming everything in its path. A voice echoes, revealing a deeper motivation. I took on the Undertaker job. Bu Jianyang, his hand glowing with the same fierce red energy, continues, not to eke out a living, but to repent. He finishes, the crimson particles dancing around him. Despite the overwhelming assault, Bu Yunseal's eyes blaze with an intense crimson glow, reflecting an unyielding resolve. Elsewhere, Hyok Ryanyoung confronts a cloaked figure, offering, I will give you my life, but let's do it elsewhere. He adds, I don't want innocent people getting hurt. The cloaked figure responds with a chilling, drawn-out laugh. Gaha. Then, with a simple nod, the figure agrees. All right. Hyok Ryanyoung, his gaze sharp, issues a final warning to the cloaked figure. Don't think about running. A stern, elderly face with a flowing white beard fills the frame, his gaze sharp and resolute. Suddenly, a distinct thud echoes through the quiet space, as if something heavy has shifted. The sound repeats, closer this time, suggesting a door or panel is being opened. With a final, sharp clatter, a closet door swings open, revealing Bu Yunseal huddled inside, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and discomfort. She struggles to maintain her composure, her thoughts betraying her, as she yearns for the strength and authority that a proper uniform and sword would bring. Shivering uncontrollably, she laments the biting cold, her discomfort palpable. Emerging from her hiding spot, she looks around with a worried expression, calling out for her grandfather. He's nowhere to be found, prompting her to wonder where he could have gone, especially since he usually waits for her when they play. A chilling thought crosses her mind. Have the enforcers called him in again? Her frustration mounts, a surge of energy radiating from her, as she bitterly reflects on how others dehumanize Undertakers. Her eyes widen, a flicker of surprise or realization crossing her face, as she processes her thoughts. With a determined stride, she walks away from the familiar dwelling, her path leading her into a serene yet somber bamboo forest, bathed in dappled sunlight. Suddenly, a sharp, metallic clang rings out, and her eyes snap upwards, wide with alarm, as if sensing an unseen presence or danger. A frantic thumping echoes in the silence, a sound that could be a heart-pounding or hurried footsteps, as a deep sense of unease settles over her. She races through the dense bamboo forest, her movements a blur against the dappled light, each step a desperate search for answers. Her boots pound against the earth, the rhythmic thudding a testament to her urgency. Then, with a sudden, jarring halt, her feet dig into the soil, bringing her momentum to an abrupt stop. Gasping, she stares ahead, her breath catching in her throat as a horrifying sight unfolds before her. Her grandfather lies there, his face streaked with blood, his eyes closed, a testament to the brutal assault he must have endured. A cry of pure anguish escapes her lips, as she reaches out to the bloodied form of her beloved elder, Grandpa. Her heart sinks with every beat, the sight of him so broken, so vulnerable, tearing at her very soul. He lies sprawled on the damp ground, his white robes stained crimson, a stark contrast to the serene bamboo around them. Slowly, his eyes flutter open, a faint thump of recognition stirring within him as he murmurs, How what? I asked that you SUL. Tears welling in her eyes, she confirms, Yes, Grandpa, it's me, her voice thick with emotion. As she desperately asks, What happened? He can only offer a week. I'm sorry. His voice barely a whisper, the old man acknowledges his fading life, believing it is his time to depart. Struggling to speak through ragged coughs, he attempts to impart a final instruction, warning her not to continue the Undertaker's work if he dies. Overwhelmed by his words and condition, Bu Yunseal cries out for her grandfather, tears streaming down her face. She desperately pleads with him to stop talking, but he insists she listen closely, addressing her by her full name. His bloodied face is a mask of pain and regret, as he continues his plea, urging her never to consider revenge. The words pierce her heart, and her eyes, wide with anguish, reflect the depth of her sorrow as tears continue to fall. A single, desperate syllable escapes her lips, a choked denial against the inevitable. Her face contorts in a silent scream, her eyes burning crimson with grief and despair, unable to accept his fate. A furious thought erupts within her, blaming unseen forces for his condition and vowing eternal unforgiveness. As her hand reaches out, a desperate alternative forms in her mind. To join him, remembering his old saying that there is no difference between hell and here. Kneeling beside his fading form, she whispers her preference to be in hell with him rather than endure life without him. His eyes, still leaking blood, reflect the profound sorrow of his final moments. Even in his final moments, the old man's thoughts were clear, a quiet reflection on the unexpected difficulty of letting go. Turning his gaze to the young woman cradling him, he whispered his last request to Seol, urging her to go far, far away. A faint smile touched his lips as he recalled their shared past, cherishing the happiness they had found together. His eyes, once filled with life, now welled with blood, a stark testament to the brutal end he had met. A wave of shock and disbelief washed over her, her hand reaching out instinctively, as if to grasp at the fleeting life. The world seemed to blur around her, her trembling fingers unable to comprehend the cold reality. As his body went limp in her arms, a single, desperate cry escaped her lips, calling out for her grandfather. Tears streamed down her face, her voice cracking with anguish, the realization of his death shattering her world. His face, now peaceful in death, wore the faint traces of a life lived with purpose. Her eye, once sharp and determined, now overflowed with a torrent of grief, each tear a testament to her profound loss. The tears eventually ceased, leaving behind a hollow emptiness, her gaze fixed and vacant, reflecting a soul utterly broken. Her face, once vibrant with youthful spirit, was now a mask of despair, etched with lines of profound sorrow. Her voice, a mere whisper, calls out to him, a desperate plea hanging in the air. Kneeling beside the cold slab where his body rests, she gazes upon the still form of her grandfather. His final words echo in her mind, a haunting question forming. Was telling her not to seek revenge truly meant to protect her? A trembling hand reaches out, gently caressing the grizzled beard of the man she loved. But the grief and despair within her begin to twist into something else, her crimson eyes flaring with a fierce, unyielding resolve. Staring at his bloodied face, she whispers that she cannot listen to him this time. A single tear, glowing with the same fierce red as her eyes, escapes, a testament to her profound sorrow and burgeoning fury. Her mind flashes back to the horrific scene of his death, recalling how his arms were brutally severed at the same moment. The image of his mutilated body, his arms ending in ragged stumps, burns into her memory. She remembers the precise technique used, a rare move involving an upward slice downwards. The blade, a streak of light and blood, carved through him with brutal efficiency. And on top of that, she recalls the horror of his eye being forced open, a final indignity. The memory of the attack burns in her mind, a searing red energy that had shifted its trajectory midway through the strike. This destructive force, radiating with an ominous glow, had been unlike anything she had ever witnessed. And then, the horror of it all, the assailant had gone so far as to stab his eyes, a brutal application of the Tianju yoga technique. As she recalls the gruesome details, she realizes this wasn't just any blade, but a strange sword, its nature hinting at something sinister. The technique used, the way it had been executed, could only have originated from the demonic path. Kneeling beside her grandfather's lifeless form, Bu Yunseal's mind races, trying to identify the perpetrator. Of all the known practitioners, only one could inflict such wounds. The meticulous cruelty extended even to his back, covered in countless small lacerations. She recalls the sheer number of wounds, noting that there were 93 traces of hidden weapon usage, far exceeding even the 66 of the sky full of falling flowers technique. This level of precision and volume suggests that it wasn't a coordinated attack with multiple assailants, but rather a single, highly specialized method. The wounds on her grandfather's face, too numerous to count, could only be caused by a hidden weapon device capable of firing hundreds of projectiles at once. And the torture hadn't stopped there, as she remembers the horrifying detail of the underside of his tongue, also bearing marks of abuse. Even his fingernails were discolored, a final testament to the prolonged agony he endured. Bu Yunseal stares down at the glowing document, its words echoing the gruesome details of her grandfather's demise, particularly the lethal poison that caused his flesh to putrefy and his blood to rot. She understands that this was the work of an individual from the demonic path, a practitioner of dark and forbidden arts. This same assailant had mastered the Tianju yoga technique, a brutal method of attack. Furthermore, they possessed a hidden weapon of exceptionally high caliber, capable of inflicting widespread damage. This individual employed lethal weapons that caused flesh to putrefy and blood to spoil, leaving a horrific trail of destruction. Such a unique and brutal combination of skills meant there couldn't be many people like that in the world, and she vowed, "I will." Her crimson eye burned with fierce resolve, the image of her deceased grandfather's face, peaceful yet marred, flashing in her mind, fueling her unwavering determination. Her gaze remained sharp, focused on the path ahead. A single drop of blood, or perhaps a tear, escaped her eye, as she swore, "Find you no matter what." The drops fell, stark against the white, a crimson promise of retribution. Another drop, clear and reflective, descended, landing softly on a surface. It landed on a document, blurring the names Jianyang Clan Bu Yunseal and Jianyang Clan Bu Qins, a list she was meticulously tracking. She kneels, head bowed, before the imposing figure of Bu Jianyang, the scene a stark memory of a time when her world began to crumble. The air thick with unspoken tension, she remains motionless, a small, vulnerable presence in the grand hall. Above her, Bu Jianyang's voice drips with disdain, muttering about the Jianyang clan as if they were nothing more than country bumpkins, scoffing at the idea that someone might be scared by the agreement papers and the forfeiture of their bodily autonomy. His words cut through the silence, a harsh command to leave if she wouldn't stamp her finger, his face contorted in impatience. But her gaze, wide and horrified, is fixed on something unseen, a silent scream trapped behind her eyes. A guttural sound escapes her throat, her crimson eyes flaring with raw, agonizing pain as blood trickles from her lips. Her hand clutches desperately at her own throat, a single drop of blood tracing a path down her skin, mirroring the wound that stole her world. Bu Jianyang and the other clan members recoil, their faces etched with shock and disbelief at the raw display of grief before them. The moment her grandfather passed away, everything changed. His bare feet, stained with blood, lie still on the cold, patterned floor, a grim testament to the violence that had transpired. Her life broke down, shattered into irreparable pieces, as she pressed her own finger, dripping with blood, onto the document, sealing a fate of vengeance. With nothing left but the path of revenge, she stands beside Bu Jianyang, both now looking at the very document that binds her to this grim future, the rustling of paper echoing her hardened resolve. A stern-faced man with a neatly tied top knot and a goatee declares that this competition will be a significant event, his words carrying an air of anticipation. Meanwhile, her resolve burning brighter than ever, Bu Yunseal knows this will be her very first step towards exacting her revenge. Her crimson eyes glowing with an intense, unwavering focus, she clenches her fists, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. In the world of Murim, two dominant forces, the orthodox and unorthodox sects, have long vied for control. Their struggle, a relentless fight for supremacy, having continued for ages. The orthodox sects, driven by a quest for justice, found their leadership in the Murim alliance, while the unorthodox sects, centered around the formidable demon palace, worshipped power exclusively, with both forces maintaining a delicate balance for a considerable time. However, the orthodox sects eventually decided to push ahead, a decision that culminated in the creation of the legendary 18 martial masters, a formidable group of individuals whose power radiated with an ethereal glow. These masters were renowned for their dedication to the greater good. Faced with this new threat from the Murim alliance, the Demon Palace devised a strategy to advance their own power, gathering their own formidable warriors within the dark confines of their palace. This counter-initiative ultimately led to the creation of the 10 Demon Masters, a group whose very presence exuded raw, untamed strength. Regardless of previous affiliations, the Demon Palace would select 10 prodigies and teach them the martial arts of the 10 demonic sects. An offer to teach the proper martial arts of the Demon Palace, regardless of one's background, that drew the attention of many. It was an opportunity that made many young men flock to the Demon Palace. As the crowds gathered, a young man observed them, his gaze sharp, taking in the sheer number of aspirants. His dark hair flowed around him as he continued his silent assessment. Among the many faces, another figure, with dark hair tied back, also watched the proceedings, his presence commanding attention. He conversed briefly with a younger companion, while elsewhere, Bu Yunseal continued to scan the crowd. He mused aloud, sensing a formidable aura in quite a few of these people. His gaze sharpened, a flicker of determination in his eye as he considered that among them, there was likely someone associated with the killer of his grandfather. The ghostly image of his grandfather appeared before him, a silent reminder of the vengeance he sought, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. He knew the killer was out there, a shadow haunting his every thought. And he understood that person was a martial master far beyond his current capabilities, a force he couldn't even begin to judge. To exact his revenge on such a formidable figure, he realized he too must become a martial master of equal standing. But as of now, he possessed no affiliation or martial arts training to achieve such a feat. His hand reached out, a silent plea for strength, a desperate grasp at any opportunity. With a fierce glint in his crimson eyes, he clenched his fist, knowing that becoming one of the 10 demon masters was his only viable option. This was the singular path to rapidly gaining the strength he needed, a shortcut to his ultimate goal. Elsewhere, a sudden, sharp sound echoed through the air, causing a young man to gasp in surprise, his companion looking on with a calmer, though still attentive, expression. A blinding flash of light followed, obscuring whatever had caused the commotion. As the light faded, a powerful figure lay defeated on the ground, surrounded by several indistinct individuals, the air still shimmering with residual energy. The scene remained, a testament to a fierce battle, with the defeated warrior still prone amidst the glowing particles. Despite his prone position, the warrior's eyes flared crimson as he defiantly declared, "My name is Head Instructor, Hyok Ryan-young." His full title, Head Instructor Gold Dagger Blood Eyes Hyok Ryan-young, was a name that commanded respect and fear. As the head instructor, Hyok Ryan-young, addresses the gathered students, a murmur ripples through the crowd, recognizing him as the formidable Gold Dagger Blood Eyes. His voice carries across the courtyard, declaring this gathering a crucial event to identify the greatest prodigies from all demon sects. Only those who successfully navigate the rigorous trials ahead will earn the right to become a candidate for one of the 10 demon masters. As the weight of his words settles upon the assembly, the first trial is then revealed. Hyok Ryan-young continues, explaining that the martial artists of the Demon Palace will personally inspect each candidate's physical aptitude. Without a moment's hesitation, Bu Yunseal, now clad in the dark robes and wide-brimmed hat of an examiner, moves away from the assembly, heading towards the designated testing area. The ground beneath his feet seems to shift, marking the transition to the practical phase of the trials. Meanwhile, among the remaining students, confusion and disbelief spread, as they question the nature of this trial and wonder why there isn't a more traditional competition. At the testing grounds, Bu Yunseal demonstrates his unexpected role, firmly pushing back a muscular student with a single hand, assessing his physical resilience. With a decisive gesture, he declares the student has passed and directs him to the next stage. His gaze, sharp and focused beneath the wide brim of his hat, reflects a newfound authority and determination. Observing the unexpected turn of events, another student remarks, perhaps a traditional competition isn't necessary after all, given the directness of this trial. As the physical aptitude test began, a rope was presented, signifying the first hurdle, and the instruction was clear: pass this, and one could advance to the next stage. Among the observing students, a murmur spread, as one of them quietly confirmed his arrival, a figure now at the center of attention. Without hesitation, a hand reached out, firmly grasping the challenge before him. Bu Yunseal, now wearing a conical hat, and with his wooden box secured to his back, stood ready, his presence drawing the gaze of Bu Jianyang. A young student watched, his eyes wide with disbelief, muttering about the audacity of this young lad. Meanwhile, Jianyang's hand clenched his robe, a grim thought crossing his mind. He was completely screwed. The same student, still reeling from the surprise, could only express his shock that he had even decided to participate. However, as the test continued, a subtle shift occurred, his crimson eyes beginning to glow with an ominous light. His expression hardened, a silent intensity radiating from his very being. The glow in his eye intensified, revealing the undeniable presence of a potent killing intent. As Yunseal looked down, Jianyang cleared his throat, the weight of the moment settling heavily between them. Despite the raw power he had just witnessed, Jianyang's resolve remained firm. He still couldn't let him pass. Bu Yunseal's gaze drifts downward, a quiet resignation settling over his features as he acknowledges the outcome, thinking, as I thought. His grandfather, a gentle hand resting on his shoulder, offers a somber truth. All I've learned till now is how to look after corpses. The younger man stands small and vulnerable, his arms crossed, as the elder's words hang heavy in the air, a quiet comfort in their shared burden. Back in the present, his expression hardens with renewed resolve. There's no way I could pass such a test. However, he thinks, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. He looks out over the vast training grounds, the crowds of hopefuls a stark reminder of the competition, his internal monologue echoing. There's no way this is the end. Above the bustling courtyard, a declaration rings out. The first trial has ended. Among the crowd, a young man's jaw clenches in frustration, his teeth grinding audibly. His eyes glow crimson as he throws his head back, shouting, "Isn't this too unfair?" He gestures emphatically, his voice rising in protest. If physical aptitude is all that determines the 10 demon masters, why even host a competition at all? From his elevated position, Bu Jianyang observes the outburst, his gaze calm and unwavering. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he considers the student's words, muttering, "Unfair." He then reflects, your muscles and bones are the most important thing when. His thoughts materialize into a glowing, ethereal representation of the human body, emphasizing that it all comes to learning martial arts. The competition was established to gather individuals of aptitude from various regions, yet some dared to complain when they couldn't even meet the most basic standards. A student, still reeling from the first trial's results, protests that they should at least be given an opportunity, while Bu Jianyang listens, his expression unreadable amidst the murmuring crowd. His eyes, however, betray a flicker of intense golden light, reflecting a deep, unspoken conviction about the nature of true aptitude. Meanwhile, Bu Yunseal, his own resolve hardening, tells himself not to worry, knowing that the second trial will offer a new path. Suddenly, a powerful voice cuts through the air, accompanied by a blinding golden aura that radiates from Hyok Ryan-young, as he declares his intention to select those who can learn martial arts well, even with poor physical aptitude. His form crackles with energy, the golden light illuminating his stern face, as he reiterates his commitment to finding true potential beyond mere physical prowess. With that declaration, the announcement rings out across the courtyard. The second trial will commence immediately. Hyok Ryan-young stands tall, overseeing the assembled hopefuls, his presence commanding attention as Bu Jianyang watches from the sidelines. The head instructor's voice booms once more, laying out the brutal terms of the next challenge. They are to fight each other. His words hang heavy in the air, a chilling command for the participants to simply survive. The ultimate goal, he clarifies, is to continue the brutal struggle until only one of them is left standing. The crowd watches, stunned by the sheer ruthlessness of the trial, as Hyok Ryan-young's final word rings out, alive. As the brutal terms of the second trial settle over the arena, a student voices his disbelief, questioning how they could be ordered to kill each other when they were all supposedly on the same side, wondering if the trial was truly serious. But for Bu Yunseal, his crimson eyes glowing with a fierce resolve, the challenge ignites a primal instinct, his jaw clenching in anticipation. A chilling thought crosses his mind. If this was truly the case, then it was good for him, and if he needed to kill someone. His gaze sweeping over the other participants, 2 female students standing nervously in the distance. His resolve hardens, the crimson glow in his eye intensifying. With a sudden, decisive movement, he grips the hilt of his sword, a faint aura of power radiating from his hand. He draws the blade from its sheath, its polished surface reflecting the grim determination in his eyes. His voice, cold and unwavering, echoes his decision. He would start with him. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunges, a blur of motion as he closes the distance, his sword arcing down towards an unsuspecting student. The blade, now glowing with a faint, ethereal light, cuts through the air with deadly precision. With a final, guttural cry, he brings the sword down, sealing the fate of his opponent. The student's eyes widen in sheer terror, a silent scream trapped in his throat as the deadly strike descends upon him. A hand, clad in dark fabric, grips a formidable staff-like weapon, its surface reflecting the intense speed lines that streak across the scene. As the weapon arcs downwards with immense, red-tinged force, a crimson blur following its destructive path. Its sharp tip descends rapidly, aiming for a devastating strike. The weapon connects with a figure, sending them reeling from the impact, red energy particles exploding outwards. Blood splatters violently from the point of contact, a grim testament to the force of the blow. More crimson erupts as the attack continues, the air thick with the scent of iron. Crimson droplets rain down, a stark contrast against the stark background. The attacker, a young man with fiery red hair and glowing crimson eyes, grins ferociously, declaring, "This is it. Today, I can kill you." He then shouts a name, a title of power, Red Dragon. With a feral, toothy grin, the Red Dragon utters a name in disbelief, Wungchung. Finally, the victim is revealed, Bu Yunseal, her face bloodied and her body reeling from the brutal assault, the impact still echoing around her. The brutal impact of Wei Wunsheng's attack continues to tear through her, a crimson spray erupting from the force of the blow. Overwhelmed by the pain and shock, Bu Yunseal can only manage a choked gasp, blood rising to her lips as her body rebels. Nearby, another observer recoils in horror, the violence so extreme it leaves her face splattered with crimson, her mind reeling from the sight of a blow that narrowly avoided the ribs to strike directly at the heart. Wei Wunsheng, despite his seemingly weak frame, moves with sharp reflexes and incredible agility, his staff a blur of red energy as he lands another precise strike. Standing over his latest victim, he issues a chilling challenge, daring anyone else who wishes to end up skewered to step forward, declaring himself Wei Wunsheng, ready to take care of them. From the sidelines, Hu Jianyang observes the display, acknowledging Wei Wunsheng's decisive actions but lamenting his utter lack of common sense, concluding that this place is indeed full of worthless fools. Hyok Ryenyang, standing beside him, simply nods in agreement. A younger observer, wearing a traditional hat, reflects on the harsh reality of such battles. If one reveals themselves as a threat, they are bound to become a target. Hu Jianyang, however, sees a different opportunity, believing that this aggressive display should still stir the others into motion. Meanwhile, a distressed woman wonders aloud, uncertain of what to do if things continue in this chaotic manner. True to his word, Wei Wunsheng continues his brutal assault, striking down another opponent who screams in agony and defiance. A sharp, impactful sound reverberates through the air as one of the martial artists realizes with a jolt that he had unknowingly stepped into a perilous situation. The force of the attack sends him reeling, his white robe splattered with dark fluid as he struggles to regain his footing. Another swift, red-tinged strike connects, drawing a pained grimace from the martial artist as he is overwhelmed by the relentless assault. A crimson blade flashes with deadly intent, its swift movement observed by Hyok Ryenyang, whose gaze remains sharp and unwavering. He continues to watch the unfolding chaos, a silent thought forming about the younger ones who are not yet accustomed to the brutal reality of death. The scene erupts into a maelstrom of red and black, as multiple martial artists are caught in a bloody, overwhelming assault, their cries of "ak" and "kya" swallowed by the violence. The relentless onslaught continues, a cacophony of pained grunts and violent impacts filling the air as the red energy of the attack dominates the space. Wei Wunsheng, the Red Dragon, grabs one martial artist's head with a menacing grip, while another, a female fighter, prepares to defend herself, her sword drawn against the overwhelming threat. Hyok Ryenyang's gaze remains fixed on the brutal scene, the red-tinged chaos of the multiple martial artists being overwhelmed by the unseen force. Indeed, the younger ones, unaccustomed to such raw violence, will find their senses easily paralyzed when faced with their potential end, leaving them vulnerable to the relentless onslaught. One martial artist attempts to parry a strike with his sword, the red energy of the attack blurring around him as he struggles to hold his ground. Through it all, Hyok Ryenyang's expression remains unyielding, his crimson eyes reflecting the brutal lesson being taught before him. The brutal assault continues, leaving the elderly grandfather gasping in pain, his face bloodied as he struggles to comprehend the unfolding horror. Nearby, a young man watches the carnage, a surprised exclamation escaping his lips as he takes in the scene. Hyok Ryenyang, however, maintains a detached perspective, observing the struggle and noting that not all of the fighters are completely foolish. Bu Yunseal, her own face and hands smeared with blood, echoes a similar sentiment, her gaze fixed on the unfolding disaster. The battle rages on, A chaotic melee outside the fortress walls, as countless martial artists are overwhelmed by the relentless assault. A masked combatant, moving with deadly precision, slashes through an opponent, blood erupting from the impact. The blade arcs with terrifying speed, leaving a dark, viscous trail as it connects with its target. Another martial artist screams in agony, dark blood erupting from his face as his eyes glow white with terror. Bu Yunseal, witnessing the brutal efficiency, can only conclude that they are a bunch of fools. Indeed, the martial artists have lost themselves, paralyzed by the overwhelming fear of death. Their faces contorted in terror, they can only gasp as the massacre continues around them. Hyok Ryan-young's command had been clear: survive until only one remained standing. And for him, that meant the important thing was not killing, but surviving, a goal he believed he could guarantee if he thought rationally and acted coldly. Meanwhile, Bu Yunseal knelt on the blood-stained ground, her hand reaching out towards a fallen comrade, a silent plea escaping her lips as she whispered, "I." She remembered the red dragon, lying broken on a stone slab, observed by Bu Jinyong, his voice filled with an unyielding resolve as he declared, "I will live, no matter what." The memory brought her back to her own injured arm, the blood still fresh on her sleeve, a stark reminder of the brutal reality she faced. The red dragon, once chained and struggling, now stood amidst the carnage, his past self screaming, "I'll kill you myself." He surveyed the scene, a quiet escaping him as he looked upon the fallen, his gaze sharp and calculating. Observing one particular body, he mused, "What's with that guy? At a glance, he looks pathetic. He must have been hiding in the shadows all this time." Bu Yunseal, still reflecting on the past, noticed the thin but persistent sword marks on her hand, realizing the corpses had fallen to swift swordplay, a flurry unleashed with a slender blade. The red dragon's eyes glowed with a fierce, yellow light, his determination to survive burning brighter than ever. An unseen assailant's hand, adorned with a chain, reaches out, unleashing a heavy, dark object with lethal intent. The object, a blur of motion, hurtles through the air with immense force, its trajectory unwavering. It slams into a figure, knocking them to their knees amidst a shower of debris and dust. The impact sends the figure sprawling, leaving them motionless on the ground as the heavy projectile continues its destructive path. The ground itself cracks and shatters under the force, red energy flaring from the point of impact, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. The weapon is revealed to be a heavy, ornate censer, still swinging wildly on its chain, surrounded by the chaos it has wrought. As the dust begins to settle, all that remains is a crumpled piece of cloth, a silent testament to the violence that just occurred. A young man, grinning widely, points towards the aftermath, mocking, "Huh, what was that box for? What are you, some peddler of temple relics?" Elsewhere, a younger Bu Yunseal sits on the ground, her long dark hair falling around her as she gazes down at something unseen, a quiet moment of reflection. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise or realization crossing her face as she looks up. She then sits at a small desk, her hands reaching for a sheathed sword, a small, wrapped package lying beside it, hinting at a significant occasion. Her hand gently holds a piece of paper, bearing the simple, poignant message, "Happy birthday." A memory flashes, a sheathed sword resting beside a paper inscribed with happiness, as a voice echoes, "Grandfather." But the past quickly fades, replaced by a chilling present, as crimson eyes glow with an ominous light, her dark hair framing a face devoid of mercy. She gazes down from above, a silent predator observing her prey. Below her, a lone figure stands small and vulnerable, unaware of the impending storm. A hand, wrapped in a chain, extends forward, as Bu Yunseal's voice cuts through the air. "Well now, you want to give it a go?" The young man below looks up, his eyes wide with terror, a stark contrast to her cold resolve. She lunges, the chain whipping through the air, her voice dripping with disdain. "With such a puny sword, what do you think you can do?" The young man desperately tries to defend himself, his hand gripping a chain, a futile attempt against her power. Suddenly, a new figure, a sword-wielding fighter, leaps into the fray, his blade glowing with fierce energy as he moves to intercept. The sword arcs downward with blinding speed, its golden glow momentarily illuminating the dark surroundings. But before the blade can connect, a powerful counterattack lands, a devastating impact sending the sword wielder reeling. In the aftermath, multiple figures lie broken and defeated on the ground, their struggle brought to a swift and brutal end. A young man with sharp green eyes and a scar across his cheek stands poised, his dark robes flowing around him. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword, a cold declaration escaping his lips, that pathetic trash distracting someone only makes things easier for him. Standing behind a young woman with long, dark hair, he watches her with an unreadable expression, as she kneels, seemingly in distress. A smirk plays on his lips as he addresses someone unseen, acknowledging their good eyes but noting their lack of martial arts training. With a swift, powerful motion, he brings his blade down, a chilling thought echoing in his mind. "I could kill someone like you anytime." His sword flashes with a golden aura, cutting through the air with deadly precision. The young woman, her face etched with concern, looks on, her dark eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. A realization dawns upon her. as she whispers about that boy holding the extermination sword. Meanwhile, an elderly man with a long white beard and piercing red eyes ponders, questioning why the young man carries the legacy Sword of Black Soul, once hailed as the strongest wanderer swordsman's weapon. The young woman reveals the warrior's identity, stating his name is Nung Wungang. The elderly man continues his exposition, explaining that Nung Wungang supposedly discovered Black Soul's secret manual and soared deep within a secluded valley. He further elaborates, with another figure listening intently, that Nung Wungang trained solely from the manual, resulting in forms that lack polish and movements that leave many openings. Though he possesses immense potential, the young man is, for now, the sole disciple of Black Soul. A legacy he carries with every swift, powerful strike of his blade, his movements a blur of focused intent. Even if he lacks raw physical strength, the young man's skill makes him a strong candidate for the 10 Demon Masters selection, a formidable contender in any arena. And with that kind of talent, he may very well be the one to claim victory. The elderly man continues, acknowledging that while the truth is he's still a greenhorn, unworthy of the extermination sword's hilt, at least here, it seems there's no one stronger than him, a sentiment his young companion readily agrees with. Her eyes widen slightly as she considers the implications, unless something truly unexpected occurs. Her gaze remains fixed, anticipating the unknown, as the possibility of such an event looms. Looking down at a bloodied corpse, she observes that the cut marks are quite rough, indicating a brutal end. A moment of silence hangs heavy in the air. Above, the sky churns with dark clouds, as distant, echoing sounds of struggle or exertion drift through the air. The traditional architecture of a nearby building stands stoic beneath the ominous sky, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Then, a triumphant smile spreads across Nung Wungang's face, his blade dripping with fresh blood, the sounds of his victory echoing in the aftermath. A sharp, yellow eye glares down, its owner remarking with a hint of surprise, "Wasn't expecting you to be the one who manages to survive until the end." The aftermath of a brutal battle unfolds across a vast courtyard, where countless bodies lie strewn amidst the debris, a chilling testament to the recent carnage. From an aerial perspective, the scale of destruction becomes even clearer, with only two figures remaining upright amidst the sea of the fallen, their forms illuminated by an ethereal glow. One of them, the yellow-eyed antagonist, grins with chilling ambition, declaring, "If I kill you, then I, too, will become a candidate for the 10 Demon Masters." Nung Wungang, his expression resolute, meets the challenge head-on, his voice firm as he simply states, "Come at me." Meanwhile, from a hidden vantage point, Bu Yunseal's crimson eyes narrow, her thoughts confirming the gravity of the situation. That one is the strongest here. A sudden, sharp impact reverberates through the air, a moment of intense pressure, hanging heavy, though. Her glowing crimson eyes reflecting a newfound understanding, she confidently asserts, "I've already discovered his weakness." Amidst the carnage, Nung Wungang, his arm bandaged and his blade stained, manages a wry smile, acknowledging the grim reality of his situation. From above, a piercing yellow eye surveys the blood-drenched courtyard, where countless bodies lie scattered across the stone, a testament to the recent, brutal conflict. Only two figures remain standing amidst the fallen, their forms stark against the pale ground, surrounded by the grim aftermath. The yellow-eyed antagonist, his face contorted in a maniacal grin, declares his ambition, proclaiming his intent to become a candidate for the 10 Demon Masters. With a bloodied finger, he issues a direct challenge, his gaze fixed on Bu Yunseal, who meets his intensity with a calm, unwavering stare. Her simple robe, tied at the waist, belies the depth of her thoughts, as her eyes cast downwards, reflecting a moment of profound consideration. A quiet realization settles upon her, as she grips her sword's hilt, understanding that the true challenge lies with the one who stands strongest. Her grip on the hilt remains firm, but a flicker of doubt, or perhaps a deeper resolve, crosses her mind. With eyes closed, she processes the weight of the situation, her expression a mixture of weariness and unwavering focus. The scene shifts, revealing her standing victorious over Nung Wungang's fallen form, the courtyard still littered with the bodies of their defeated foes. Kneeling, her sword resting beside her, Bu Yunseal's determination hardens, her voice resolute as she declares her absolute certainty of victory. Her crimson eyes narrowed, a fierce resolve hardening her features as she prepared for the coming confrontation. Her long, dark hair sweeping with a sudden, sharp movement, a subtle shift in her stance signaling her readiness. Then, with a swift, decisive motion, she drew her blade, the sound of steel cutting through the air. Standing poised in the courtyard, her sword now drawn, she faced the yellow-eyed antagonist, who stood a short distance away. With a confident smirk, the antagonist's yellow eyes gleamed as he challenged her, asking if he should test her skills a little. Responding to his provocation, she moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion across the stone ground. Her body twisted, hair flying, as she narrowly evaded an unseen attack. Continuing her rapid, almost ethereal movement, she danced through the falling rain, leaving streaks of motion in her wake. The yellow-eyed antagonist, his eyes glowing intensely, unleashed a barrage of glowing blue energy projectiles, forcing her to react instantly. One of the projectiles grazed her cheek, drawing a thin line of blood as she continued her desperate evasion. Watching her swift movements, the antagonist scoffed, acknowledging her ability to dodge his attacks. From a distance, Hyok Ryan-young's voice cuts through the air, dismissing the opponent's efforts as clumsy, yet acknowledging their surprising endurance. Indeed, to an untrained eye, it might appear as though the fighter is simply getting beaten helplessly. But Janyong, with a keener perception, notes that if one looks closely, the fighter twists their body just enough at the end of each strike. A desperate dance of evasion as glowing red slashes tear through the air around her, allowing her to avoid receiving a fatal wound, though blood begins to streak across her face from the sheer speed and proximity of the attacks. The relentless assault continues, each blow a near miss, leaving her face splattered. The rapid, glowing attacks pressing in, forcing her to dance on the very edge of defeat. Her eyes widen in a chilling realization. Could her opponent have memorized Nung Woongang's attack patterns by examining the corpses he left behind? Such an astonishing level of observation. And the blood dripping from her chin is a stark testament to the brutal exchange. Yet, despite her injuries, Yoonseol's voice rings out, sharp and dismissive, declaring her opponent's sword techniques pathetic. Even after enduring such a relentless barrage of attacks, Yoonseol stands firm, her voice cutting through the air as she dismisses her opponent's efforts, claiming he has only managed to slice her flesh. This audacious defiance prompts an internal question from an observer, wondering if she is deliberately provoking him. From a distance, Janyong acknowledges her impressive evasion, but mentally notes the immense difficulty of landing a counterattack with her current, seemingly frail condition. Indeed, the thought lingers that a proper strike would be incredibly challenging for her. Despite the blood streaking her face and the visible wounds, Yoonseol's gaze remains sharp and unwavering, her resolve burning bright. Her opponent, the yellow-eyed antagonist, his face twisting into a cruel smile, declares that he had intended to let her live longer, but her arrogance has sealed her fate, questioning if she truly wishes to die so quickly. With a sudden, blinding flash of motion, he unleashes another swift sword strike, the blade arcing with deadly precision. His eyes glowing with an ominous yellow light, the antagonist lunges forward, a picture of aggressive intent. But Yoonseol meets his aggression with her own fierce declaration, promising to grant his wish, as a burst of blue energy erupts around her. Suddenly, a voice announces his approach, as Yoonseol surges forward in a blinding flash of speed, leaving a trail of light in her wake. This sudden surge of momentum creates the chance she has been waiting for. Her eyes, still holding that fierce determination despite the blood on her face, are locked onto her target, ready to strike. After meticulously examining the bodies of those he had slain, a crucial realization dawned. The pattern was undeniable. His finishing strike consistently targeted the opponent's most vulnerable points. Specifically, the heart and the head were his preferred targets. When he harbored murderous intent, his sword would inevitably seek the opponent's upper body. If that was the case, then a new strategy was needed. With a sudden burst of speed, the yellow-eyed antagonist launched a swift, powerful attack, leaving vibrant green energy trails in his wake. But before his strike could land, he recoiled sharply, a sound of impact echoing as his body was thrown back. In a swift, brutal counter, Yoonseol plunged a knife into him, crimson blood splattering across her face as she delivered the decisive blow. Her eyes, glowing with fierce determination, stared intently at her target. Observing the unexpected turn of events, Janyong mused that the Tiantu acupoint was notoriously difficult to toughen, even for a seasoned martial master. His gaze remained fixed on the unfolding battle. Yoonseol delivers a powerful strike, plunging her knife into the yellow-eyed antagonist with full force, a blow capable of instantly incapacitating even a seasoned adult. His eyes flare crimson, his face contorted in a silent scream as blood erupts from the wound. The impact sends a shockwave through him, causing a violent spray of blood to paint the air, splattering across the ground in crimson droplets. Dust and debris billow into the fiery sky, a testament to the brutal force unleashed. Amidst the chaos, Janyong stands tall, his sword drawn, surveying the fallen figures scattered around him. His gaze sharp and unwavering as he takes in the devastation. A moment of eerie silence hangs in the air, before the yellow-eyed antagonist is dragged across the ravaged earth, his body limp and bloodied, his face pale, and eyes closed in unconsciousness or agony. He struggles for breath, each ragged gasp a painful testament to his severe injuries. The air still shimmers with residual energy, a silent testament to the fierce confrontation that just concluded, leaving behind only the question of what comes next. Amidst the dust and debris, Yoonseol stands tall, her form unwavering as she surveys the fallen figures scattered around her, a clear victor in the brutal exchange. One of them, the yellow-eyed antagonist, lies broken and defeated, his consciousness fading as he struggles to comprehend if it is truly over. From a distance, Janyong and Hyok Ryan-young observe the scene, their expressions a mixture of awe and surprise at the unexpected variable that just unfolded before them. Hyok Ryan-young, his eyes narrowed, reflects on his initial expectations, admitting he had anticipated more from something called the sword art of Black Soul. The lingering echoes of the battle swirl around them, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Suddenly, Hyok Reinyoung's voice cuts through the silence, a booming declaration of her name, Bu Yunseal. Following his lead, Bu Jinyong steps forward, his own voice resonating with authority as he proclaims, "You have passed the second trial." As the words hang in the air, her crimson eyes glow with an intense, almost otherworldly light, reflecting the power she has just demonstrated. Her form, cloaked in flowing robes, stands resolute, a silhouette of triumph against the fading light. Now, in a space devoid of conflict, she stands alone on a precipice, gazing upwards as if towards a new horizon. She calls out, her voice echoing into the oppressive darkness, searching for a familiar presence. Suddenly, a memory flashes, a younger version of herself, a child, joyfully exclaiming, her small voice filled with innocent delight. The child's calls echo through the void, a beacon of hope in the encroaching gloom. The adult Yunseal moves forward, her own voice joining the desperate plea, a quiet whisper of her name escaping her lips. But the child's joy quickly turns to sorrow, her face contorting in despair as she realizes she cannot perceive the one she seeks. A jolt of confusion runs through the adult Yunseal, her mind struggling to grasp the fragmented reality. Her crimson eye glows with an intense, internal light, reflecting the growing panic within her. The vision solidifies, revealing her grandfather's bloodied face, his eyes hollowed out, a chilling image of his suffering. Her own eyes burn with a fierce red glow, the child's desperate words echoing in her mind, as the full weight of the memory crashes down upon her. A guttural cry escapes her lips, her face twisted in anguish, the fangs of her inner turmoil bared. Overwhelmed by the harrowing vision, she doubles over, a pained gasp escaping her. Meanwhile, in a different, bustling hall, Nung Wungang stands with a watchful gaze, observing the various figures gathered around him. Disoriented, Nung Wungang found himself on the ground, a muffled exclamation escaping him as he looked up at indistinct figures. The world around him dissolved into a swirling expanse of light and shadow, a chaotic dance of churning water and fleeting reflections. The sound of splashing water echoed in his ears, a constant, rhythmic reminder of his uncertain state. Finally, the abstract chaos gave way to the solid reality of a ship's hull, the sounds of water now clearly outside. And he slowly sat up, wondering if he had fainted and how he ended up inside a ship, recalling the significant blood loss he had endured. Despite the gravity of his past injuries, he now felt almost no pain, a perplexing sensation. His bandaged hand rested on his leg, prompting him to consider if a renowned physician, perhaps one befitting the demonic palace, had been summoned to treat him. Pushing that thought aside, he focused on his immediate surroundings. The other people on the ship caught his attention. Their bodies were clearly well-trained, and some faces even seemed strangely familiar, a detail that piqued his curiosity. He wondered if these were the individuals who had successfully passed the first trial. A crew member, his dark hair tied in a top knot, offers a condescending smile towards the young woman, his expression mirroring the general sentiment on board. As she endures the contemptuous gazes of those around her, Bu Yunseal, her long dark hair falling around her face, looks downcast, her crimson eyes reflecting a quiet resignation. It seems this treatment is as to be expected, she supposes. Suddenly, the same crew member from before barks an order, "Disembark." Bu Yunseal descends a ladder into the ship's lower deck, her gaze now directed upwards, perhaps at the sky she's leaving behind. An imposing figure in a wide-brimmed hat announces, "We have arrived at the next trial area," revealing the ominous destination, Hell Island. The ship's sails are silhouetted against a blood-red sky, the air thick with an oppressive, fiery glow. Jagged, dark rock formations pierce the infernal horizon, rising from a churning, dark red sea as the vessel approaches the desolate shore. A crimson sky stretches overhead, its fiery hues reflecting off the turbulent waters below, as the ominous creak of a ship's mast echoes through the air. The vessel, with its dark sails unfurled, cuts a stark silhouette against the burning horizon. The water below, a shimmering canvas of red and orange, reflects the strange, ethereal light of the sky. A wooden dock, weathered and sturdy, meets the lapping waves, its surface dusted with fine particles of light. Along a narrow bridge, a figure in dark robes strides purposefully, their silhouette framed by the vibrant, otherworldly sky. Without turning, Bu Jianyong issues a clear command, his voice cutting through the ambient sounds of the journey. His mouth is open, the red tassel of his hat swaying slightly, as he urges them onward. The vast expanse of the ocean stretches out, meeting jagged, rocky cliffs, all bathed in the same intense, fiery glow of the sky. Finally, the ship rests at the base of the cliffs, its journey seemingly concluded at this desolate, yet striking, shore. The red-orange sky, still vibrant with scattered particles, hangs heavy over the newly arrived travelers, hinting at the challenges ahead. Upon reaching the desolate, rocky terrain, a commanding voice echoes across the landscape, declaring that everyone will be sleeping in this area. The figure, now identified as Bu Jingyong, continues, instructing them to stash away all their previous clothes and weapons, and to emerge wearing the prepared garments and swords. With the new instructions given, The group is then told they are free to choose a cave that suits their liking, as many begin to don their new, simpler attire. Bu Jianyang himself has changed into the standard dark robe, his expression unreadable as he observes the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Bu Yunseal's crimson eyes scan her surroundings, taking in every detail with a keen intensity. As she and Bu Jianyang stand before a cave entrance, she remarks, "This place seems all right." Inside the cave, she finds it surprisingly comfortable, noting, "I thought it would be humid, but it's quite comfortable." Another voice complains, "Ugh, it's tight," followed by a declaration, "Hey, I chose this place first." The argument escalates between a female contestant in a pink robe and a male contestant in a blue robe, with the male contestant retorting, "Nonsense. I was here first. You can't reserve things just because you want to." Observing the squabble, Bu Jianyang calmly advises, "Don't fight. There are plenty of nice spots." A light laugh escapes him, highlighting the triviality of their dispute. Bu Yunseal, however, harbors a more critical assessment, thinking, "These people, they have no clue what happened in the second trial. They all have their guard lowered." The female contestant, still conversing with her male counterpart, admits, "No, I was as well." While he responds, "I was too rude." It becomes clear that among those who passed the first trial, many seem to be wearing expensive clothes, leading one to wonder if they are all from prestigious clans. A chilling realization dawns upon her as she examines the torn paper, understanding that the second trial was designed not merely to test, but to eliminate those deemed expendable. The implications of such a ruthless selection process weigh heavily, as the tattered document reveals more of its grim details. Suddenly, a voice cuts through her thoughts, demanding to know if she has made her choice yet. She turns, a slight frown on her face, as the voice continues, chiding her for being sluggish and reminding her that the time for deliberation is over. The unnamed contestant, wearing a conical hat, calls out to her, urging her not to dilly-dally any longer. Standing beside Bu Jianyang, Yunseal remains silent, observing the other contestants as they make their choices. She recalls the contestant's intense stare from earlier, surprised that he managed to survive the initial trials, and wonders what decision he will make now. The conical-hatted contestant, his eyes wide with urgency, insists that there is no time to waste and demands a quick choice. Without further hesitation, he points decisively, declaring his choice for a particular cave. Yunseal watches him, standing in the desolate, rocky terrain, as he makes his selection among the many dark openings. His finger extends towards a particularly dark and ominous cave entrance, its depths shrouded in shadow. A thought crosses his mind, perhaps a hint of resignation or surprise, at the sheer number of choices available. She recoils, a sneer twisting her lips as she points, finding the chosen cave utterly beneath them, declaring it a place befitting only foul attire, and expressing her utter disgust. Bu Jianyang, however, simply smiles, acknowledging her choice of cave as a stroke of genius, despite her reservations, thinking to himself, "He really is a genius." He explains that while the cave might appear small and dirty from the outside, that is merely its entrance, hinting at something far greater within. Indeed, the cavern stretches deep into the earth, its vast interior illuminated by a soft, ethereal glow. The sheer scale of the space is impressive, with ample room for rigorous training. Moreover, its narrow entrance provides a natural defense against intruders, making it a strategic stronghold, and while most would avoid such a seemingly humble opening, the one who chose it clearly gauged everything thoroughly. With a satisfied grin, Bu Jianyang turns to the gathered contestants, including Yunseal, declaring, "All right then, get prepared." Yunseal watches him, a flicker of understanding in her eyes, as the implications of his words begin to sink in. Meanwhile, deep within the chosen cave, Nung Wungang stands ready, his posture radiating quiet determination. His boots are firmly planted on the cavern floor, a testament to his unwavering commitment. Back outside, Bu Jianyang addresses the assembled contestants, including Yunseal, preparing to outline the next phase of the trial, stating, "I'll explain what you need to do now." He begins to outline the layout of Hell Island, a place known to be home to 10 formidable martial arts facilities, each one a potential stage for their upcoming challenges. A detailed map of Hell Island unfolds, showcasing a central, jagged mountain peak from which several paths diverge, each leading to a distinct martial arts facility. As the explanation continues, it becomes clear that within each of these buildings, one of the 10 demonic sects' martial arts can be learned. Bu Jianyang gestures, clarifying that the choice is entirely up to them, whether they wish to learn them all or focus on a single discipline. He adds that they also have complete freedom over their schedule, free to sleep, play, or pursue their training as they see fit. The instructor emphasizes that they can choose to learn martial arts or train alone, doing whatever they desire. Yunseal, however, regards the situation with a skeptical frown, muttering that the second trial has been made into a hellhole, and there's no way they would be allowed to train so peacefully. Among the other contestants, a discussion begins, one asking what they should learn first, while another confidently suggests the Fire Rain Sword. Another voice chimes in, confirming it's the Fire Rain Sword sect's martial arts, having heard they are the strongest. With a sense of urgency, the contestants begin to move, all seemingly headed towards one destination, the Fire Rain Sword sect. As they walk, the The murmur of voices confirms the sect's reputation, with many having heard they are the most powerful among the demonic sects. Yunseal, flanked by other contestants, approaches the imposing entrance of the Fire Rain Sword sect, its architecture hinting at the power contained within. She considers the situation, acknowledging that learning the martial arts of such a sect would undoubtedly be helpful, though she reflects on her own lack of formal training. Though she had never learned any martial arts, she felt she would be fine without them, even if it meant missing out on an amazing discipline. What she truly needed now was something else entirely, as her footsteps echoed through the quiet landscape. She continued her journey, her silhouette moving deeper into the muted forest. The path stretched ahead, leading her further into the unknown. Eventually, a structure emerged from the trees, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. She continued her approach, the building growing larger with every step. The surrounding foliage seemed to part for her, revealing the path ahead. Her gaze was fixed on the destination, a hint of apprehension in her eyes. Standing before the weathered building, she wondered if this truly was the place she sought, the sound of creaking would adding to her doubt. This was the Wandering Beast Pavilion, a sect whose influence had plummeted so drastically that it barely maintained its standing among the 10 demon sects. The only reason they still held their position was due to their storied history of producing a significant number of the strongest martial masters of their time. Echoes of those powerful figures, their triumphs and struggles, seemed to linger within the very air of the pavilion. Her gaze sharpens, reflecting on the words of her grandfather, who had spoken of the Murim with such reverence. He had shared stories of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, a place of legend, and now, standing before its dilapidated remains, she muses, "My grandfather told me about them when he was talking about the Murim." A sense of purpose settles over her as she considers her next move. So here, I will. She stands poised on a crumbling ledge, the desolate landscape stretching out before her, when a sudden tremor shakes the very foundations of the pavilion. Her attention snaps downward as she feels a strange sensation beneath her feet, the ground. A look of concern crosses her face as she instinctively reaches out, sensing the instability growing beneath her. With a sudden, violent eruption, the earth beneath her shatters, sending debris flying and eliciting a surprised cry from her. A massive crater forms where the ground once was, leaving her to stare into the depths, wondering, what is it? From the swirling dust and broken earth, a figure emerges, his stern face and intense gaze fixed upon her as he challenges. Have you come here wishing to become one of the 10 demon masters? This imposing figure is Sa Wu, the secret pavilion master of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, now fully revealed from his subterranean lair, his presence radiating immense power. Yunseal turns, her fists clenched, ready to face whatever challenge this unexpected encounter brings. Her hands form a respectful greeting, her gaze unwavering. As she declares her purpose, I have come here to learn the martial arts of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. A flicker of resolve crosses her features, anticipating the response. A low hum escapes her lips, as the secret pavilion master's eyes narrow, looking down with an almost imperceptible shift in his expression. He lets out a soft ho, his feet planted firmly on the earth, a silent challenge in his posture. His voice is firm, I have no intention of teaching martial arts. Dismissing her with a wave of his hand, especially not to someone so fragile as you. Submerged in the earth, only her head visible, she recalls the whispers. I've heard if I learned the martial arts of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, I could gain the power to survive anything. Sa Wu scoffs, humph, his tone laced with disdain. I'm surprised you know about martial arts that are soon to be biting the dust. He continues, but even the greatest of geniuses have trouble learning our martial arts. Surrounded by jagged, crystalline spikes erupting from the ground, she remains resolute, her eyes fixed forward. Sa Wu's voice echoes, explaining that their martial arts begin with modifying one's body, but in her current physical state, she would perish within a day. He dismisses her, telling her to get lost if she understands the implications, as Bu Yunseal's head emerges from the earth, still trapped. Completely submerged in the earth, only her head visible, her body still buried beneath the ground in the desolate landscape. Yet, from the mud, she defiantly asks what he thinks she is doing. She continues, asserting that since he agreed to teach her, she must pay her respects to her new master. Her thoughts confirm her unwavering resolve, even as she struggles against the earth's grip. Sa Wu, observing her tenacity, internally labels her a crazy brat. A guttural sound escapes her as she pushes against the earth, her eyes squeezed shut in effort. Finally, he relents, agreeing to teach her. He quickly clarifies, however, that she shouldn't be confused, as he is only teaching her because the demon palace ordered him to. He stands tall, his powerful leg visible, while she remains partially buried in the distance. With a stern gaze, he declares himself the Wandering Beast Pavilion Master, Sa Wu. His powerful physique, adorned with a striking dragon tattoo across his chest, speaks of immense strength and discipline. As he gestures, the master lays down a clear directive, insisting that she address him as Mr. Sa from this moment forward. Bu Yunseal, standing before his bandaged hand, attempts to introduce herself, but he cuts her off sharply. His words leave no room for argument, declaring her simply as trainee number 1. Despite the bluntness, Bu Yunseal's expression remains resolute, her gaze unwavering as she accepts her new designation. Suddenly, a vibrant blue energy crackles around Sa Wu's hand, pulsing with raw power. The same ethereal glow envelopes his leg, indicating a full-body manifestation of his abilities, as he declares their training will begin immediately. A powerful figure, the Wandering Night Pavilion Master, Sa Wu, declares his identity with an imposing presence. Before instructing his new charge to simply address him as Mr. Sa from now on. As Bu Yinseal attempts to introduce herself, he cuts her off abruptly. His words are sharp and dismissive, declaring her nothing more than trainee number 1. The young woman's expression tightens, a mix of frustration and apprehension clouding her features. Without another word, Sa Wu's hand glows with a fierce blue energy, coalescing power for an imminent strike. His arm tenses, the blue aura intensifying, as he declares, "Let's get started." Before she can even react, a blur of motion strikes, sending shockwaves across her face as her eyes widen in disbelief. The impact reverberates through her body, a sharp, unseen blow landing squarely on her neck and shoulder. Her vision blurs with the sudden pain, her eye dilating in a moment of pure, unadulterated shock. Her world plunged into an abyss of darkness. Yinseal's eye dilated, struggling to perceive anything as red tendrils of energy seemed to tear at her vision. Even as her sight failed, she instinctively adopted a defensive stance, her body tensing in the void. A desperate thought echoed in her mind. She truly couldn't see anything at all. From the unseen, Sa Wu's voice cut through the darkness, a calm assurance telling her not to worry. Her hand remained clenched, a silent testament to her confusion and the strange training she was undergoing, as the pavilion master began his explanation. He revealed that he had temporarily sealed her vision using the secret techniques of the Wandering Night Pavilion, a necessary step for what was to come. This was a crucial prerequisite, he explained, to learn the Wandering Beast Path, a fundamental martial technique of their order. Yinseal, still disoriented, could only echo the name, the Wandering Beast Path. This technique, Sa Wu continued, would heighten all her senses, granting her reflexes akin to a wild beast. He elaborated that their martial arts were unique, adapting profoundly based on the individual practitioner, making each journey distinct. That inherent adaptability, however, also made mastering the Wandering Beast Path incredibly difficult, resulting in fewer and fewer people trying to achieve true mastery. A bead of sweat trickled down Yinseal's face, her eye now open but still struggling, as the weight of his words settled upon her. As the training continued, a voice echoed, reminding her that if she were to truly master this technique, the rewards would be immense. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy enveloped her, causing her to recoil as her senses were violently assaulted, the world around her dissolving into a chaotic blur. A sharp, agonizing pain shot through her eyes, as the last vestiges of her sight flickered and died, leaving her in absolute darkness. Yet, from the depths of that darkness, a new form began to coalesce, a spectral wolf, its eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light, hinting at the senses she was about to gain. This was the promise of the Wandering Beast Path, that through this ordeal, she would earn the heightened senses of a wandering beast, a predator honed by instinct alone. As the blue aura intensified, it began to merge with her form, her body becoming a conduit for the raw, untamed power of the beast, its spectral image looming behind her. The transformation was rapid, her figure blurring with speed and energy, a testament to the profound changes occurring within her as she adapted to the new sensory input. Observing her struggle, Sa Wu let out a low chuckle, musing that while the path promised great power, most practitioners perished long before reaching its true potential. Despite the internal chaos, her feet remained firmly planted. His voice, calm yet firm, cut through the lingering echoes of her pain, advising her to quickly adapt to her lack of vision, as she would have roughly an hour to adjust. Sa Wu stood over her, his imposing figure a stark reminder of the challenge ahead, while she, head bowed, absorbed his words, her determination unwavering despite the immense difficulty. As she processed his words, a fierce resolve ignited within her, her crimson eyes glowing with an intense, unwavering light, ready to face the trials of the Wandering Beast Path. Her body still pulsed with the raw energy of the Wandering Beast Path, a power she was determined to master. A stark reminder of the past. As she grappled with the loss of her vision, wondering why her other senses hadn't sharpened as promised. Even as her master's words echoed in her mind, questioning if an hour was truly enough time to adapt. But for her, it was already far too late to wait, for she needed to adjust as quickly as humanly possible, her body fumbling and staggering in the darkness, groping blindly as she tried to navigate her new reality. The weight of her ambition pressing down, knowing that countless martial artists were vying for the title of 10 demon masters, and if she were ambushed in this vulnerable state, her life would be forfeit. An unseen force manifests as glowing red particles and energy, swirling around her in the darkness. And she reacts instantly, her head snapping to the side, face illuminated by the ominous glow. Her eyes widen in a flash of surprise or intense focus, her dark hair flying as she moves with desperate speed. The red energy impacting or narrowly missing her, leaving streaks of light in its wake. She twists her body mid-air, a graceful yet urgent maneuver to evade the unseen assault. The powerful force still pushing against her, creating a sharp, echoing sound of impact. Her face contorts in deep concentration, acknowledging that with her vision gone, her balance is of utmost importance now. Meanwhile, under a vast, star-dusted night sky, the mountains stand silent witnesses to the ongoing struggle. As Sawu observes from a distance, a thought forming in his mind that she must be completely lost without her sight. His feet moving swiftly across the ground, leaving faint blue trails of energy in his wake. He draws closer, his gaze fixed on the distant figure of Bu Yunseal, a soft sound of movement accompanying his approach. A moment of quiet contemplation passes as he watches her, a simple hum escaping his lips. Most trainees simply wait for their other senses to return when their vision is lost. But in stark contrast, she moves wildly, imagining a fake enemy. Her form is a blur of motion, striking with precision as faint red particles trail her every move. Perhaps that is why her adaptation has been so swift. She leaps into the air, a vortex of purple energy swirling around her as she prepares another unseen strike. Landing with a powerful impact, her hand extends, crackling with vibrant purple energy. A downward strike follows, infused with an intense purple glow that cuts through the darkness. Her leg lashes out, a blur of purple energy creating a forceful impact. With crimson eyes glowing fiercely, she stands enveloped in a dark purple aura, having adjusted so quickly to the unseen threats. She crouches low, her stance radiating with potent purple energy, ready for the next move. Observing her progress, Sawu acknowledges that she has indeed gotten used to it, prompting him to consider what comes next. With a final, decisive motion, she brings down a weapon, enveloped in a brilliant blue glow, signifying the culmination of her intense training. A fierce roar erupts from Nung Wongang, his body taut with effort as he unleashes a devastating sword technique, challenging any foe to try evading my sword. With a declaration of my sword, multiple streaks of brilliant blue energy tear through the darkness, a whirlwind of lethal force. The individual slashes merge, forming a wider, more concentrated arc of pure, destructive power. The powerful blue energy extends far beyond its origin, its brilliant light slowly fading as it reaches its maximum range. Finally, the last vestiges of the attack vanish, leaving only faint, shimmering lines in the air as evidence of its passage. A sudden shift in atmosphere brings a chilling wash of wind and rain, as the scene transitions to a desolate, storm-swept landscape. The heavy downpour obscures the distant mountains, creating a somber, blurred vista of a world drenched in water. Time passes, marked by a simple declaration, 3 days later. Now, soaked to the bone and with a weary BBAK of effort, the martial artist struggles, his face etched with exhaustion as he endures the relentless downpour. Each step is a heavy splash, his feet sinking into the muddy ground, a testament to his arduous journey. The wind howls a mournful HAH, matching the desolate mood of the storm-lashed environment. Amidst the relentless downpour, a faint biddle echoes as the figure continues his arduous trek through the rain-swept mountains. From a high, rain-slicked ledge, a figure in dark robes watches as Nung Wongang stands below, his sword held ready against the relentless downpour. Suddenly, the figure lunges, a burst of crackling blue energy erupting from his hand as he strikes downwards with brutal force. The impact sends Nung Wongang flying backward, his body contorting in midair as the force of the blow slams into him. Another surge of blue energy strikes his arm, the pain evident on his face as he struggles to maintain his composure. Despite the relentless assault, Nung Wongang pushes through, his bandaged arm a testament to his endurance, as he points forward with unwavering resolve. From above, Bu Jianyang observes his student's resilience, a thought bubble forming as he wonders if this is truly the third day of this grueling regimen, noting that it's about time Nung Wongang questioned his methods, yet he simply accepts it. Rain streaks down Nung Wongang's weary face, his grip firm on his sword, his gaze distant but unwavering. Finally, Nung Wongang speaks, a single tear or raindrop tracing a path down his cheek as he asks, "Why aren't you asking me anything?" His question hangs in the air, implying a deeper curiosity about the methods of evasion or the underlying principles of the training. Bu Jianyang looks down at him, as Nung Wongang explains that since his master claimed the essence of the Wandering Night Pavilion's martial arts was reaching enlightenment, he simply assumed there was a reason behind his seemingly brutal methods. A moment of realization washes over Bu Jianyang's face, his expression shifting to one of surprise and contemplation. A soft smile spreads across his face as he closes his eyes and concedes, "Yes, you're right." As the relentless training continued, Bu Jianyang's next attack began to manifest, a surge of blue energy trailing behind his swift movements. With a fierce declaration to keep going, he lunged, his form a blur of motion and glowing azure light, sword poised to strike. Nung Wongang, facing away, could only brace himself, his own blade drawn as the relentless assault bore down upon him. The impact resonated with a sharp, concussive force, a sphere of blue energy erupting as the attack connected. A deafening quang echoed through the air, the sheer force distorting the very space around him. His face contorted in a grimace of effort and pain, the pressure of the attack pushing him to his absolute limits. A sudden, sharp sensation pierced through him, a silent exclamation escaping his lips as the force continued to batter his defenses. Despite the overwhelming power, he could feel the essence of the attack, its raw energy coursing through him. Then, a breakthrough, a flash of insight cut through the haze of battle, allowing him to perceive the intricate, invisible path of the sword. The attack continued its relentless trajectory, still distorting the air around him with its immense speed. Despite his newfound perception, he realized the grim truth. He could see the path, but he could not fully evade the inevitable impact. The sword's hilt loomed large, its final descent imminent, signaling the culmination of the brutal exchange. As the training intensified, a blinding golden flash erupted, signaling the next phase of Bu Jianyang's relentless assault. The sheer force of the attack radiating outward, a brilliant burst of light and energy threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. Yet, even as the blue and orange energies converged, Nung Wungang's eyes widened, his face a mask of intense concentration as he braced himself for the inevitable impact. The attack slammed into him with explosive force, a blinding flash momentarily obscuring his form as he absorbed the full brunt of the blow. Still, the relentless pressure continued, the vibrant energies of the strike pushing against him, threatening to break his stance. But deep within his resolve, a fierce determination ignited, a silent vow echoing in his mind. Instead, I'll block it. With a guttural grunt of effort, he gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he pushed back against the overwhelming force. His eyes, though strained, remained sharp and focused, every fiber of his being dedicated to holding his ground. And then, against all odds, he held it, the attack contained, his face still etched with the raw intensity of his struggle. Watching the impossible unfold, Bu Jianyang's eyes widened in disbelief, a single thought echoing in his mind. Did he just block the silent attack? Still reeling from the impact, Nung Wungang gritted his teeth, the residual force of the attack radiating through his body. The vibrant, explosive energy of the strike slowly faded, leaving behind only shimmering particles in the air. He slumped to the ground, acknowledging his inability to fully block the attack, when Bu Jianyang appeared, offering a small container and instructing him to drink. With a grateful expression, despite the blood streaking his face, Nung Wungang took the container. He lifted it to his lips, the sound of the liquid sloshing softly within. As he began to drink, the reflection of Bu Jianyang, standing nearby, was visible in the container, his mentor watching intently. A sudden realization struck him. This was no ordinary water. A powerful surge of energy coursed through his veins, revitalizing him, and he felt the very blood he had lost returning to his body. Bathed in a vibrant green aura, he wondered, what exactly was this miraculous liquid? From his perspective, Bu Jianyang knew it was the ultimate spring spiritual water, a treasure he had saved his entire life. Yet, looking at the young man's potential, he didn't consider it a waste at all. He mused to himself that he had just met someone truly extraordinary, someone who might change everything. A powerful, unseen force seems to emanate from a figure, their long, light brown hair swept back amidst a fiery, glowing aura. Sweat beads on his brow as his sharp, fanged grin reveals itself, his eyes burning with an ominous, glowing red intensity. An intricate tattoo adorns his shoulder and chest, glowing faintly as the fiery energy around him intensifies, a silent testament to his formidable nature. His voice, a low growl, echoes with profound anticipation, proclaiming his long wait for a once-in-a-lifetime genius whom I have been waiting for all my life. Above a serene landscape, the sky stretches, dotted with soft clouds, hinting at a calm before the storm. A traditional thatched roof building sits nestled amongst the mountains, the quiet broken only by the faint clang of metal. Suddenly, a blinding burst of azure energy erupts, shattering the tranquility with explosive force. The radiant impact continues to expand, its brilliant light momentarily obscuring everything else. Bu Yunseal, a blur of motion, unleashes a powerful sword strike, his blade arcing with a trail of vivid blue energy. The attack continues, multiple slashes of light tearing through the air, each one carrying immense force. He presses his assault, another swift, glowing cut following the last, a relentless barrage of power. Despite the ferocity of the strikes, the yellow-eyed antagonist simply grins, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his cheek, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught. Bu Yunseal, his crimson eyes narrowed, challenges his opponent, demanding he try receiving this again, as another wave of blue energy erupts from his blade. From behind, the protagonist's flowing black hair whips around him, as the blue energy continues to crash against his foe. The final impact radiates outward, a powerful burst of light and force marking the end of the rapid exchange. He continues his relentless assault, a shimmering blade of blue energy arcing through the air with devastating force. But his opponent simply dismisses it, a mocking voice declaring, "Not good enough." As purple energy flares around the antagonist, a new force enters the fray, two figures appearing amidst the chaos. One, with glowing yellow eyes, prepares for another strike, while the other, Nung Wungang, moves with focused intensity, his green eyes fixed on the battle. Bu Yunseal's gaze sharpens, taking in the sudden shift in the fight, his expression a mixture of surprise and renewed determination. Still, his blue energy attacks continue to rain down, striking with powerful force. Suddenly, Nung Wungang intercepts, his own blade meeting the yellow-eyed antagonist's attack in a blinding flash of light and energy. The impact sends ripples of blue energy outward, a testament to the force of their clash. Nung Wungang recoils slightly, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he wonders, has he stopped attacking? Meanwhile, the mysterious figure watches the unfolding chaos, a wide, unsettling grin spreading across his face as he bursts into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! His glowing red eyes gleam with dark amusement as he muses. To think what I was looking for was just in front of me this whole time. A sudden clarity washes over him, his eye widening as if seeing the world anew. Standing before the enigmatic figure, he declares, "My eyes, I can see again." The mysterious figure, with a confident smirk, dismisses the notion of the 10 demon masters, proposing instead that Bu Yunseal become an official disciple of his own pavilion. A hand settles on his shoulder, a gesture of persuasive intent. Bu Yunseal's expression remains thoughtful as the figure promises to elevate him to one of the top 10 strongest martial masters of the demonic faction within a mere 10 years. His bandaged hands clench slightly, a subtle sign of the internal conflict brewing within him. He considers the weight of the promise, the sheer power implied by becoming one of the strongest martial masters in the demonic faction. Based on the figure's display of strength, he can't deny the truth in the words, but a deeper purpose still drives him. His thoughts drift to the formidable skill of his grandfather's murderer, a memory shrouded in a blood-red haze. The dark silhouette of the murderer looms large in his mind, a constant reminder of the power he must attain. He resolves that, in this critical situation, he cannot be satisfied with merely learning the martial arts of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. With a resolute expression, Bu Yunseal's gaze hardens. As he looks up, his eyes reflecting an unyielding will. His voice rings out with conviction. "I will become a demon master." The mysterious figure listens, his expression unreadable. Before scoffing at the young man's ambition, he dismisses the idea of learning the 10 demonic sect's martial arts as a path to true mastery, explaining that even someone as talented as the Grand Heavenly Demon Emperor, who could create his own martial arts, would find such a feat impossible. He elaborates, stating that every martial art is uniquely suited for a specific physique and type of energy, a concept illustrated by a figure bathed in a soft, golden aura. He continues, emphasizing that even the most talented individuals can only master 2 or 3 types of martial arts, and that true strength in the demonic faction comes from single-mindedly focusing on one. Despite the explanation, Bu Yunseal remains firm in his conviction, offering a simple, "apologies." The mysterious figure's eyes narrow, a flicker of frustration crossing his face, as he internally questions if there is any way to change the young man's mind. Before finally conceding with a sigh, he accepts the challenge, declaring, "Fine, I'll teach you a different martial art now." He could only stare back, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, as he questioned how he could have learned anything beyond the mere basics of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. His mentor, however, simply explained that the martial arts of his pavilion were not transmitted solely through theoretical steps, implying a deeper, more intuitive method of learning. As he spoke, the mysterious figure moved with blinding speed, a powerful purple aura flaring around him, his eyes glowing with an intense, crimson light. He became a blur of motion, leaving streaks of vibrant purple energy in his wake, a testament to his incredible speed and mastery. The air itself seemed to ripple with residual power, as faint blue and green energy trails lingered where he had passed. Then, with a sharp cholkeek sound, a burst of green and yellow energy erupted, marking the precise moment of impact or interaction. Instinctively, Bu Yunseal reacted, his eyes wide with shock as he drew his sword in a flash of yellow light, his body moving before his mind could fully process the event. His grip tightened on the hilt, the blade now fully unsheathed and ready. A knowing smile played on the mysterious figure's lips as he observed the young man's reaction, revealing that Bu Yunseal had already been practicing the wild beast path of his pavilion all along. The hooded figure's hand glowed faintly with yellow energy, a subtle sign of the technique's completion and the profound truth he had just imparted. A single, profound realization dawned upon Bu Yunseal, the words echoing in his mind as he finally understood. The weight of this unexpected truth crashed down upon him, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and intense understanding, surrounded by the lingering purple energy of the demonstration. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow, as he processed the truth. All those sword strikes the mysterious figure had unleashed upon him were not random attacks, but rather, actual forms of a martial art he had unknowingly been practicing. The very essence of the wild beast path. Coming back to himself, Bu Yunseal addressed the figure with newfound respect, acknowledging his master. The mysterious figure, however, waved off the gratitude, insisting there was no need for thanks, as his actions were merely an order from the Demon Palace. Still, Bu Yunseal felt a deep obligation, reminding him that he had even provided elixirs, vowing never to forget his grace. The mysterious figure simply reiterated, a curt forget it escaping his lips. Confused by the dismissal, Bu Yunseal could only utter a questioning pardon. With a knowing look, the mysterious figure explained that such was the way of the Jianghu. He elaborated on his philosophy, stating that when it came to favors and grudges, it was always best to forget them if one could. Bu Yunseal listened intently, his expression thoughtful as he processed the profound implications of this worldview, his gaze falling to the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he began to speak, a single word hanging in the air. Bowing deeply, Bu Yunseal acknowledges the path ahead, stating simply, "I'll be on my way," his hands resting on the hilt of his sword as he prepares for his journey. The vast sky stretches above him, a canvas of soft clouds drifting lazily. The light filters through, illuminating the quiet expanse. Turning his back to the towering peaks, Bu Yunseal begins his solitary journey, leaving the mountains behind. His figure recedes into the distance, a blur against the verdant landscape. High above, the clouds continue their slow dance, unaware of the profound departure unfolding below. From a vantage point amidst the mountains, the mysterious figure watches him go, a thoughtful expression on his face as he muses, seriously, where did such a hidden dragon come from? Meanwhile, a chilling prophecy echoes through the air, warning that a bloody storm will sweep through Hell Island soon. Unaware of the impending turmoil, Bu Yunseal continues his journey through a serene forest, his gaze fixed on the ground. He walks with purpose, his dark robes blending with the shadows of the trees. Sunlight dapples through the canopy, casting intricate patterns on the forest floor as he disappears deeper into its embrace. He ponders the source of his overwhelming perception, wondering if it stems from the wild beast path he has learned. The world around him seems to shimmer with an unnatural intensity, as he realizes he senses far too much. Looking up at the distorted canopy, a weariness settles over him, knowing that even when doing nothing, the sheer awareness is utterly exhausting. His eyes, heavy with fatigue, reflect the truth that he won't be able to rest properly like this. A determined resolve hardens his expression, as he understands he has to learn how to control it. With a sharp intake of breath, he declares that from now on, he'll suppress his senses as much as possible. His focus narrows, concentrating on a single water droplet, a task as delicate as stopping a water droplet in midair. Golden particles of energy begin to swirl around the falling droplet, illuminating its descent with a soft, ethereal glow. The golden energy intensifies, forming a vortex that cradles the droplet, holding it suspended in a delicate balance. Now completely still, the water droplet floats effortlessly within the radiant golden column, a testament to his newfound control. With a soft hum of energy, the droplet doesn't fall, but instead erupts upwards, a controlled burst of water defying gravity. His eyes snap open, sharp and focused, a decisive pat sound accompanying the moment of perfect concentration, signifying his successful mastery over his heightened senses. Standing alone on a forest path, Bu Yunseal considers his recent training, believing he has achieved sufficient mastery. However, a subtle rustling sound draws his attention, reminding him of the harsh realities of his situation as he studies a crinkled map. His expression shifts to one of concern, realizing the implications of the map's contents. He understands that the Demon Palace's motives are far from benevolent, as they would not simply keep people on Hell Island for endless training. Deep in thought, his finger presses to his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of his situation. The realization dawns on him that time is a luxury he might not possess, and if that is the case, he must act decisively. With a determined gaze, he clutches a small scroll, knowing he has no other choice but to pursue a dangerous path. His journey must lead him to the demonic sect founder, a legendary figure who once rivaled the great heavenly demon emperor 700 years ago, a name whispered amidst a backdrop of fiery destruction. Suspended by a rope, a figure hangs amidst a torrent of flames, a powerful aura emanating from him. This is none other than the fire-rained sword emperor, Jiquan, his eyes glowing with an intense yellow light, reflecting the inferno around him. His ornate robes are illuminated by the dancing flames, a testament to his formidable presence. For Bu Yunseal, seeking out the sect of the 10 demonic sects that Jiquan founded, is now his only viable option. Having journeyed to his destination, the grand edifice of the fire-rained sword sect rose before him, an imposing structure nestled amidst the mountains. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the path to its formidable gates. He stood before the massive, ornate doors, their surface bearing the sect's distinctive emblem. Compared to the Wandering Beast Pavilion's martial hall, this place felt less like a training ground and more like a grand palace. With a soft tap, he announced his presence at the imposing entrance. The heavy door creaked open slightly, revealing a stern-faced martial master who questioned his unexpected visit. The master's red robe, adorned with the sect's intricate emblem, hinted at his high standing within the fire-rained sword sect. His eyes widened slightly in recognition as he processed the identity of the figure before him. A gasp escaped him as he uttered a single, astonished word. Bowing respectfully, Bu Yunseal confirmed the master's suspicion, acknowledging the martial master's status within the sect. The master, now satisfied, turned and gestured for him to enter, inviting him deeper into the sect's hallowed grounds. As he stepped inside, The master explained that the sword arts cultivated here were not only the most expansive of all demonic martial arts, but also the most demanding and time-consuming to master. As he stands before the instructor, the man in red robes explains that those who arrived earlier have already completed the elementary trial and moved on to the intermediate phase. Then, with a pointed finger, he inquires why he only appeared after half a month. As they walk through the sex halls, Bu Yunseal calmly replies that he spent the past half-month learning martial arts at the Wandering Beast Pavilion. The instructor's steps falter at the mention of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, a hint of concern in his voice as he wonders if the young man learned the wild beast path. He acknowledges Bu Yunseal's genius, but finds it impossible to believe he could have mastered the wild beast path in such a short time. Meanwhile, in a distant thought, Sawu muses that he likely annoyed the young man and quickly dismissed him, though he wonders what he even did to cause such a reaction. The instructor's expression shifts to one of deep contemplation, his brow furrowed with a mix of surprise and concern. Regaining his composure, he introduces himself as Jean Gak, the one responsible for the beginner trial, instructing Bu Yunseal to call him instructor. His gaze remains fixed, a silent question lingering in his eyes, as if still processing the implications of Bu Yunseal's past training. This is Jean Gak, the beginner trial instructor of the Fire Rain Sword sect. He then asks if Bu Yunseal truly intends to learn the Fire Rain Sword art, suggesting it might be better for him to seek another trial elsewhere. Bu Yunseal, meeting his gaze with unwavering resolve, simply states his appreciation for the instructor's concern. Bu Yunseal, unwavering in his resolve, declares his intention to master the sword arts of the Fire Rain Sword sect. Standing before instructor Jean Gak, he prepares to demonstrate his capabilities, a silent challenge hanging in the air. With a firm nod from the instructor, Bu Yunseal begins, his foot slamming down with surprising force, the impact echoing through the hall. From that single point of contact, a vibrant orange energy bursts forth, radiating outward in a powerful display. He moves with incredible speed, his body a blur as he executes a sweeping attack, enveloped in a swirling aura of golden light. The sheer velocity of his movements leaves glowing orange trails in the air, a testament to his mastery. Instructor Jean Gak, observing the demonstration, then unfurls a scroll, its ancient script detailing the Fire Rain's techniques. He explains that this is the introductory form and practical method of the Fire Rain's 13 forms, instructing Bu Yunseal to study and train himself. Bu Yunseal stares at the scroll, a look of utter confusion dawning on his face, a soft, bewildered sound escaping his lips. He turns to Jean Gak, genuinely asking what he is supposed to do with such a thing. Jean Gak, taken aback by the question, clarifies, surely he doesn't mean to say he can't read a sword manual, does he? Bu Yunseal's wide, crimson eyes confirm the instructor's disbelief, as he admits, with a hint of shame, that he cannot. A wave of confusion washes over Bu Yunseal as he grapples with the implications of the manual. He realizes the fundamental problem, admitting to himself that he has never learned swordsmanship before arriving here. His eyes scan the intricate characters of the manual, which instruct one to relax the body and let the energy flow, yet the words remain an impenetrable mystery to him. As Bu Yunseal looks down, lost in his thoughts, instructor Jean Gak and Nung Wungang stand nearby, their attention fixed on the very scroll he cannot comprehend. Suddenly, a powerful crackle of energy erupts from Jean Gak's chest, a vibrant red aura flaring as he demonstrates a technique, perhaps hoping to convey what words cannot. Instructor Jean Gak looks down at the young boy, a hint of disbelief in his voice, asking if he has truly never learned swordsmanship in his life. The child simply affirms, while a deeper thought reveals that records show he had only ever used the Fire Rain technique until now. Bu Yunseal, reflecting on this, recalls that even during the second trial, he wasn't exactly employing a specific sword technique. Jean Gak, still conversing with the young Yunseal, finds it perplexing that someone could be so utterly incapable of even the most fundamental sword steps. Yet, a different perspective emerges, considering his exceptional observational skills and reactions during that second trial. This leads to a flashback of Nung Wungang in action, and the profound insight he displayed when choosing the cave dorm. A hand points towards the dark, mysterious entrance of the cave, a place of hidden potential. The thought solidifies. If he was truly a blank canvas at that level, then with proper instruction, his growth would be limitless. Bu Yunseal's expression tightens with a mix of concern and determination as the weight of this potential settles upon her. Even if one cannot perceive sword steps, the written word can still convey knowledge, and so the instruction began. Instructor Jean Gak stood before Bu Yunseal, ready to impart the foundational principles. The concept of full-body relaxation, softly flowing into one, was presented, a crucial first step in mastering swordsmanship. This meant learning to relax and use the body with utmost flexibility when performing any sword technique. Jean Gak elaborated on the importance of this foundational principle, his expression earnest. He stressed the need to especially relax the core and waist, prompting Yunseal to attempt the posture, asking for confirmation. Observing the student's earnest attempt, Jean Gak couldn't help but ponder the irony of teaching such basic principles in a place meant to decide the 10 demon masters. He gently adjusted Yunseal's form, instructing him to stand properly again. Jean Gak explained that a tense body meant a tense core, and the key was to control the mind, relax it, and allow everything to softly flow into one cohesive movement. Bu Yunseal absorbed the instruction, his posture shifting subtly as he internalized the lesson. With remarkable speed, his posture was fixed, demonstrating an innate understanding. Jean Gak mused, wondering if Yunseal had understood as soon as he spoke, before confirming that his posture was indeed sufficient. Instructor Jean Gak, a slight bead of sweat forming on his brow, announces the next phase of training, promising to teach the Fire Rain 13 forms. Without hesitation, the young man immediately engages, his sword flashing as he executes the forms, catching Jean Gak by surprise, who quickly moves to defend against the unexpected speed and precision of his student's attack. The student's fierce determination is evident as he presses his assault, his blade meeting the instructor's arm in a powerful block. Red energy flares around Jean Gak's arm as he parries the strike, the force of the impact rippling through the air as the sparring continues. With fluid motion, the student repositions his grip, preparing for another swift and precise attack. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, his sword glowing with crimson energy, each movement sharp and decisive as Jean Gak meets him with his own blade. The young man's face is a mask of fierce concentration, his entire being enveloped in the vibrant red aura of his surging power. Jean Gak's arm and torso glow with an equally intense red energy, absorbing the impact of the relentless assault. The clash culminates in a brilliant burst of crimson light and swirling particles, a testament to the raw power exchange between master and student. Jean Gak stares, utterly dumbfounded by the display, a single thought echoing in his mind. This lad is talented. After the intense sparring, Jean Gak instructs him to imagine an enemy and practice the Fire Rain 13 forms, prompting the student to question the very concept of an adversary. Instructor Jean Gak explains that the current task is indeed the exam required to advance to the intermediate chamber, adding that its purpose is to discern the sword intent embedded within one's fundamental movements. Bu Yunseal, absorbing this information, acknowledges that the opportunity has arrived sooner than anticipated, and he feels a profound need to prove himself in this moment. With a decisive step, he begins to move, his foot striking the ground with a sharp, resonant sound. As he shifts into a ready stance, his mind focuses on the instruction. He must imagine an enemy. His body lunges forward, propelled by the thought of an adversary that he must utterly defeat. A swift, sweeping motion of his blade cuts through the air, leaving a vibrant red trail in its wake. His form becomes a stark, glowing silhouette, a figure of pure, crimson energy wielding a blade of light. The power surges through him, his legs radiating an intense, fiery red glow, as if poised to unleash an unstoppable force. His eyes, now glowing with the same fierce energy, fixate on an unseen target, his hand gripping the sword with unwavering resolve. The hilt of his weapon glows faintly, a conduit for the immense power flowing through him. Finally, with a surge of explosive red energy, he unleashes the full might of the Fire Rain 13 forms, a devastating technique meant to obliterate any imagined enemy. Bu Yunseal unleashes the first technique, a powerful downward strike that erupts in a torrent of crimson energy, seamlessly transitioning into the peerless whirlwind, a swirling vortex of destructive force that fills the air with vibrant red light. From a distance, Instructor Jean Gak watches the display, a subtle HM, escaping him as he processes the raw power on show. Yunseal continues his relentless assault, his form a blur of motion, each strike leaving a searing trail of red energy. The air crackles with the power of the Fire Rain 13 forms, a spectacle of crimson light and destructive force. He then executes the third technique, a powerful upward thrust that sends a wave of red energy soaring. The movements become a complex dance of intersecting strikes, each one a blade of pure, concentrated crimson force. Finally, the technique culminates in foggy, drifting clouds, a move typically known for its soft and spirited nature, yet here, it manifests as a powerful, diffused burst of red energy. The last vestiges of the Fire Rain technique linger in the air, a testament to the raw power he has just unleashed. His crimson eyes still glow with residual energy, a look of intense focus, and perhaps a hint of surprise on his face after completing the demanding sequence. His foggy drifting clouds technique, usually soft and ethereal, now manifests akin to how clouds drift and fog spreads, but with an underlying force. However, the manner in which he wields it is strikingly different from its traditional form. As Bu Yunseal moves, his eyes glow crimson, and a vibrant red aura pulses around him, each strike imbued with a strange intensity. The very edge of his blade crackles with this raw, crimson energy, a stark contrast to the technique's usual gentle flow. Instructor Jean Gak observes, a thought forming in his mind. Is he consciously changing the very essence of the technique? He knows that to fundamentally alter the basic moves of a sword technique passed down through generations is a feat only a true grandmaster could achieve. But those altered sword moves are strangely filled with a palpable killing intent. It's as if he's facing the very enemy of his master or parents, each strike a desperate, vengeful blow. To think that the swordsmanship of the Fire Rain sword sect, considered the orthodox path even among other sword styles, could be changed so drastically, leaves Jean-Gak in awe. Observing Bu Yunseal's intense, crimson-eyed focus, Jean-Gak wonders what kind of life he must have led to harbor such profound intent. A look of profound surprise crosses Jean-Gak's face as he mutters, "Strange." Meanwhile, Bu Yunseal himself feels the subtle shift within him, the flow at his fingertips changing the sword paths as it pleases, a power he now commands. He continues his practice, balancing on a thin pole, his thoughts consumed by the question of whether the wild beast path is the true reason for his evolving swordsmanship. The more he employs the fire rain 13 forms, the more his senses, honed by the wild beast path, sharpen, a golden aura shimmering around his blade. He yearns to completely fuse the two distinct styles, but knows the implications. If he does, it will become a completely different swordsmanship style, not merely the fire rain 13 forms, as he practices with a focused intensity, observed by another. He realizes he must quickly return to the original sword basics. His crimson eyes burn with an intense, almost feral glow. As he moves with fluid grace, a chilling memory surfaces. The shadowy form of the one who murdered his grandfather, surrounded by a malevolent red aura, flashes before his mind's eye. That's the same menacing silhouette, its eyes glowing with sinister red light, appears again. The bastard who killed his grandfather. His face contorts with a mixture of rage and determination, one eye still burning crimson, as the memory fuels his resolve. His face contorted in a silent scream, every muscle straining as he pushed past his limits. A blinding flash of light erupting around him as he launched into a powerful, mid-air strike. The very air around him shimmered with crimson energy, manifesting the formidable technique known as the fire rain overturning 4 seas. His focus narrowed, channeling the essence of the 13 forms' 7th technique. With eyes burning a fierce crimson, he gripped his blade, his resolve absolute. A blur of motion, his sword carved a path through the air, leaving trails of vibrant red energy. Again, the powerful technique, the fire rain overturning 4 seas, manifested with devastating force. The air shrieked with the speed of his movements, a rapid succession of strikes. Each swing a testament to his honed skill and burning will, the crimson energy swirling around him. He moved with impossible speed, a dark blur amidst the red chaos. His eyes, wide and unblinking, glowed with an almost feral intensity, reflecting the raw power he commanded. With a final, resounding whoosh, he brought his blade down in a devastating arc of crimson light. A crimson blade flashes across the darkness, leaving a searing trail of energy in its wake. As the figure moves with impossible speed, a whirlwind of red light and motion. Each strike is a blur, a downward slash cutting through the air with devastating force. He realizes the challenge before him. This opponent is faster than anyone he has ever fought. Without hesitation, he thrusts a glowing spear-like weapon forward, its tip radiating an intense red light. The weapon glows fiercely, its energy trailing behind as he follows through with the powerful attack. But the relentless assault takes its toll, and he is momentarily forced to his knees, surrounded by swirling red energy. He quickly recovers, launching a powerful, energy-infused upward kick. A flurry of red slashes follows, each strike a testament to his unwavering resolve. A pained grunt escapes his lips, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. He grips his weapon tighter, vowing not to give his opponent any space to dodge. His hand, surrounded by faint blue energy, clutches a short, deadly blade, poised for an unavoidable strike. Determined to unleash every technique he possessed in one decisive strike, Bu Yunseal gripped his sword, blue energy swirling around the blade. His gaze sharpened, his eyes glowing with an ethereal white-blue light as he focused his power. With a guttural cry, he commanded his full strength to erupt, a blinding flash of blue energy illuminating the space around him. He launched himself into a dizzying aerial assault, his body a blur of motion as his sword carved multiple arcs of brilliant blue energy through the air. Each swing was precise and swift, leaving shimmering trails of blue light in its wake. Then, with a resounding quang, his attack connected, the impact reverberating through the space. Sparks flew as his blade met its target, a crackling pajik sound accompanying the sudden burst of crimson energy. A pained kuah echoed, signaling the effectiveness of his strike as red energy flared violently. Without missing a beat, he followed up with a relentless barrage of crimson slashes, each one tearing through the air with destructive force. His eyes now burned a fierce crimson, reflecting the raw power surging through him as the red energy intensified around him. The air crackled with the sheer force of his movements, each red slash leaving behind a trail of glowing particles. He brought his blade down in a final, devastating arc, the crimson energy erupting in a powerful, sweeping strike. The air itself seemed to shatter, as a final, devastating impact erupted, painting the space in violent reds and purples. Lingering aftershocks of power distorted the surroundings, leaving behind ghostly trails of the immense force unleashed. A figure, silhouetted against the crimson glow, was thrown back by the concussive force, collapsing with a heavy thud. The impact left a visible mark on the wooden floor, a testament to the sheer power that had just been unleashed. Bu Yunseal lay gasping, his face obscured by shadow and sweat, his body trembling from the exertion of his final technique. Even his lower body showed the strain, his stance broken, yet his hand still instinctively clutched the hilt of his sword. Sweat beaded on his skin as his hand trembled, barely maintaining its hold on the weapon. Finally, with a sharp clang, the sword slipped from his grasp, clattering against the patterned floor. Instructor Jean Gak, who had been observing the entire sequence, looked down at the exhausted youth, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considered the outcome. His ornate red robe flowed around him, a stark contrast to the dust and debris of the training ground. A faint smile touched his lips as he finally spoke, his voice carrying the weight of his judgment. You've passed. Still catching his breath, Bu Yunseal stands before Instructor Jean Gak, the exertion of his recent trial evident on his face. The instructor's voice echoes through the chamber, explaining that what is truly tested in the elementary chamber is not just raw power, but a deep understanding of the sword and the flawless execution of the Fire Rain 13 forms in a real fight. As if to emphasize his point, two swords spin gracefully in the air before him, demonstrating the fluidity and control required. One of the blades clatters to the ground, the other still in motion, as Jean Gak prepares to present the next step. He then extends a sword towards Bu Yunseal, affirming, "You definitely proved that." As Bu Yunseal's hand closes around the hilt, Jean Gak's own hand rests gently over his, a gesture of guidance and approval. The sword, now firmly in Bu Yunseal's grasp, represents his successful completion of the trial. Standing opposite him, Jean Gak praises his performance, declaring, "Your Fire Rain 13 forms was incredible." He then directs him, "Head on to the intermediate chamber." Bu Yunseal reflects on his instructor's patience, thinking, "Instructor Jean Gak, it must have been annoying to teach me, who knew nothing about swordsmanship, yet he taught and showed everything one by one." With a deep bow, Bu Yunseal expresses his heartfelt appreciation. "Thank you for all this time." A gentle smile graces Jean Gak's lips as he offers a final word of encouragement. "Continue working even harder moving forward." Bu Yunseal looks up, a determined glint in his eyes, ready for the next challenge, and his instructor's voice carries a warning, noting that his sword carries an especially strong killing intent, and advises him to be careful not to be shaken by it. Bu Yunseal listens, a slight furrow in his brow, then bows deeply in understanding. Acknowledging the wisdom imparted, he now grasps the full meaning of the lesson. Jean Gak reflects on the young man's progress, recalling that it was true he had mastered the wild beast path in merely a fortnight, perhaps because his learning speed is simply exceptional. Standing before the grand entrance to the intermediate chamber, the ornate doors bearing the inscription "Intermediate Official" loom large. As Jean Gak continues his internal monologue, acknowledging that Bu Yunseal is moving on to the intermediate chamber far quicker than anyone expected. A soft thud echoes from the door, and Jean Gak concludes his thoughts, admitting that at first, he wasn't sure if he could even make it to the intermediate chamber, but now, he is certain. The doors to the intermediate chamber stand ready. Stepping through the grand, ornate doors, Bu Yunseal finally enters the intermediate chamber, a new stage in his rigorous training. However, the instructor awaiting him in this new space is not one to be trifled with, a formidable presence who has already made his mark. With a confident, almost dismissive smirk, he surveys the scene before him. Around him, several figures lie defeated on the ground, a testament to his power. As he begins to speak, his voice cutting through the silence, he declares, his hand outstretched in a gesture of dismissal, that he doesn't even know who they are. His expression hardens as he continues, informing them that all the spots have been filled and they should simply leave. This imposing figure is none other than Cheon Wongang, the intermediate trial instructor of the Fire Rain Sword sect. Little does he know, despite his current dismissal, he will eventually become utterly obsessed with Bu Yunseal. Entering the intermediate chamber, a new phase of training begins, and Bu Yunseal stands ready to face whatever challenges await him within its walls. Instructor Jean Gak, observing him from a seated position, offers a skeptical assessment, remarking that Yunseal seems to have barely passed the elementary chamber, and that it took him 20-something days just to learn the 13 forms of Flower Rain. He concludes that with such talent, Yunseal would simply be wasting his time by learning here. Yunseal calmly explains his delay, stating he was late because he spent 2 weeks at the Wandering Night Pavilion. Jean Gak's expression shifts as he processes this information, realizing Yunseal must have escaped learning the Wild Beast Path midway at the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Despite his reservations, Jean Gak grants permission, telling Yunseal that since he has passed the elementary chamber's teachings, he may take a seat among the other students. As Yunseal walks towards the rows of seated figures, Jean Gak's voice follows him, expressing uncertainty about how well he will truly follow. Instructor Jean Gak continues his lesson, explaining that the Fire Rain Thundering Sword relies on rapid movements, a technique that can be dangerous if not mastered. He warns that without proper skill, one will only end up hurting themselves. This martial art, much like the Fire Rain 13 forms, is difficult to employ in actual combat. Even so, it remains a fundamental martial art that all students must learn to master. He clarifies that the main focus of their training will not be on winning, but rather on sharpening their individual prowess. With that, Jean Gak calls out, "Bayak Hansung, come on forward. Select an opponent to duel." Bayak Hansung rises, asking, Am I free to choose anyone? After receiving a firm yes, he declares, then I pick him. A mischievous smile plays on Byok Hansung's lips as he points directly at Bu Yunseal. Bu Yunseal, who had been quietly observing, looks up, surprised by the unexpected challenge. Nung Wongang, standing nearby, reacts with a slight gasp, while Byok Hansung simply reiterates, "You said I could pick anyone." Jean Gak's expression darkens, muttering a single word under his breath, "Fool." Instructor Jean Gak's brow furrows in concern, his voice laced with disbelief as he questions the choice of opponent, asking how one could test their sword against someone who has only just completed the elementary chamber, urging the challenger to choose someone else. A faint sound escapes her lips as Bu Yunseal processes the instructor's words. Her expression remains unreadable, a quiet determination settling over her. Despite the instructor's protest, Byok Hansung stands firm, his gaze fixed on Bu Yunseal as he declares his intent to duel her, leaving no room for argument. A memory flashes through her mind, of a younger self learning the sword from instructor Jean Gak during the elementary trial, a foundational experience that shaped her path. With a resolute gaze, she accepts the challenge, believing that by testing her sword against others, she will be able to learn and improve faster. Jean Gak watches her, his expression tightening with a mix of frustration and concern, a silent sound of exasperation escaping him. He muses internally that Byok Hansung must be trying to protect his ego, using his partially learned elementary chamber skills as a shield. Meanwhile, Byok Hansung stands with his hands on his hips, a confident, almost arrogant air about him, a subtle sound of his presence filling the air. Jean Gak, from an elevated position, acknowledges Byok Hansung's resolve, stating that knowing one's own abilities is a crucial skill for any martial artist, and expresses hope that he is skilled enough to reach the advanced chamber. Byok Hansung internally considers this a stroke of luck, realizing it would have been difficult to stand out among so many geniuses, but this duel offers a unique opportunity. As Bu Yunseal walks away, her back to him, Byok Hansung's thoughts turn sinister, believing that if he simply kills her, he will solidify his own standing and reputation. The training hall hums with anticipation as two figures stand poised for combat, their forms reflected in the polished wooden floor, while three students kneel in the foreground, their gazes fixed on the impending duel. From their vantage point, the kneeling observers remain still, their attention unwavering. A quiet determination settles over Bu Yunseal's features as she considers her opponent, thinking, "You've got guts, but..." Meanwhile, Byok Hansung's face contorts into a sneer, his mouth open in a taunt as he brandishes his wooden sword, proclaiming his mastery of the Murim arts. His grip tightens around the wooden blade, the simple training weapon becoming an extension of his malicious intent. With a sudden, explosive movement, the wooden sword slams into the ground, kicking up dust and leaving a small crater, a feint designed to disorient. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion leaving glowing particles in his wake as he closes the distance. His face, now a mask of predatory intent, is illuminated by the eerie white glow of his eyes, a clear sign of the power he's unleashing. The air itself seems to distort around him, streaks of light and motion blurring his form as he presses his attack. Bringing his wooden sword down in a powerful arc, Byok Hansung aims for a decisive blow, but Bu Yunseal, with a swift, almost imperceptible movement, manages to evade the strike. Before he can recover, her foot flashes out, a precise counterkick aimed at his midsection, catching him off guard. The unexpected impact forces a surprised gasp from Byok Hansung, who, despite his shock, manages to acknowledge her skill with a grudging, "Not bad." As the wooden swords clashed, a sharp, metallic sound echoed through the training ground. Byok Hansung, his eyes glowing with malicious intent, pressed his attack with a flurry of strikes, each one aimed to overwhelm his opponent, but she met his assault with a swift deflection. Moving with a blur of motion and a faint golden aura, she evaded his next strike, her agility surprising him. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, his brow furrowing as he processed her unexpected skill. Yet, a smug grin quickly returned to Byok Hansung's lips as he mused, "This sensation, while our swords are clashing, it's quite exhilarating." He continued, his confidence unwavering. He really was a complete beginner. A golden aura flared around him as he burst into laughter. "Ha! You fool." With renewed vigor and a menacing glint in his eye, he declared his ultimate technique. "I will show you the fire rain thundering sword." Golden energy erupted from his blade, forming multiple, shimmering slashes that tore through the air, a devastating display of the fire rain thundering sword. Bu Yunseal watched the incoming attack, her posture shifting as she prepared to meet the onslaught. Meanwhile, Byok Hansung's triumphant laughter echoed, his golden aura intensifying as he reveled in his perceived victory. But as the golden slashes closed in, Bu Yunseal's expression shifted to one of genuine surprise, a single, questioning sound escaping her lips. She continues to weave through the barrage of golden energy slashes, her movements fluid and precise. His frustration mounts as he realizes, this opponent is dodging everything he throws. A guttural sound of exasperation escapes Byok Hansung, his face contorted in a grimace of disbelief. The air itself seems to ripple with the intensity of the ongoing exchange, a blur of motion and power. Still, The golden slashes continue to fly, a relentless assault of light and force. Bu Yunseal, observing Byak Hansung's technique, notes that he isn't truly skilled with the sword. From the sidelines, Jean Gak watches intently, realizing she isn't dodging with raw speed, but almost predicting every move. Her eyes glowing with an inner light, Bu Yunseal wonders if there's any way she could have learned the Wild Beast Path. The Wild Beast Path, an elementary martial art of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, is known for its unique and challenging techniques. It's an art form extremely difficult to learn and perform, one that can only be successfully mastered by the most experienced martial artists. Jean Gak's thoughts echo the sentiment, believing that even a heaven-gifted genius couldn't have learned it in just 2 weeks. A tense silence hangs in the air as Byak Hansung stands, poised for his next move. As the duel continued, Bu Yunseal moved with such fluidity that her opponent found it difficult to gauge her true skill, her constant dodging making any definitive judgment elusive. She weaved through his strikes, a phantom against his relentless assault, her form a mere afterimage as his wooden sword sliced through empty air. Her opponent, Byak Hansung, declared that this was not merely a test of reflexes, but a true examination of sword skill. Yet, Bu Yunseal remained unperturbed, her crimson eyes sharp and calculating as she continued to anticipate every move. With a sudden shift, she met his next strike not with evasion, but with a firm block from her forearm, a faint red glow emanating from the point of impact. Her expression remained serene, a testament to her unwavering focus even in the midst of combat. Suddenly, she moved, her own wooden sword arcing forward, enveloped in a fierce, crimson aura that pulsed with raw power. The glowing blade connected with Byak Hansung's leg, the impact sending a shockwave of red energy through the air. Her attack continued its trajectory, a streak of burning red against his dark uniform, demonstrating a technique of immense speed and precision. Instructor Jean Gak, witnessing the move, recognized it instantly, exclaiming that it was the legendary Fire Rain 13 forms. Other students watched in stunned silence, their faces reflecting the sheer disbelief at the power displayed before them. With a final, decisive strike, Bu Yunseal landed another blow, eliciting a grunt of pain from Byak Hansung as the red energy flared around them. As the crimson energy flared, a question echoed through the air. Was this truly the legendary Fire Rain 13 forms? Bu Yunseal's gaze remained sharp, her crimson eyes reflecting the intensity of her technique, a subtle difference in her execution hinting at something more profound. Indeed, this was not merely a copy, but something subtly different, a refined version perhaps. Meanwhile, Byak Hansung, still brimming with overconfidence, scoffed, convinced he could dodge such an attack with his eyes closed. His arrogance was swiftly met with a torrent of crimson slashes, each one striking with undeniable force. A sharp cry of "Ugh!" escaped him, his face contorted in shock and pain as the reality of the situation set in. Instructor Jean Gak watched, his expression shifting from surprise to deep contemplation, realizing the true nature of the technique before him. The relentless assault continued, each strike confirming the instructor's dawning understanding. This was indeed the actual Fire Rain 13 forms, unleashed with devastating precision. Bu Yunseal moved with fluid grace, her wooden sword a blur of crimson energy, delivering a final, powerful blow that sent Byak Hansung reeling. Overwhelmed and defeated, Byak Hansung cursed, wondering if she had been intentionally hiding her true skills all along. Jean Gak's thoughts mirrored the sentiment, questioning if she was using a variant of the revered forms merely to mock them. The sheer display of power raised a critical question. Was she doing all this to be noticed by the instructor and gain immediate entry to the advanced chamber? An observer watches the unfolding duel with growing alarm, a single thought echoing in their mind. Shit, at this rate. While the opponent, Byak Hansung, grimaces, his teeth clenched in a desperate struggle against the relentless assault. Bu Yunseal, however, remains resolute, her form a blur of motion as she declares, "I will be the one who rises to the advanced chamber." Her movements are precise and deadly, embodying the raw power of the Azura sword style, culminating in a devastating technique known as the blood-shattering strike. Each blow radiating with fierce red energy as she closes the distance, leaving her opponent no room to breathe. Instructor Jean Gak observes the spectacle, his thoughts turning to the rules of the trial. I did not say they must only use the Fire Rain sword, but that child. He notes the opponent's unwavering stance, even under such pressure. His legs have not lost balance in such a situation. Bu Yunseal continues her relentless assault, her form a graceful yet deadly dance amidst the swirling crimson energy. The impact of her strikes sends shockwaves through Byak Hansung, his face contorted in a mix of pain and disbelief. Jean Gak, witnessing the sheer mastery on display, begins to ponder the true depth of her abilities. Maybe this child really could have learned the Wild Beast Path. Byak Hansung lets out a pained grunt, before acknowledging her incredible agility with a frustrated, "Irk. You dodge well, damned brat." She unleashes a devastating attack, a wide, sweeping motion of pure, glowing energy. Her eyes burning with an intense white light as she declares, "But this is your END." Her opponent's face contorts in disbelief, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. As the impact strikes, a blinding flash of white energy. She continues her assault, a whirlwind of crimson slashes. The technique's name echoing in the air, bloody wind warding moon. The force of the blow rips through the air, leaving trails of dark energy and glowing particles. Its momentum carrying through in a violent blur of motion. His grip on his sword hilt is met with overwhelming power. As a massive red impact ripples outwards, the final, explosive strike detonating and engulfing the area in a blinding red and white burst. A group of students watches, their faces etched with shock and awe. As the duel reached its climax, a student watched with a mixture of apprehension and awe. As Bu Yunseal unleashed the full power of her technique, the fire rain 13th form, manifesting as a swirling vortex of blue energy. With her blade cutting through the air, she executed the infinite and boundless strike, a torrent of power engulfing her opponent. A sickening gurgle escaped Bayak Hansung's throat as the full force of the attack slammed into him. His head snapped back, blood erupting from his mouth in a crimson spray. The impact sent him crashing to the ground, a heavy thud echoing through the silent arena. His robes tore and shredded, unable to withstand the immense power that had just struck him. Standing amidst the dust and debris, Bu Yunseal remained perfectly still, her expression serene and composed. Her hand rested lightly on the hilt of her sword, the weapon now sheathed, its work complete. Two students in the crowd stared, their faces pale with shock, unable to comprehend the overwhelming display of power they had just witnessed. Around them, other students recoiled in terror, their expressions a mixture of fear and disbelief at the brutal conclusion of the duel. On the ground, Bayak Hansung lay motionless, a dark pool of blood spreading beneath him, a stark testament to Bu Yunseal's devastating power. After the overwhelming display of power, a single thought echoes in her mind, wondering if her opponent truly perished from the force of her final technique. A soft clatter echoes through the hall. As Bu Yunseal stands calmly over a defeated opponent, who lies sprawled on the polished wooden floor, his red robes a stark contrast to the dark wood. His hand rests casually on a nearby railing, observing the aftermath. The defeated man, with short gray hair and a stern face, slowly lifts his gaze, his expression a mix of pain and disbelief. A trickle of blood escapes his lips, confirming the severity of the blow that struck him precisely in a vital spot. As the man struggles to sit up, Bu Yunseal's voice cuts through the silence, asking if he was always a disciple of the Wandering Night Pavilion. A single, firm word is his reply, no. Bu Yunseal's expression shifts to skepticism, wondering how he could have perfectly mastered the wild beast path in just 2 weeks, to which the man humbly claims he only learned the basics. The protagonist's brow furrows slightly, repeating the word, basics? A smirk plays on the defeated man's lips as he retorts, wondering if the Wandering Night Pavilion teaches its disciples how to lie these days too. Bu Yunseal, his expression unyielding, dismisses any attempts at justification, stating simply that he requires no excuses. Turning his back on the defeated opponent, he issues a cold command to clean up the mess. The thought hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes involved. Committing murder during a normal sparring session is an act with severe repercussions. The surrounding students murmur amongst themselves, their faces etched with disbelief and fear, questioning the sheer audacity of the situation and whether such an act should go unpunished. A crimson aura flares around Bu Yunseal, his eyes glowing with an intense light, as he silently reminds himself not to be deceived by appearances. A place called a martial chamber is not necessarily one in reality. His gaze sharpens, the red glow intensifying, as he declares this place to be Hell Island, a brutal arena where if one uses a technique meant to kill, they must be prepared to face death themselves. Without another word, Bu Yunseal moves with blinding speed, delivering a devastating strike that sends the opponent reeling, the air crackling with the force of his blow. The opponent collapses to the ground, utterly defeated, his body unable to withstand the sheer power of the protagonist's assault. The other students, witnessing the swift and brutal display, are left wide-eyed and trembling, their earlier murmurs replaced by stunned silence. As Bu Yunseal stands tall, an imposing figure of absolute authority, the defeated opponent and the other students are forced to kneel before him, acknowledging his undeniable dominance. The instructor's voice rings out, a final, unyielding declaration. You guys have failed the trial, Nung Wongang states, his gaze unwavering, before adding, leave immediately and look for another martial chamber to take you. One of the students, Bayak Hansung, stammers, his face etched with disbelief. That was just one test. Can't we get more chances? The instructor's response is swift and absolute, a single, definitive word cutting through the student's hopes. No, he declares, turning his head slightly to address them. You probably passed the beginning trials because you are fit. He continues, his voice carrying the weight of his expectations. But in order to learn the Fire Rain sword, you need potential and talent, as well as blood, sweat, and tears to surpass your own limits. The students hang their heads in defeat as he delivers the final blow. You failed because you lack those qualities. With his judgment delivered, Nung Wongang turns his back on the disheartened group, his command sharp and dismissive. Now, screw off, he orders, his form receding into the distance. His footsteps echo softly on the wooden floor, a rhythmic sound accompanying his departure. As he walks away, a subtle glance over his shoulder reveals a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He continues to walk, leaving the martial chamber behind, his back to the empty space where the students once stood. Still standing before the students he had just dismissed, Nung Wongang turns to one of them, questioning why she hasn't left yet. Her gaze fixed on him, but Yunseal asks if she, too, must depart. He reminds her that she won the duel and passed the trial, instructing her to move on to the advanced trial. However, she reveals her reluctance, stating that if she has to advance higher, she would rather remain where she is. Her expression is one of quiet determination, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated resolve. The instructor looks at her, perplexed, wondering aloud why she would choose such a path. She explains that the only sword technique she has truly learned is the Fire Rain 13 forms, and she feels she has yet to learn anything substantial in the intermediate chamber. The words intermediate chamber are emblazoned on a grand door, a testament to the place she wishes to remain. Nung Wongang, surprised by her statement, questions her further, reminding her that she learned the wild beast path and saw through the Azura sword sect's technique, yet claims to have learned nothing. Her eye, sharp and focused, reflects the depth of her conviction. He pauses, considering her words, a soft huh escaping his lips as a new thought forms. With a sudden shift in demeanor, he declares that he will teach her the Fire Rain Thundering Sword, a technique that continues on from the Fire Rain 13 forms, but with a caveat. Nung Wongang's gaze hardened, his voice a low rumble as he expressed his disdain for those who sought to impress with trivial displays, warning that he despised such attempts at trickery. He leaned closer, his tone dropping to a chilling whisper, promising dire consequences if she dared to learn any sword technique beyond the Fire Rain 13 forms. The weight of his words pressed down, leaving her to absorb the gravity of his command. His face contorted in a furious snarl as he delivered the ultimate ultimatum. He would behead her immediately. The chilling threat lingered, a palpable pressure in the air around her, even as his menacing presence loomed just behind. For days later, a thoughtful expression settled upon Nung Wongang's face, his mind clearly occupied with recent events. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, betraying a subtle unease or perhaps a growing realization, as his thoughts continued to swirl. He muttered to himself, a single thought echoing in his mind. This individual was truly something else. From a distance, he observed Bu Yunseal practicing, reflecting on his meticulous checks over the past 4 days, which had confirmed her utter lack of any prior sword fundamentals. Yet, despite that, she moved with surprising agility, her blade arcing through the air, leaving trails of golden energy, a testament to her rapid progress. Each strike was imbued with a vibrant, swirling aura, her form becoming more refined with every passing moment. The realization hit him with full force, his eyes widening in astonishment. She truly was someone who had only just begun to learn the sword. Bu Yunseal's determination and concentration during her training are truly impressive, a testament to her innate talent. With every strike, she pushes past her limits, her face contorted in fierce resolve, a faint trace of blood marking her cheek from the sheer exertion, as if she'll break through any barrier. Observing her relentless practice, Nung Wongang can't help but smirk, realizing how someone could master the wild beast path in mere weeks, a feat he once thought impossible. Her sword movements blur into streaks of brilliant yellow energy, each strike imbued with formidable power. She unleashes the full might of the Fire Rain Thundering Sword, a torrent of golden light erupting around her as she executes the technique. Her blade descends with a resounding OH, crackling with the raw, untamed energy of lightning. The display is extreme, a blinding cascade of golden slashes filling the air. Each movement is as swift as lightning, leaving trails of pure, concentrated power. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, commanding her to stop. Bu Yunseal pauses, her glowing blade still held high. As the voice continues, "You can stop now. It seems like you've learned the principles of the Fire Rain Thundering Sword." Nung Wongang watches her from behind, his thoughts confirming her rapid grasp of the technique's core principles. As he turns to walk away, he muses on the Fire Rain Thundering Sword, a technique designed to quickly twist the body around, allowing for a seamless serialization of moves. As Yunseal continues her practice, Nung Wongang observes her movements, noting that while she swings the sword with precision, the techniques themselves aren't truly applicable in a real battle. His brow furrowed, he pauses, then adds, accusing her of trying to use every technique as if she were trying to kill someone. To which Yunseal, with a slight frown, counters, "Isn't that the very essence of sword techniques?" He then explains that demonic martial arts demand murderous intent. Yet to reach a higher realm of martial prowess, the Fire Rain sword must abandon that very killing aspect. He emphasizes, pointing a finger directly at her forehead, warning that if she can't rid herself of that murderous intent, she will only create a martial art that will ultimately harm her. Yunseal processes his words, a realization dawning on her as she recalls instructor Jean Gak having told her the very same thing. Her thoughts drifting back to the past. A bloody scene of fallen bodies flashing before her eyes, as she admits to herself that she has always lived with murderous intent in her heart. A truth that remains unchanged even now, as her crimson eyes glow with an ominous light amidst the darkness. A figure from the past recalls a time when he slew all who stood in his way. But because of that, he lost both honor and pride, his face contorted in a scream of anguish as blood splattered around him, surrounded by the spectral forms of his victims. And his martial prowess ultimately fell, the red energy around him swirling into abstract, destructive forms. A voice echoes, reminding Bu Yunseal that she needs to throw away her murderous intent, as Nung Wongang stands opposite her in the training ground, his words a stark warning. Her crimson eye narrows, a deep understanding dawning as she hears the name Seal, and the realization that those who wield the sword often carry a past stained with despair and misfortunes. This is why the people of Murim, even as a child, she understood the weight of such a legacy, her young face etched with a subtle, knowing sadness. Often hate to talk about their past, a younger Nung Wongang, his jaw bandaged, gazes downward, lost in his own painful memories. The scene shifts, a moment of quiet reflection. Bu Yunseal, her expression troubled, asks why he is telling her this, her gaze fixed on Nung Wongang. He simply replies that he told her, his back to the viewer, his words carrying a weight of experience. Then turns to face her, revealing his scarred face as he admits that he too once lived with murder in his heart, his green eyes reflecting a past he now seeks to overcome. This revelation leads to a flashback of a younger Nung Wongang asking a man in red robes, with glowing yellow eyes, for his name, a pivotal moment in his own journey. Bu Jianyang addresses the young woman before him, calling out her name. Bu Yunseal looks up, her expression unreadable, as he continues to speak. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he acknowledges her as the one who survived the second trial, the very person Jean Gak had mentioned. His tone shifts, becoming more serious, declaring that she has a significant problem. She responds with a simple query, her voice betraying no emotion. He wastes no time in his blunt assessment, telling her she lacks the very basics of martial arts. The weight of his words hangs in the air, a stark realization for the young woman. He explains that her competitors have been learning martial arts since childhood, a lifetime of training she has yet to begin. Looking down at her own feet, she hears his warning. If she intends to learn the Fire Rain sword in the advanced chamber, the gap between her and others will only grow wider. He emphasizes the urgent need for her to quickly master the basic martial arts, his gaze firm upon her. This foundational knowledge is crucial, so she can properly build upon it to wield the Fire Rain sword. His mouth forms the next words, setting the stage for her immediate future. A voice echoes, promising to impart the secrets of the unrivaled lightning and thunder technique, a power he himself created. As golden energy crackles around his outstretched hand, his silhouette is illuminated against the darkness. He continues, a note of caution entering his tone, explaining that he himself destroyed all nerve endings in his fingers in a failed attempt to fully master the technique. His hand, still glowing with electric energy, serves as a stark visual warning of the technique's inherent dangers. His eye narrows, emphasizing the extreme danger, warning that if things go wrong, she might lose control over her entire arms instead of just her fingers. The golden lightning pulses around his hand, a vivid demonstration of its volatile power. Bu Yunseal listens intently, her expression serious, as he asks if she is truly prepared to risk becoming a cripple. The question hangs in the air, forcing her to confront the terrifying possibility of losing her arms. Her hands clench, a faint red aura beginning to emanate from them, signaling her unwavering resolve. The thought of revenge fuels her determination. Her eyes blaze crimson, scars on her face highlighted by the intense glow, as she clasps her hands together, ready to accept the challenge. A quiet, thank you escapes her lips, a testament to her commitment, as she affirms that she can give up everything for her goal. It took Bu Yunseal 1 month to learn the unrivaled lightning and thunder, completing his time in the intermediate chamber, and now, it was time to proceed. Holding a scroll, he walked past other students, his focus unwavering as he prepared for the next stage of his journey. Stepping through a grand doorway, he entered a spacious hall. After learning the basic martial arts of the elementary chamber, and now the sword arts of the intermediate chamber, he found himself among other students, ready for the next lesson. Seated on the floor with his peers, he listened intently. His long, dark hair cascaded down his back, a silent testament to his focused demeanor. A small bandage adorned his left cheek, a subtle mark of his recent trials, yet his gaze remained sharp and determined. From behind, his silhouette was one of quiet strength, poised and ready to absorb new knowledge. At the front of the hall, an elderly instructor with a long gray beard and wise eyes held a book, his presence commanding respect from all the assembled students. Stepping into the advanced chamber, Bu Yunseal senses a profound shift in the atmosphere, a different aura entirely. He observes the other trainees, noticing a distinct ferocity in their demeanor, a stark contrast to the disdain he once faced. He senses a different ferocity within the trainees. Now, nobody looks at him with disdain anymore, a change he attributes to his recent actions. It must be because he killed Bayak Hansung. He muses on the irony of their world, where cleaning a corpse is a job looked down upon. Yet killing people with a sword receives praise. As he settles in, an elderly instructor addresses him directly, acknowledging his reputation. So you're Bu Yunseal. I've heard of you. The instructor then invites him to join the lesson. I was just about to begin the lesson. Please sit. With the new trainee present, the elder announces his intention to explain the central reading of the Fire Rain Sword, as well as the 7 teachings. Bu Yunseal takes his place among the other students, ready to absorb the advanced teachings. As the complex principles of advanced martial arts began to unfold before him, he found himself murmuring, I see. He absorbed the teachings, focusing on maintaining a balanced stance, pulling in his chest, pushing out his back, and distributing his energy rather than concentrating it into a single strike. The wisdom of the Fire Rain Sword Emperor manifesting as a golden, ethereal presence guiding his studies. He realized he wouldn't have grasped these concepts without his prior training in the intermediate chamber, but now, the instructor's voice cut through his thoughts, declaring the verbal teachings concluded for the day and instructing, Bu Yunseal, follow me. His expression remained calm, though a hint of weariness lingered in his eyes, as he prepared to continue his instruction. He lowered his gaze, a silent acknowledgement of the path ahead, ready to follow where his instructor led. Soon, the two were walking along a winding path, the instructor leading the way through lush greenery, his voice carrying a profound lesson. There is a realm, the instructor began, where one without a sword can defeat one with a sword. He continued, explaining that, to be exact, such a person no longer has a need for a sword in order to form sword arts. A hand gently grasps a stalk of bamboo, its leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. The light intensifies, as if the very essence of the plant is being drawn forth. Suddenly, a burst of vibrant green energy erupts, streaking through the air with blinding speed. Bu Yunseal recoils, caught off guard as the conceptual strike, wielded by instructor Jean Gak from above, slams into him with invisible force. The impact radiates with intense green light, emphasizing the power of a sword art that requires no physical blade. Instructor Jean Gak's gaze is piercing, his expression unwavering as he continues his lesson. He challenges Bu Yunseal, asking him to imagine being attacked suddenly, just as he was, but this time, completely lacking a sword. Bu Yunseal listens intently, his brow furrowed in thought as Jean Gak presses him further, demanding to know how he would respond with sword martial arts in such a predicament. Jean Gak explains that while Bu Yunseal was in the intermediate chambers, the other trainees had already mastered the Shining Mystique, the very first form of the Fire Rain Sword. He gestures towards a sign indicating the advanced level, adding that now, those same trainees are deeply engrossed in theoretical discussions. Jean Gak's voice hardens, delivering an ultimatum. If Bu Yunseal cannot comprehend his question, he will refuse to teach him further. The ground beneath them seems to hum with the weight of his expectation, as Jean Gak simply demands an answer. He considers the instructor's words, a profound question hanging in the air. If there is no sword in my hand. A sudden, forceful surge of energy erupts from him. His eye snaps open, wide with intense focus, speed lines radiating from its center. As he reaches out, a vibrant yellow aura ignites around his hand, his eyes glowing with the same fierce light, attempting to manifest the sword. The energy swirls, coalescing around his outstretched fingers, shimmering with golden particles. The form of a blade begins to take shape, radiating with raw power. But then, a crushing force descends, and he looks up in shock as Jean Gak stands behind him, enveloped in a blinding, golden aura, effortlessly overwhelming his attempt. His hands recoil, the nascent sword shattering into shimmering fragments, a question mark hanging in the air. The golden energy disperses, his conceptual attack utterly repelled. Jean Gak's voice cuts through the silence, a calm assessment of his failure. Too hasty of a choice. Bu Yunseal grits his teeth, his expression a mix of frustration and renewed resolve. He couldn't comprehend how his instructor had appeared behind him so swiftly. As Bu Yunseal launched a sweeping attack, Jean Gak effortlessly evaded, a blur of motion leaving only shimmering particles in his wake. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief, his frustration mounting with each missed strike. Meanwhile, the instructor remained perfectly composed, a faint glow surrounding him as he mused on his student's inability to grasp his movements. He found himself unable to follow the instructor's elusive form, a stark realization dawning upon him. With a soft thud, the instructor's foot landed, his movements so fluid and seamless that they defied all attempts at tracking. Sweat beaded on his brow as his eyes darted, struggling to keep pace with the impossible speed before him. The instructor, observing his student's struggle, resolved to push him further, intending to fully utilize the wild beast path to guide his direction. With a surge of renewed resolve, Bu Yunseal clenched his hand, determination hardening his features. He vowed to himself that he would catch him, even if it was just once. Reaching out with an open palm, he prepared to try again, his focus absolute. His fingers stretched, yearning to connect, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. Bu Yunseal attempts a swift movement, a yellow light trailing behind him. Meanwhile, Jean Gak moves with an almost imperceptible blur of green and yellow, effortlessly evading. The force of an unseen impact sends Bu Yunseal tumbling through the air, his body a mere streak of motion. Before he crashes hard onto the dusty ground, a cloud of debris erupting around him. Lying defeated, he stares at the earth, his frustration palpable. As footsteps approach, he looks up, his face etched with exhaustion and a hint of anger. A gentle pat lands on his head. Jean-Gak's touch a soft thud echoing in the quiet. The instructor laughs heartily, a warm, booming sound, as Bu Yunseal gazes up at him. Still on the ground, Bu Yunseal struggles to comprehend his failure. Thinking to himself that he couldn't even lay a hand on his master, wondering how he could possibly improve. Jean-Gak's voice cuts through his thoughts, promising that he will learn the shining mystique starting tomorrow, and instructing him to come early. Jean-Gak notes the early hour, acknowledging his student's dedication, remarking that he is up, even morning, earlier than the others. Yunseal, with a determined expression, confirms his comprehension, stating, "I understand." He then assumes a focused stance, hands clasped in preparation. His instructor watches from a distance, a silent observer of his progress. Jean-Gak holds a slender branch, his gaze thoughtful. The delicate leaves of the branch sway gently in the breeze. His eyes narrow, observing something with intense focus. A primal, wolf-like energy begins to manifest, its eyes burning with an inner light. Yunseal's own eyes ignite with a fierce yellow glow, a spectral wolf appearing behind him as a voice muses on the inherent nature of a cub. So a cub is still a wolf. HUH. Golden energy swirls around his hands, radiating outward. A knowing smile spreads across Jean-Gak's face, accompanied by a soft HEH. He chuckles softly, expressing his high expectations for the young man. Ho ho, I have high expectations for you. The sky above stretches vast and serene, a canvas of soft blues and whites. Below, the forest awakens under the golden embrace of the rising sun, its leaves shimmering with a vibrant, almost ethereal glow. Along a secluded path, Bu Yunseal walks away from the light, concluding his rigorous practice. He mutters to himself, acknowledging that his lesson for the day is complete. Turning his head slightly, he considers his options, thinking he could either rest or circulate his chi, perhaps even turning back from Hell Island for now. His mind drifts to the recent second trial. A fight could break out here at any moment if he dwells on it too much. The forest around him grows darker, the light fading as dusk approaches, a subtle shift in the atmosphere mirroring his growing unease. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps reaches his ears, drawing his attention sharply to the side. His eyes narrow, sensing more than just a single presence. He questions the number of individuals approaching. With heightened awareness, he begins to mentally tally them, wondering exactly how many there are. The footsteps grow clearer, confirming his suspicions, as he counts. 1, 2. His count continues, the numbers rising with each approaching step, reaching 3, 4, as the figures draw closer. Finally, a small group of dark-robed figures emerges from the forest's edge, their synchronized footsteps echoing the growing tension. He stands alone, his gaze fixed on the ground, as his internal count confirms the number of approaching presences. A voice cuts through the silence, addressing him directly, accusing him of acting out of place since the intermediate chamber and promising a lesson. Another of the attackers chimes in, insisting they shouldn't be blamed since he was the one who struck first. The man with the headband, a smirk playing on his lips, advises him to prepare himself for what's to come. His crimson eyes narrow, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his cheek as he realizes the true number of his opponents. There's a fifth person, a hidden threat he hadn't accounted for. The realization hits him with a jolt, confirming the presence of one more person. His hand clenches, his body tensing as he prepares for the inevitable confrontation, his long hair falling around his face. Before the hidden foe can act, a swift, unseen strike connects with the man in the headband, eliciting a surprised cry from him. Another of the attackers, the one with the top knot, finds himself similarly struck, his aggressive words cut short by the sudden impact. The man with the headband reels backward, his face contorted in a silent scream of agony, red energy crackling around him from the force of the blow. Bu Yunseal, a blur of motion, follows up with another devastating strike, his fist connecting squarely with the man's face, sending him flying. His body remains a testament to fluid power, poised and ready even after delivering such a forceful blow. He continues his relentless assault, sending another opponent crashing to the ground with a powerful impact, the force echoing through the air. With swift, decisive movements, he seizes another attacker, their hands caught in his iron grip. As the chaos unfolds, three figures watch from a distance, their faces etched with alarm, one of them crying out, "Seo Jinha!" Unfazed by the call, the protagonist's long hair whips around him as he draws his blade, his eyes burning with a fierce, crimson glow. He lunges forward, delivering a devastating blow to another foe's midsection, the impact sending a shockwave of red energy particles through the air. Looking down at his fallen adversary, a voice from the shadows calls out his name, Bu Yunseal. His gaze remains sharp and unwavering, a silent testament to his resolve. With his eyes still glowing with an inner fire, he responds, "To talk." Then, in a moment of quiet intensity, he closes his eyes, perhaps gathering his thoughts or preparing for the next move. A tense silence hangs in the air as one of the figures, Jinha, calls out a name, his voice laced with apprehension. Another man lies defeated on the ground, prompting a third to question the protagonist's presence, wondering why she is even there. Her crimson eyes glow with an intense, almost predatory light, reflecting the raw power she wields. The two remaining opponents recoil in fear, their faces contorted with terror, as she declares, "I have no business with you losers." With that, the defeated group scrambles away, shouting a desperate promise to return, leaving her standing alone. From a distance, Nung Woongang observes the scene, a thoughtful expression on his face, acknowledging the protagonist's formidable strength. He stands amidst the desolate landscape, contemplating the display of power he just witnessed, his gaze fixed on the distant figure. The protagonist, now alone, looks down at the ground where her opponents once stood, uttering a single word of disdain for their retreat. Her eyes, still glowing with a fierce red light, betray the lingering intensity of her power. As the sun begins to set, casting a warm glow over the land, Nung Woongang approaches, addressing Bu Yunseal directly with a serious question. He stands before her, his posture firm, ready for the conversation that is about to unfold. As the last vestiges of daylight fade, a new scene unfolds, leaving behind the previous confrontation. A sharp sound echoes, and Bu Yunseal stands poised, her gaze intense, a flicker of determination in her crimson eyes. She seems to challenge an unseen opponent, her thoughts demanding, "Whose side are you on?" Her expression remains resolute, her long hair flowing around her as she prepares for action, a silent testament to her unwavering will. The scene shifts to a training hall, where an elderly master addresses his students, explaining that they have all learned the first technique of the Fire Rain Sword, but true mastery requires more than mere imitation. He emphasizes that one can only claim to have mastered it when they have truly made it their own, a unique expression of their individual spirit. The master then declares it's time to assess the fire raindrops his students have created, his gaze sweeping over the seated figures. His eyes settle on one particular student, and he calls out her name, Bu Yunseal. With a direct challenge, he instructs her, "Try it out." The master watches, his expression thoughtful, as he awaits her demonstration, his hands resting on a book. Bu Yunseal takes a ready stance, her sword held low, poised for the demonstration. A moment of quiet anticipation hangs in the air. As she exhales deeply, her eyes closed in profound concentration. Then, with a sharp intake of breath, her crimson eyes snap open, burning with fierce determination. She unleashes her technique, her sword arcing through the air, leaving brilliant red energy trails and glowing particles in its wake. Her form a blur of motion as she moves with incredible speed, her eyes now glowing with an ethereal white light. The blade itself becomes a solid arc of intense red energy, a testament to the raw power she channels. Leaping high into the air, she releases a powerful burst of crimson energy, radiating outwards in a dazzling display. Her movements continue with relentless force and speed, each strike echoing with unseen impact. Finally, she lands, her technique complete, standing still amidst the fading swirls of energy that mark her performance. From the sidelines, the elderly master observes her with a thoughtful expression, murmuring, It's a very grounded and precise technique." Having completed her demonstration, the master's voice echoes, acknowledging the murderous intent she had imbued into her technique, before instructing her to return to her designated spot. As the previous participant moves away, the master stands overlooking the kneeling students, preparing to announce the next in line. His voice cuts through the silence, calling out, "Seo Jinha." Among the kneeling figures, a young man with dark red hair looks up, his gaze sharp and focused. With a soft rustle of fabric, he begins to rise, his expression unwavering. His footsteps are deliberate as he turns, his long dark hair swaying with the movement. A close-up reveals the intensity in his gaze, his eyes narrowed with fierce concentration. As his power begins to stir, a subtle, ominous glow emanates from his pupils. With a swift, fluid motion, Seo Jinha draws his sword, a dark, shimmering aura erupting around him as his eyes glow with an intense, almost pinkish red light. The dark energy swirls around his form, intensifying as he prepares his technique, confirming his identity once more as Seo Jinha. His eye, now a vibrant, glowing orb of pinkish red, pulses with raw power, ready to unleash its force. Then, with a blinding flash, he executes a technique that would have countered the master's own, rather than merely replicating the first technique of the Fire Rain Sword. Seo Jinha's unique technique erupts with blinding speed, his sword arcing through the air, leaving trails of vibrant blue energy that clash against the master's defense. His body a whirlwind of motion, he continues the relentless assault, each movement precise and imbued with formidable power. With a final, decisive strike, the blue aura around his blade flares, completing the demonstration of his unconventional technique. Watching the display, Bu Yunseal's expression is one of stunned disbelief, her eyes wide as she processes the raw power she just witnessed. Meanwhile, Seo Jinha's voice cuts through the air, demanding, "What do you mean? Whose side am I on?" His eyes glowing with an intense red light, he shouts, "Don't play dumb." The raw emotion distorts his features, a clear sign of his fury and defiance. Bu Yunseal, still observing, reflects on the situation, knowing that not everyone present is truly here to become one of the 10 demon masters. She considers that, in retrospect, the mere opportunity to learn the martial arts of the 10 demonic sects is an amazing opportunity in itself. But then her thoughts turn critical, acknowledging that the actual process of participating was terribly executed. This amazing opportunity, she muses, is simultaneously something more profound, as a fox with glowing eyes appears amidst a fiery backdrop. The symbolic vision of the fox continued, its powerful leg planted firmly on the ground, surrounded by shimmering golden particles. The very earth beneath it seemed to dissolve into light, as the golden dust swirled around its form. Then, a blinding light erupted, obscuring the creature amidst dynamic lines of immense force. The fox-like entity howled, now engulfed in fiery energy, its form becoming increasingly ethereal. Its head loomed large, and a thought echoed through the vision. A traptio catch something. The fiery energy then transformed into a dense thicket of glowing golden bamboo, effectively trapping the ethereal creature within its shimmering confines. Bu Yunseal's eyes widened, her hand rising to her chin in contemplation, as a question formed in her mind. Is there a spot? Her crimson eyes narrowed, a flicker of understanding crossing her face, the conviction solidifying. That face and tone. He's not lying. Her expression hardened, a hint of disappointment or frustration in her gaze, as she dismissed a possibility. It's not you. Her hand rested on the hilt of her sword, a slight smirk playing on her lips, revealing a hint of playful malice. Tsh. I wanted to have some fun. She turned her head slightly, her long, dark red hair tied neatly back, a determined glint in her eye. Her voice carried a stern warning. Stop acting out of line from. With her eyes glowing a fierce crimson, she declares with unwavering resolve. If you keep getting on my nerves, I'm going to kill you too. Her dark hair, tinged with the glow of her power, cascades around her as her intensity burns. Stepping away from the immediate confrontation, she walks with purpose into a sun-dappled forest, the soft crunch of her steps echoing the quiet determination within her. Her thoughts turn inward, a realization dawning that there is far more complexity to the situation than she had initially perceived. Practicing her martial arts, she acknowledges that her focus on the Wandering Beast Pavilion and Fire Rain Sword sex techniques has been singular, making her current predicament understandable. Her movements are sharp and precise, each strike cutting through the air with focused intensity. Regardless of whether her opponent is a spy or a demonic martial artist, she concludes that the identity matters little. They are an adversary she must face. The sky itself seems to echo the sentiment, a fiery canvas declaring that the true confrontation will begin soon. Across a vast, rugged landscape, mountains stand silhouetted against the dramatic, burning sky. Beneath the turbulent heavens, a small, gray rat scurries across the ground, unaware of the impending fate. A swift, decisive strike, accompanied by a sharp impact, signals the end of its brief journey. The small life is extinguished, crushed by a powerful hand, a stark demonstration of the martial artist's ruthless efficiency. Beneath a sky bruised with dark clouds and faint red light, the world seemed to hold its breath. As a lone, powerful silhouette of a bird soared over the dense forest, a silent sentinel to the passing of time and the end of an era. From above, the traditional buildings of the training grounds lay nestled amongst the trees, where a voice echoed, announcing that today marked the end of the training. A student's hand, poised with a brush over a scroll, paused, absorbing the weight of the declaration. As the master continued, acknowledging that many of them surely found the study of laws boring, the elderly master, his face etched with wisdom and a gentle smile, addressed his students, reminding the rows of seated figures that even martial masters, those who had experienced countless real battles, still took the time to study the laws and principles of martial arts. He emphasized that merely knowing martial arts did not mean one could act it out, and conversely, being able to act it out did not mean one truly understood the martial arts in question. The master expressed his belief that the analysis of the laws he had taught them would serve as the stepping stones into their journey in the Murim. With a final, expectant gaze, the elderly master concluded, signaling the true beginning of their path. As the final words of instruction hang in the air, a quiet voice offers a parting sentiment, wishing them good luck on the journey ahead. Above them, the dark, star-dusted sky, tinged with an ominous red glow, reveals a colossal, jagged structure, its ancient form etched with glowing lines that pulse with an unknown energy. The sheer scale of the formation becomes apparent, a dark, imposing mass rising from the landscape, its surface adorned with intricate, glowing rings that hint at a deeper, arcane purpose. Among the gathered students, a sense of unease ripples through the ranks, as one of them voices the collective bewilderment, wondering aloud what exactly is unfolding. The elderly master, his hand extended in a commanding gesture, declares that the moment has arrived. His voice booms with authority, his expression intense, as he points directly towards the imposing structure. The master's instructions are clear and direct, commanding them to proceed to the stone mountain at the island's heart. The ominous stone mountain looms large against the dark, red-tinged sky, its craggy peaks hinting at untold challenges within. A closer view reveals the mountain's intricate, almost artificial, structure, with glowing fissures running through its dark rock, hinting at the powerful energies contained within. On a raised platform before the mountain's cavernous entrance, the elderly master stands alongside Nung Wungang, as a soft, ethereal rain of light particles descends upon the gathered students. The students, a silent, disciplined group, stand poised, their backs to the viewer, all eyes fixed on the dark, foreboding entrance. Among them, a student with a neatly tied ponytail listens intently as the final command echoes through the air, addressing everyone present. The elderly master, his white beard framing a stern expression, observes the gathered students, confirming that everyone is present. While Bu Yunseal, her dark eyes reflecting the gravity of the moment, swallows hard, a subtle gulp betraying her apprehension. His voice then booms with a single decisive word, "Now." The master's mouth is set in a grim line, his words carrying immense weight. And his eyes blaze with an intense crimson glow, illuminating the dark, particle-filled air around him as he delivers his final, unyielding command. Beneath his fur-trimmed robe, the master's powerful, defined physique is subtly revealed, a testament to his formidable strength. As the dust settles from the previous ordeal, two figures stand contemplating the trials, one questioning if they are now facing the third, while the other wonders if they somehow missed the second. The answer echoes with a chilling finality. The brutal fight to the death they had just endured was, in fact, the second trial. Bu Yunseal, her gaze distant, reflects on the chaos, admitting she has no idea what became of the others who participated. Soon after, an announcement rings out, declaring that all the caves will be sealed off. The voice continues, explaining that once the caves are closed, they will not be permitted to return to their chambers until the 10 demon masters have been chosen, urging them to gather any necessary items immediately. A collective murmur ripples through the assembled participants, many of them looking visibly shocked by the sudden, drastic change in their circumstances. The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air. How exactly will these 10 demon masters be chosen? The shocked expression on one participant's face perfectly encapsulates the collective dread as the gravity of the situation begins to settle. Instructor Jean Gak, observing the confusion, scoffs, unable to believe that those who aspire to join the demon palace haven't already grasped the obvious. Then, with a chilling declaration, he reveals the method. They are to kill each other. The command hangs heavy over the assembled hopefuls, a grim fate now laid bare before them. The chilling command echoes through the cavern. Eliminate each other until only the 10 of you are left. A single, glowing red eye pierces the darkness, its intensity demanding an answer to the stark question. Do you understand? A collective gasp ripples through the assembled participants, their faces etched with disbelief and dawning horror. Among them, Nung Wungang's expression remains unsettlingly calm, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips as others recoil. The instructor continues, offering a grim choice, or run. It is up to you, he states, his words a heavy burden on the elderly master who looks down in contemplation. But you cannot do that forever. A menacing red glow emanates from the shadows, surrounding the huddled figures, as the instructor describes the areas where they might find temporary refuge. The eerie light intensifies around the group, as he continues, and those that reside in restricted areas. His silhouette, eyes burning crimson, delivers the final, terrifying warning. Will be slain by these killer demons. Elsewhere, Bu Yunseal's face contorts in a grimace, a palpable wave of malevolence washing over her as she senses, they're killing intent from here. The red aura around her intensifies, her eyes widening in a mixture of dread and fierce determination. The sheer power she perceives is overwhelming, leading her to a stark conclusion. They must be incredible martial artists. As the implications settle, a participant voices a desperate question from the crowd. Are we not allowed to attack those killer demons? A booming laugh echoes through the trial grounds, as the elderly master revels in the candidate's ambition. He acknowledges their high goals, adding that they are, of course, permitted to fight each other. Instructor Jean Gak then clarifies, his voice firm, that if they are capable, they may even kill them. The elderly master continues, revealing a new, shocking incentive. Anyone who kills a killer demon will immediately become one of the 10 demon masters. A predatory grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an intense yellow light, as he savors the implications of his words. One participant, visibly shaken, realizes the grim truth. It's far more difficult to kill a single one of these killer demons. Jean Gak's voice cuts through the tension, emphasizing the stark choice. It's either kill a demon, or kill everyone else here. Bu Yunseal's gaze hardens, a bead of sweat tracing her temple, as the instructor's chilling words echo in her mind. Remember. Jean Gak continues, outlining the ruthless nature of the trial, explaining that participants may team up or ambush one another. The elderly master's voice booms once more, his message stark. If you can kill, do so at all costs. His face contorts into a snarl, eyes blazing with an almost feral intensity, underscoring the absolute ruthlessness demanded of them. Jean Gak's presence looms, his final, ominous words hanging in the air, a stark reminder of the trial's true nature. The path to becoming one of the 10 demon masters is fraught with peril, a brutal journey where only the strongest survive. High above the desolate, rocky terrain, the sky stretches endlessly. A stark and unforgiving vista. Suddenly, a violent impact erupts from the ground, sending a shower of debris and dust into the air. Through the chaos, Bu Yunseal sprints across the treacherous terrain, her dark hair streaming behind her as she pushes forward with desperate speed. She knows she needs to move quickly, her mind focused solely on escape. A quick glance over her shoulder reveals the shadowy forms of her pursuers, a relentless group hot on her heels. She reflects on her past actions, realizing she has drawn the attention of too many trainees until now. Her eyes narrow with fierce determination, her resolve hardening with every stride. If she doesn't get out of here immediately, there's a chance she will get jumped by a group of people like before, a fate she desperately wants to avoid. The vast, empty landscape stretches out before her, offering both a path to freedom and endless places to hide. She continues her urgent flight, her mind set on reaching a safe place first. As she spots a secluded house in a clearing, a potential refuge in the vast wilderness. Her feet rustle through the tall, dew-kissed grass, each step a quiet testament to her speed and caution. Suddenly, she pauses, a subtle shift in the ground beneath her feet catching her attention, making her wonder if the terrain itself has changed. The ground appears ordinary, yet her instincts scream otherwise, prompting her to reach out and touch the earth, seeking confirmation of her unease. Her eyes narrow, a sharp glint of realization crossing her face as she senses an approaching presence. A stark warning echoes in her mind. Someone is coming. A sudden, fragmented vision flashes before her eyes, depicting three stylized figures locked in a dynamic, glitching confrontation, a jarring premonition of conflict. Snapping back to reality, she whirls around, her gaze piercing the forest edge from which the presence emanates. Instead of her expected pursuers, a young man with disheveled hair cries out in terror, pleading for help. His terrified face looks up at her, his voice cracking as he insists, someone is trying to kill him. Bu Yunseal paused, her gaze falling upon the hilt of her blade, a silent testament to her readiness. As the polished metal glinted faintly in the dappled light. Suddenly, a desperate voice cut through the quiet, pleading, "If you help, I'll pay you back." She found herself facing a young man, kneeling before her, and a flicker of suspicion crossed her mind, wondering if this was some kind of trick, but quickly dismissed the thought. His pained expression and the fresh blood on his shoulder confirmed it. His wounds were undeniably real. A closer look revealed the severity of the gashes across his arm and side, each one weeping crimson. Her senses, however, quickly shifted focus, detecting three distinct presences rapidly closing in behind him, making her wonder if they were a coordinated team. Her immediate instinct was to avoid entanglement, preferring to remain uninvolved in the unfolding drama. Yet, a pragmatic thought quickly followed. Allowing this young man to draw attention to her position would be far from ideal. The young man, oblivious to her internal debate, continued to look up at her with wide, pleading eyes, his hands clasped in desperate supplication. A soft thud echoed nearby, the sound of something impacting the earth. Both she and the young man turned their heads in unison, their gazes fixed on the source of the disturbance, a heavy thud signaling the imminent arrival of the pursuers. Bu Yunseal, having made her decision, moves with silent resolve. Meanwhile, the pursuers close in, one of them tearing through the dense undergrowth, their frustration growing with every rustle of leaves. The leader of the group, a stern-faced man, demands, "Where did they go?" The injured young man, still hidden, watches them pass, while another pursuer mutters, "There's no way they escaped already." The leader, his eyes narrowed in fury, declares, "That fucker for sure. He can't have gone far move." But even as they search, a sudden impact shakes the ground, a blur of motion too fast for the eye to follow. The speed is immense, a streak of force cutting through the air. Far from the pursuers, a small, secluded house stands nestled among the mountains, a quiet haven in the rugged landscape. The air hangs still, a moment of calm before the storm. Suddenly, the injured young man slides across the ground near the house, his body propelled by an unseen force. The vast, open sky stretches above the distant peaks, unaware of the drama unfolding below. With a final, soft impact, Bu Yunseal lands beside him, both now safely on the ground, having evaded their pursuers with impossible speed. Standing before Bu Yunseal, the young man he had rescued expressed his profound gratitude, declaring, "I survived thanks to you." His voice filled with earnestness, he continued, "If it weren't for you, I would have." His words trailing off as he considered the grim alternative. Bu Yunseal, however, was already lost in thought, realizing that the small hole they had used for hiding wasn't merely a temporary refuge, but a deliberate setup. "Mr. Sam must have prepared it for me," he mused, recalling how, while concealed in the dirt, his wild beast path sensations had expanded far beyond their normal range. Crouching low, his senses now acutely tuned, he began to process the world around him in an entirely new way. He could feel the subtle tremors of the earth, the distinct sound of others pushing off the dirt, a symphony of minute movements. Even the metallic scrape of a blade, the sound of them using a sword, resonated clearly within his heightened perception. It was all perceived through vibrations, a silent language of the world. This newfound sensitivity allowed him to sense everything as if I'm seeing it with my eyes, he realized, a profound understanding dawning upon him. He understood now that this was the true essence of the wild beast path, that uses vibrations, a technique far more intricate than he had initially grasped. Closing his eyes, a faint smile touched his lips as he concluded, he must have wanted to teach him this profound lesson. It was a subtle, yet powerful, method to impart knowledge, and with a sigh, he thought, anyway. The immediate crisis averted, but the path ahead still unfolding. Opening his eyes, he looked at the young man, a silent understanding passing between them, the quiet courtyard now a place of both refuge and profound realization. A sharp, focused gaze pierces through the dim light, reflecting a moment of intense concentration or perhaps a lingering thought from the recent escape. His hand clenches, a subtle tremor running through him, as if processing the implications of his newly awakened senses. Suddenly, a young man with a hopeful, yet slightly nervous expression steps forward, introducing himself as GM Kialiang from the Blood Sect. Bu Yunseal's hands remain clasped, a silent contemplation of the unexpected encounter, as the young man continues, "Could I get?" Turning to walk away, he hears GM Kialiang's desperate plea echo behind him. "Wait for me." GM Kialiang quickly explains his predicament, having escaped into the forest as soon as the third trial began. His voice trembles with lingering fear, confessing that he was terrified and relentlessly pursued. With a hopeful glance towards the silent figure, he asks, "If it's all right, could I join you?" GM Kialiang presses his case, explaining that since Bu Yunseal helped him hide earlier, he feels he can be trusted. The protagonist remains silent, his back still turned, offering no verbal response. Taking the lack of refusal as an affirmative, GM Kialiang grins, declaring, "I'll take that as a yes," as they both begin to run through the forest. Their footsteps pound against the earth, moving deeper into the wilderness, now as an unlikely pair. Beneath a vast, cloudy sky, the world stretched out in muted tones, leading to jagged, imposing mountains that seemed to echo with a distant, powerful impact, a sound reverberating through the desolate peaks. The aftermath of such force was evident on the ground, where a hand lay splayed amidst the debris, hinting at a recent, violent struggle. Bu Yunseal and GM Kialiang, sensing the disturbance, realized they would have to find a different route, acknowledging the fight unfolding nearby. GM Kialiang, crouching low, expressed his amazement at her ability to perceive the vibrations, eagerly asking her to teach him how to do the same. Bu Yunseal simply offered a non-committal response, her gaze fixed as she held a staff, contemplating their next move. Meanwhile, a voice filled with grim determination vowed, "We'll see. Even if I have to sell my soul, I will avenge my fellow disciples." Bu Yunseal paused, a flicker of resolve crossing her face, her expression hardening with purpose. Nung Wungang looked down at a fallen figure, his eyes shadowed by grief and a burning desire for revenge. The elderly master's face, etched with age and sorrow, bore streaks that could be tears or blood, reflecting a profound, inner turmoil. He recognized the emotion, a chilling echo from his own past, as he felt a familiar kind of hatred. GM Kialiang looks up, a question in his eyes, wondering what could be amiss. As Bu Yunseal declares their intention to join the unfolding battle, her resolve firm, leaving GM Kialiang to gasp in surprise as she turns to move. High above, Bu Yunseal perches silently on a tree branch, while GM Kialiang remains hidden amongst the dense foliage below. A blur of motion indicates their swift, silent advance, moving deeper into the forest. The two continue their stealthy approach, their forms barely visible amidst the dappled sunlight and shadows of the trees. Suddenly, Bu Yunseal launches a swift, decisive attack, her blade arcing with deadly intent. But before her strike can land, it's met with an equally swift parry, blades clashing with a shower of sparks. The unseen opponent expresses utter disbelief, shocked by the unexpected counter. Revealing himself, the masked assassin demands to know how Bu Yunseal managed to stop their forbidden ultimate concealment technique. He then questions if she is also an assassin. With fierce determination, Bu Yunseal unleashes a powerful sword strike. Her blade cuts through the air with lethal speed, leaving trails of crimson energy and splattering blood. The weapon glows with an ominous red light as she prepares for her next move. Another assassin falls, defeated, as the impact echoes through the forest. She stands amidst the chaos, her gaze sharp, observing the remaining combatants. The assassin's technique to hide himself, she muses, would have been quite troublesome. It would have been annoying, she thinks, had she not mastered the wild beast path, when suddenly, a cry of blood pierces the air. Her eyes narrow, turning towards the source of the disturbance, her hand instinctively tightening on her sword's hilt. Nearby, GM Kialiang watches the ongoing struggle, realizing the fight is far from over. Bu Yunseal's eyes flare crimson, a clear sign of her resolve. If she helps him get rid of these assassins, she ponders, will he tell her what she needs to know? The battle concludes, with several assassins lying defeated on the ground, and Kialiang standing over one of the fallen. Her long, dark hair cascades down, a silent prelude to the storm she is about to unleash. Meanwhile, GM Kialiang, bloodied but resolute, stands firm, his sword ready, believing his fight is nearing its end, muttering, "Let's finish this and leave." However, an unseen assailant's voice cuts through the air, promising, "I'll kill you swiftly out of respect since you're the last one standing." Before the assassin can strike, a blur of motion intervenes, and Bu Yunseal's blade meets his with a blinding flash, eliciting a surprised, "Huh," from the masked figure. She presses her advantage, her movements a whirlwind of precision and power, leaving the assassin stunned and scrambling to defend. With a swift flourish, glowing orange rings erupt from her blade, encircling the assassin and further disrupting his stance. The force of her attack sends him reeling backward, the masked assassin crying out, what the hell? He struggles to regain his footing, his mind racing, wondering, there were more of them? Just as she dispatches the first, another masked assassin lunges from behind, but Bu Yunseal senses the danger, her crimson eye glowing fiercely as she pivots, a defiant humph escaping her lips. The new assailant, confident in his surprise attack, vows, we'll just kill you too. His blade arcs swiftly towards her, forcing her to block, the clash echoing through the desolate landscape. With a blur of motion, she lunges forward, her sword a silver streak cutting through the air. The impact sends one assassin reeling, a pained groan escaping his lips as blood splatters. As crimson sprays from his wound, he glares back, cursing her with his dying breath. She moves through the chaos with deadly grace, dispatching one assailant even as others close in from all sides. Her eyes, burning with fierce resolve, scan her surroundings, anticipating every move. Another swift strike, and more blood sprays onto the forest floor. A sharp cry of pain escapes an assassin's lips as he recoils from a brutal blow. She deflects an incoming attack, a brilliant golden aura flaring around her as she counters. Another assassin is sent flying, a desperate EK, echoing as he's struck with immense force. She lands lightly, her gaze fixed on the next hooded figure, sword poised for the kill. But before she can act, the assassin lunges, a chilling die, echoing through the clearing. The attack connects, leaving 3 glowing red claw marks across her cheek as blood begins to well. Despite the fresh blood streaking her face, a chilling resolve hardens Bu Yunseal's gaze, her eyes reflecting the brutal impact she just endured. But before her assailant can press the advantage, a blur of motion descends, a blade arcing through the air, catching the masked assassin completely off guard. With ruthless precision, the strike connects, a crimson glow trailing the path of her weapon. The force of the blow is immense, a single red streak marking its devastating trajectory. A torrent of slashes follows, each one tearing through the air with a violent, echoing sound, showering the area in brilliant red energy. The assassin, caught in the relentless assault, is thrown back, their masked face momentarily illuminated by the furious red aura surrounding them. Without pause, Bu Yunseal delivers a final, devastating blow, her hand glowing with the same fierce energy. She looks down at the fallen foe, her expression unreadable beneath the dark strands of her hair. As blood splatters from her hand, the finality of her victory is undeniable. A low chuckle begins to escape her, growing into a chilling, almost unhinged laugh. Covered in the blood of her enemies, Bu Yunseal stands amidst the carnage, her laughter echoing with a fierce, primal satisfaction. Her voice, though strained, carries the weight of her triumph, confirming the assassin's demise. Driven by a singular, burning purpose, her hand clutched the bloodied blade, a silent vow of revenge echoing in her mind. The forest floor became a canvas for her brutal efficiency. As another assailant fell beneath her relentless assault, the air thick with the sound of impact. Soon, 2 more figures lay motionless, their swords scattered beside them, silent testaments to her lethal skill. Her face, splattered with the grim evidence of battle, remained impassive, even as a new threat emerged from the periphery. A moment of silence passed, her eyes narrowing slightly as she registered the presence of the remaining foe. From the trees, Qiaoliang stepped forward, his voice carrying a taunting edge as he acknowledged her prowess, yet hinted at her impending defeat. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, the warning clear in his tone, you shouldn't let your guard down. A wide, unsettling grin spread across his face, his eyes glowing with a predatory intensity against the crimson backdrop. But Bu Yunseal's expression remained unreadable, her bloodied features betraying no fear, only a deepening resolve. Before he could even react, she moved with blinding speed, a crimson blur tearing through the air. Her attack was a whirlwind of motion, each strike a flash of deadly intent. The air crackled with raw energy as her relentless assault continued, a vibrant display of overwhelming force. The crimson attack from Bu Yunseal connects, erupting in a blinding flash of red and yellow energy as it clashes with her opponent's defense. Leaving streaks of vibrant red energy to trace the path of her relentless assault, a blur of motion too fast for the eye to follow. Qiaoliang, his face grim, struggles to parry the overwhelming force with his sword, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. But even as he defends, Bu Yunseal is already moving, her body a golden-tinged blur as she delivers a devastating kick. His eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips, how? Standing over the now-fallen Qiaoliang, her voice is cold and clear, it's your fault. She moves away with an almost ethereal grace, leaving trails of crimson energy in her wake. From the ground, Qiaoliang shouts in frustration, I didn't get to ask my question because of you. Bu Yunseal pauses, her back to him, a silent, imposing figure. Still gripping his sword, Qiaoliang demands, you bastard, what are you talking about? More importantly, when did you catch on? Her gaze is sharp and unwavering as she replies, "Very start." The revelation hits GM Qiaoliang like a physical blow, his face contorting in a mixture of shock, fear, and utter defeat, sweat beading on his brow. As they had hidden underground, he had realized the truth. She was concealing a multitude of hidden weapons beneath her clothes. It had been easy to notice, considering how stiffly she moved. Every slight shift of her body, every movement of her spine, betrayed the presence of those concealed blades. The reason she had kept him around, despite everything, was now chillingly clear. It was because she was curious to see what he would do. She had thought that observing the way someone tries to deceive another would prove useful. Such an experience, she believed, would help her in the future. His mind reeled, the words echoing. That's impossible. A primal scream of disbelief and rage tore through him, his face contorted in a desperate snarl. Driven by desperation, he launched himself into the air, his bladed weapon arcing in a wide, sweeping attack, even as a flurry of small, sharp projectiles flew towards him. The metallic glint of the flying weapons, each a deadly silver streak, cut through the air with incredible speed. Despite the overwhelming evidence, he clung to his delusion, convinced that his acting had been perfect. The counterattack landed with brutal force, splattering blood across GM Qiaoliang's face as his own blade was knocked violently aside. A guttural cry of shock and pain escaped him, his features contorted in disbelief. He cursed the bastard, a chilling realization dawning that he had felt this coming, yet still couldn't comprehend how she could predict his every move, even while he was following her around. Meanwhile, a crimson-red eye, glowing with an unnerving intensity, focused on its target with unwavering precision. A flurry of sharp, red energy projectiles launched through the air with deadly speed. GM Qiaoliang, still airborne, was mercilessly struck by the volley, his body recoiling as he began to fall. The red energy blades continued their assault, tearing through him with a chilling efficiency. Blood streamed from multiple wounds as he staggered, his body collapsing under the relentless assault. A pained gasp escaped him as he hit the ground, the impact echoing his defeat. Now lying defeated, he heard her voice, cold and clear, reminding him that even the best hidden weapons are useless if you're caught with them. Her expression remained impassive, a small, sharp blade held casually in her hand, a stark contrast to the blood splattered on her cheek. GM Qiaoliang's face was a mask of pure terror and excruciating agony, a desperate, choked sound escaping his lips. Having been utterly defeated, GM Qiaoliang slumps forward, his body broken, as Bu Yunxiu stands over him, her form silhouetted against a blinding light. The echoes of the brutal confrontation still reverberate, a stark reminder of the overwhelming force he had just faced. His face, now a canvas of crimson, reveals the full extent of his injuries, blood streaking across his features as his eyes stare blankly ahead. In a blinding flash of light, GM Qiaoliang stands, his back to the viewer, facing a dark figure shrouded in the intense glow. Before he can react, a swift, unseen strike connects, sending crimson droplets spraying from his back. The impact is brutal, more blood erupting as the force of the blow tears through him. His eyes widen in shock and pain, his face now smeared with his own blood, reflecting the sudden, overwhelming assault. The assault continues relentlessly, a flurry of red energy slashes tearing through the air, each strike finding its mark. Bu Yunxiu, her long black hair flying wildly and eyes glowing with fierce power, delivers another devastating sword strike, surrounded by a vibrant red aura. The final blow lands with a sickening force, the red energy of the strike exploding on impact. GM Qiaoliang's neck is deeply gashed, blood gushing out, and he screams in agonizing pain as his life force drains away. With the battle concluded, Bu Yunxiu stands tall, her sword still drawn, amidst the splatters of blood, a silent testament to her victory. She looks down at the fallen form of GM Qiaoliang, his body lying broken and bleeding on the ground, utterly defeated. Bu Yunxiu reflected on the recent confrontation, acknowledging that it had been no easy fight. As she cleaned her blade, considering how dangerous it would have been had she not known about her opponent's hidden weapons ahead of time. Below her, GM Qiaoliang lay defeated, his face splattered with blood, his eyes wide and vacant. The forest floor was stained with his defeat as she stood over his prone form. She watched the last vestiges of life slowly leave him. It was a face full of obsession for life, a look she had seen on every dying person she had ever encountered. As she looked down at him, a subtle shift in her perception occurred. However, this one was different, a realization that made her pause. She took a few steps away, the sound of her boots crunching on the leaves, before turning back to him. Kneeling beside the fallen warrior, she confirmed her thought. This guy was truly different. The aftermath of the brutal confrontation lingered, a stark contrast between the fading light and the encroaching darkness. Amidst the lingering echoes of battle, a lone figure moved with a swift, almost spectral blur, leaving streaks of crimson in their wake. As the dust settled, a thought echoed in her mind. What does it feel like to have successfully gotten revenge? Her bloodied face, still bearing the marks of the struggle, betrayed a deeper question. Once I get my revenge, will I be able to smile like this too? Lying amidst the debris, her eyes remained closed, a silent testament to the toll of her victory. The crimson stains on her face told a story of fierce combat, a grim mask of triumph and exhaustion. With a soft rustle, she rose, her hand gripping the hilt of a bloodied sword, the sound of her footsteps echoing faintly. A soft clink of metal accompanied her as she turned, glancing back one last time before departing, two swords now at her side. Her steady footsteps carried her deeper into the forest, away from the scene of her recent triumph and turmoil. Meanwhile, from an unseen vantage point, a new voice broke the silence, a question hanging in the air. Is that him? A soft rustling sound accompanied the unseen observer's movement, as if someone was cautiously navigating through the dense foliage. The rustling continued, a subtle disturbance in the quiet forest, hinting at a hidden presence. A soft rustling sound echoes through the dense foliage, as an unseen presence lets out a quiet gasp, observing the scene with keen interest. He considers the martial artist's prowess, noting how he is killing assassins using the basic sword techniques of the Fire Clan sword art. Nung Wungang, unaware of the scrutiny, continues his journey along a winding forest path. The observer acknowledges his skill, thinking he's definitely talented. Yet, his glowing eyes betray a deeper, more cynical thought. But there are many as talented as him here. He concludes that unless the young man improves, he will not be able to survive on Hell Island, a grim assessment underscored by the sight of several fallen figures nearby. Suddenly, Nung Wungang's path is interrupted as he plunges into a hidden net trap, his body flailing amidst a cloud of dust and debris. A strained huff escapes him, the impact momentarily stealing his breath. The next day, Nung Wungang lies on the ground, his mouth agape, struggling to recover as the sounds of approaching footsteps echo through the forest. A group of figures rushes through the trees, their leader barking, "Chase him." Nung Wungang sprints desperately through the undergrowth, as the pursuer leader urges his men, "He's alone. Don't lose him." Still fleeing through the dense forest, a whip-like attack slices through the air, narrowly missing Nung Wungang as he pushes forward. His pursuers closing in, their weapons lashing out from all directions. He weaves through the trees, dodging multiple strikes from the relentless figures behind him. One of the whip-like weapons, a blur of gray and black, snaps forward with deadly precision, its segmented form designed for maximum impact. But he reacts instantly, a small blade flashing out to parry the blow, sparks flying as metal meets the hardened weapon. His footwork is a blur, a testament to his agility, allowing him to narrowly escape another sweeping attack. The whips continue to strike the ground around him, kicking up dust and debris with each powerful blow. Again and again, the ground trembles, as the relentless attacks carve furrows into the earth. The sheer volume of strikes makes evasion increasingly difficult, a barrage of blows raining down from his unseen assailants. Finally, one finds its mark, a whip lashing across his back, drawing blood and sending a jolt of pain through him. He grits his teeth, blood trickling from his mouth, as the realization dawns on him. They won't give up. Despite the injury, his resolve hardens, knowing that to survive, he needs to think of a way out of this relentless pursuit. He continues to sprint through the forest, the leader and his subordinates still hot on his heels, their shadows stretching long behind him. The vast sky stretched above, a silent witness to the trials unfolding below. From a towering cliff, a figure stood silhouetted against the clouds, observing the distant landscape. The wind whispered across the desolate peaks, carrying faint echoes of the struggle. An elderly master, his imposing figure framed by a fur-lined robe, turned to his subordinate, inquiring about the progress of the trial. The young leader reported that only 41 of the 86 trainees remained alive. The master's eyes glowed crimson, a grimace twisting his features as he mused on the low survival rate, even after just 3 days. A hand clenched, the sound of fabric rustling accompanying the tension. The young leader, his face splattered with blood, held a knife with fierce intensity, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He acknowledged that those who had survived this far must indeed be skilled. A cruel smile spread across the master's face, declaring it was finally time to truly test their abilities. The young leader's hands carefully unfolded a piece of paper. He confirmed his understanding, ready for the next command. Blades clashed with a sharp, metallic ring, sparks flying as the fight intensified. Amidst the chaos, a pursuer with a cruel grin lunged forward, a knife glinting menacingly in his hand. The sharp point of the blade closed in, a clear threat to the embattled fighter. Overwhelmed by multiple attackers, Bu Yunseal was struck, her body falling amidst the relentless assault. Blood streaked her face, yet she looked up with a fierce resolve, her eyes burning with an unyielding spirit. A voice from the pursuers echoed, accusing her of attempting to flee once more. She screamed, a raw cry of pain and exertion, her body pushing past its limits. Then, with a burst of speed, she became a mere silhouette, fleeing into a blinding light, leaving her attackers behind. Meanwhile, the elderly master, his red eyes gleaming, observed the unfolding events with a calculating gaze. His subordinate held a small, intricate device, proposing to contain the situation immediately. Back in the fray, Bu Yunseal's bloodied face remained resolute, her determination unwavering despite the brutal trial. The leader, however, had a different plan, revealing a map and giving a chilling command to unleash killer demons within the Fire Rain Sword sect. The Fire Rain Sword sect, a place of refuge or perhaps another trap, loomed in the distance, its name etched into the very structure. Its grand entrance, marked by the same distinctive characters, promised either safety or a deeper plunge into danger. With desperate speed, she ascended the long, stone staircase, her footsteps echoing faintly as she sought refuge within its walls. Each hurried step, a sharp, percussive sound, betrayed her urgency. But her escape was not without cost, as dark crimson stains marred the pristine tiles, a stark reminder of her recent struggle. Soon, the pursuers arrived, their eyes falling upon the telltale blood, confirming their target's path. The grand sign of the Fire Rain Sword sect stood prominently, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. The leader of the pursuers, accompanied by a subordinate, surveyed the imposing structure, a grim determination etched on his face. A faint, guttural sound, barely audible, seemed to emanate from the shadows. Inside, the leader, Nung Wongang, and another pursuer moved through a narrow corridor, one of them questioning if their quarry was truly within. From above, the leader looked down a winding passage, a cruel smile forming as he confirmed his target was cornered. His smile widened, a chilling promise of impending doom, as a shadowy figure with piercing, glowing white eyes materialized behind him, the true terror of the trial now unleashed. As the leader of the pursuers flinches, caught off guard, a sudden, unexpected movement forces his eye wide open in surprise. Meanwhile, Nung Wongang launches himself forward, his sword arcing with a powerful, whooshing strike, leaving trails of red energy. The leader, too, unleashes his own attack, his face contorted in a grimace of effort as a glowing red blade slices through the space before him. Suddenly, a voice cries out in alarm, warning of an attack from behind, followed by a frustrated exclamation of "idiot." The leader snarls, a glowing blade flashing near his face, refusing to believe they could be caught by such a shallow trick. Nung Wongang, reacting instantly, shifts into a defensive stance, his sword ready to meet the unseen assault. With a rapid clang, his blade deflects a swift, unseen attack, sending red energy trails scattering. The leader's eyes widen in shock, as another glowing blade flashes past him, the speed of the counterattack overwhelming. He cries out, either in pain or fierce exertion, as the relentless assault continues, red energy trails marking the unseen blows. Another powerful impact reverberates, as a sword deflects an unseen force, sending shockwaves of energy across the scene. Nung Wongang grips his sword hilt tightly, a dawning realization hitting him. Their opponent can read the paths of their sword techniques. The unseen attacker continues their relentless assault, their blade moving with impossible speed, leaving glowing trails in its wake. As the confrontation escalates, a flurry of crimson slashes erupts, cutting through the air with blinding speed. The leader and his two companions find themselves caught in the sudden, overwhelming counterattack, a vibrant red arc of energy sweeping through their formation. The force of the blow sends the leader reeling backward, a sharp impact echoing through the space. He curses under his breath, his eyes wide with disbelief as the shadowy figure of his opponent blurs past him. Meanwhile, another blade flashes toward her, but a hand, quick as lightning, grips a sword hilt, ready to meet the assault. With a sharp clang, the incoming strike is expertly parried, sparks flying from the impact. Nung Wongang, mid-swing, finds his attack deflected, his face contorted in a grimace of effort. His eyes widen in sudden realization, a silent question hanging in the air as he processes the impossible speed of his opponent. A frustrated sigh escapes him, muttering about the confined space hindering his movements. But before he can fully react, Yunseal launches her own counterattack, a blur of motion aimed directly at him. Her blade connects with brutal efficiency, red slashes and blood erupting from the impact. The sharp edge of her sword cuts deep, eliciting a pained scream as blood splatters across the scene. A pursuer, reeling from an unseen blow, curses under his breath, his face contorted in shock and rage. The realization dawns on him that they had been deliberately lured into this confined space. Meanwhile, Yunseal stands poised, her crimson eyes glowing faintly in the shadows, a silent testament to her calculated strategy. She understands that in such an enclosed environment, her opponents are forced to shorten their attacks, which inherently weakens their force and makes their movements far more predictable. A faint, blood-stained smirk plays on her lips, her glowing red eyes reflecting a chilling confidence. After all, they aren't particularly skilled to begin with. With this advantage, she sees a clear path to victory if she can engage them one by one. From above, the alleyway reveals a scene of chaos, with Yunseal a glowing beacon of motion amidst the scattered and falling forms of her attackers, the unnamed leader watching from a distance as his forces are systematically dismantled. One of the pursuers is sent hurtling through the air, a desperate scream tearing from his throat. His eyes wide with terror, the man with the headband tries to defend himself mid-fall, his blade a blur against the relentless assault. But Yunseal's movements are a golden flash, a flurry of impossibly fast strikes that overwhelm his defenses. With a final, resounding impact, another pursuer is struck down. Yunseal continues her relentless assault, her movements a blur of speed and precision. As she leaps into the air, her whip arcing with deadly intent. The weapon extends, a streak of dark energy, striking the alley wall with a sharp crack. But instead of stopping, the whip recoils with unexpected force, snapping back to strike one of the pursuers. He collapses, groaning in pain, cursing the unexpected rebound that caught him off guard. With swift, rhythmic footwork, she closes the distance to her next targets. Now, two more pursuers find themselves in her path, their expressions shifting from aggression to alarm. One of them cries out in desperation, urging his comrade to escape the inevitable. A heavy impact echoes through the narrow space, as another strike lands true. The targeted pursuer lets out a sharp cry of pain, his face contorted in agony. Another opponent looks up, his eyes wide with dawning horror, realizing the futility of their pursuit. A commanding voice cuts through the chaos, demanding to know what his subordinates are doing. As the unnamed pursuer leader stands silhouetted against a vibrant red backdrop, his powerful presence radiating an ominous glow. The very air around him crackles with an intense, claw-like red energy, a clear manifestation of his surging power. His voice, now laced with a dangerous edge, challenges them once more, his eyes glowing with an eerie white light as he asks if they are running away. The sheer force of his presence causes one of the pursuers to recoil in abject terror, his face contorted in a silent scream. A chilling voice echoes through the space, challenging its unseen opponent, asking if they are truly running away. And the unnamed pursuer leader's face contorts in a mask of pure shock and terror. Before he can even react, a blur of motion and a flash of red energy indicate a devastating, unseen strike, leaving his subordinates, including GM Qiaoliang, to cry out in alarm as their captain is struck down. Of course not, GM Qiaoliang insists. I just thought that it wouldn't be a good idea to fight here. The attack continues with relentless force, shattering the air with sprays of blood and debris. As the killer demon, eyes glowing with malevolent light, delivers a precise, sword-driven blow. The impact sends the leader reeling, blood erupting from his form. Yet he merely lets out a dismissive tch, refusing to acknowledge the severity of his wounds. Turning his back on the confrontation, he walks away, muttering about how he shouldn't associate with losers that haven't even made it to the advanced chamber. From a shadowed doorway, Bu Yunxiel watches the entire exchange, her crimson eyes sharp and observant. As the dust settled from the previous skirmish, a new figure descended into the fray, his dark robes flowing around him, his voice cutting through the silence to challenge the leader of the fallen. Standing amidst the defeated, the newcomer surveyed the scene, his gaze settling on the unnamed pursuer leader, who simply acknowledged his presence with a low hum. A smirk played on the leader's lips as he regarded the young warrior, conceding that he was indeed quite skilled. He then inquired about the sword technique used earlier, wondering if it was the legendary Fire Rain sword. The new warrior, Wu Munqing, introduced himself, before calmly asking for his opponent's name in return. He stood firm, his presence unwavering amidst the carnage, awaiting a response. Wu Munqing, despite the minor cuts on his face, returned the compliment, only to be met with a booming, dismissive laugh from the leader. The unnamed pursuer leader, his face contorted in a sneer, declared that the name of a kid who was about to die held no importance. Before he could finish his arrogant taunt, Wu Munqing's sword began to glow with fierce, crackling energy, his own voice cutting him off with a chilling question. With a blinding flash of orange and red, Wu Munqing unleashed a devastating strike, the unnamed pursuer leader barely reacting as the attacks surged towards him. His powerful sword strike, infused with crimson energy, arced swiftly towards his opponent, only to be met with a jarring impact that sent shockwaves through the air. A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Munqing's face as he registered the sound of the clash. "I heard that," he murmured, his eyes widening slightly. The force of the counterattack reverberating with unexpected power. In a blinding flash of red light and shattered fragments, his blade splintered, unable to withstand the blow. The leader of the pursuers, a smirk playing on his lips, mocked him, revealing his knowledge of the Fire Rain Sword sect's singular defensive technique. "The advanced chamber of the Fire Rain Sword sect taught you only one technique for defense," he declared, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Wu Munqing's gaze fell to the broken hilt still clutched in his hand, a thought forming in his mind. How could his adversary possibly know about the shining mystique? The question echoed in his thoughts, wondering how such specific information had reached him. How does he know that? Meanwhile, the leader, momentarily distracted, pondered if his opponent possessed some unknown information network. Does he have some kind of information network I don't know? Snapping out of his own contemplation, Wu Munqing sharply questioned his opponent's deep thoughts mid-battle. "What are you thinking about so deeply mid-fight?" Even as the leader's sword began to glow with a swirling, ominous energy, preparing for the next devastating move. He moved with blinding speed, his blade arcing down in a devastating strike. A cruel smirk played on his lips, as the attack continued its relentless trajectory. The blade itself became a blur, a streak of lethal intent. Red energy flared, signaling the devastating power behind the blow. With a deafening crack, Wu Munqing's sword shattered into countless fragments, the force of the impact sending him reeling backward. He landed hard, bruised and disarmed, realizing there was no advantage in fighting in an enclosed space with someone like his opponent. Clutching the broken hilt of his blade, he turned to flee, hoping to create some distance. But a searing red energy blast erupted from behind, striking him squarely and sending him sprawling. He skidded across the ornate floor, the momentum carrying him further into the chamber. Finally coming to a halt, he looked up to see his pursuers standing over him, sword still raised. Despite the cuts and bruises marring his face, a fierce determination burned in his eyes. The leader looked down at him, his voice devoid of warmth. The unnamed pursuer leader advances with a deliberate step, his form a blur of motion. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he prepares to strike. His voice rings out with disdain, declaring his opponent no match for his abilities. With a surge of power, glowing tendrils of energy erupt from his hand, lashing out with destructive force. Wu Munching, already battered, struggles to defend himself against the onslaught, the glowing tendrils coiling around him. Overwhelmed by the force, he is driven downwards, his face etched with pain and desperation as the energy binds him. The pursuer maintains his stance, his hand extended, channeling more power into the swirling tendrils that ensnare his foe. Completely trapped, Wu Munching finds himself at the mercy of the glowing, constricting energy. The tendrils glow with increasing intensity, tightening their grip around the helpless figure. A chilling laugh echoes through the space, a sound of pure dominance. The leader's grin widens as he promises a swift end to his opponent. The energy tendrils surge once more, glowing with a final, ominous brilliance around the trapped Wu Munching. Wu Munching desperately tries to block the relentless assault, believing he can withstand the attacks using his shining mystique. But a grim realization dawns on him. He cannot output a force powerful enough to truly stop it. His eyes closed in concentration, he understands that what he needs right now is something beyond his current capabilities. Meanwhile, the unnamed pursuer leader continues his relentless assault, his fist glowing with destructive energy as he presses his advantage. A blinding flash of white energy erupts as the attack connects, shattering against an unseen barrier with immense force. The strain is evident on Wu Munching's face, his eye wide with agony as red lines of pain radiate from the impact. The leader watches his opponent struggle, his expression a mixture of determination and cold calculation. He continues to channel his power, a steady stream of glowing energy flowing from his hand, maintaining the pressure. As Wu Munching remains ensnared by the glowing tendrils, the leader taunts him, asking if this is his final struggle. Even as the energy tightens around him, Wu Munching internally acknowledges that something like his shining mystique won't be enough to break free. The glowing tendrils intensify, crackling with yellow energy, further binding and crushing him within their grasp. A look of intense frustration and anger crosses the leader's face, his eyes wide with a fierce determination to finish the fight. Wu Munching's eyes widen in disbelief, a sudden, overwhelming force striking him. From above, a torrent of crackling yellow lightning descends, erupting with devastating power. The impact sends him hurtling backward, his body a mere plaything against the storm of energy. Amidst the blinding yellow light, the masked pursuer appears, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent as he prepares a dagger for a follow-up strike. His power manifests as unrivaled lightning and thunder, a declaration of absolute dominance. Wu Munching continues to plummet through the air, the building's interior a blur around him as the lightning trails his descent. He crashes against a distant wall, a burst of energy marking his violent impact. The relentless lightning continues to engulf the area, its blinding intensity obscuring all but the faintest outline of the attacker. Wu Munching struggles to rise from the ground, his body battered and surrounded by the lingering electrical energy. The masked figure descends with terrifying speed, his dagger glinting ominously through the golden aura. A gasp of pain escapes Wu Munching, his eyes wide with the realization of his impending fate. The dagger finds its mark, drawing a crimson line across his arm as blood splatters into the electrified air. What? He questions internally, the force of the attack still reverberating through him. Meanwhile, the unnamed pursuer leader moves with chilling precision, a blur of dark robes and focused intent. His face, now marred with fresh cuts and streaks of blood, reflects the brutal impact he just endured. A look of shock and pain is etched onto his features, his eyes wide with the lingering agony. The leader observes him, his expression unreadable, a silent judge of the damage inflicted. A cold, calculating gaze emanates from his eye, assessing the fallen opponent. Munching's long hair whips around him as he collapses, the momentum of the blow finally taking its toll. He hits the ground with a heavy thud, a ragged gasp escaping his lips. With immense effort, he pushes himself up, his sword still clutched in his hand, blood staining the wooden floor around him. The sheer power of the unrivaled lightning and thunder attack registers in his mind. It possesses a force far beyond what his instructor had described. However, a violent cough racks his body, and he brings a hand to his mouth, crimson liquid staining his fingers, realizing it's way too much. A recent struggle had left its mark, a deep cut across his palm, a testament to the advanced techniques he had employed. Yet, he knew he couldn't wield such power freely at his current level, the cost proving too great for sustained use. Standing over his defeated opponent, Wu Munching let out a weary sigh, acknowledging the victory but lamenting the time it had consumed. He knew the restricted zones would soon shift, and he needed to press on without delay. But before he could even take a step, a sudden, jarring impact struck him, leaving fresh blood streaking across his cheek and a look of profound shock on his face. A sharp, percussive sound echoed through the space, signaling an unexpected and powerful force. Munching reeled from the blow, his body recoiling as more blood splattered around him, his eyes wide with alarm. His gaze, now filled with utter disbelief, struggled to comprehend the impossible turn of events. Through his dazed vision, he saw a figure emerge, a chilling question forming in his mind. What is he doing here? The ominous presence stood cloaked in shadow, its form dark and imposing, with eyes that burned a malevolent red. Intricate, dark patterns adorned its chest, hinting at a power both ancient and terrifying. The realization struck Munching with the force of a physical blow as he mentally screamed the name of his new, terrifying adversary, Killer Demon. A hooded figure, its eyes glowing with an eerie white light, stands silently, its presence radiating an unsettling aura. Wu Munching, holding his bloodied sword, regards the ominous presence, wondering aloud, what brings a killer demon here? He considers the implications of the encounter, realizing that the area must have become restricted during his previous fight, but quickly dismisses any notion of retreat, affirming that he didn't end up here by running away from combat. The two figures remain locked in a silent standoff, the air thick with unspoken tension. Munching's gaze drifts downward, then back up, his face now showing fresh scratches as he processes the situation. The killer demon remains impassive, standing framed within an ornate archway, a silent, unmoving sentinel. Finally, a voice breaks the silence. All right, he's not responding. A wave of relief washes over Munching as he interprets the words, realizing they mean he is free to leave. Without hesitation, he turns and dashes past the unmoving killer demon, his footsteps echoing through the grand hall. His expression is grim but determined as he makes his escape, leaving the ornate structure behind for a world now shrouded in a stormy, lightning-filled sky. Deep within the stormy chaos, a monstrous, snake-like creature emerges from the darkness, its single, glowing red eye fixed on an unseen target. He continues his desperate flight, a massive, serpentine creature looming behind him as he navigates a chaotic, glowing landscape. His dark hair whips around him, a fleeting glance over his shoulder confirming the relentless pursuit. Blood streaks his cheek, his expression a mix of exhaustion and grim determination as the struggle continues. A flash of light erupts around him, his arm raised as if deflecting an unseen attack or preparing a counter. His face, marred by fresh wounds, strains with effort, the vertical lines of impact streaking past him. He spins, his black robes swirling, the world around him a distorted blur of motion and chromatic aberration. With a sudden, powerful motion, his sword ignites with a fierce red glow, ready to strike. He lands in a low, aggressive stance, his blade now drawn against a new, ominous hooded figure who stands silently before him. The hooded figure's eyes burn with an infernal red glow, while Munching's own bloodied face reflects a fierce resolve. He thinks to himself that if it weren't for the wild beast path, he would surely have perished. With renewed vigor, he lunges forward, his sword a blur aimed directly at the hooded assailant. His eyes narrow with fierce concentration, the blade held tight as he closes the distance for the decisive blow. With his sword held ready, Wu Munching stands firm, his face marked by the recent struggle. He reminds himself not to be deceived by the killer demon's calm demeanor, knowing the true threat that lies beneath the surface of his opponent's shadowed hood and glowing red eyes. Every fiber of his being screams that if he attempts to make the first move, his adversary will strike first, with explosive speed and power. A memory flashes through his mind, of his master's voice explaining that when one observes a carnivore hunting an herbivore, even though the carnivore moves faster, the herbivore isn't easily caught. His master had then posed the question, do you know why? A younger Munching, represented by a small, thoughtful figure, had wondered if it was because herbivores move in a zigzag pattern, like a deer darting unpredictably through the forest. Indeed, Munching confirms, carnivores can't easily hunt such agile prey. But his master's wisdom continued, explaining that nevertheless, the apex predators always succeed in their hunt. That is because they attack precisely at the moment their prey makes its move, like a tiger pouncing with perfect timing. The image of a deer, caught mid-leap, underscores the master's lesson, a stark reminder of the delicate balance between hunter and hunted. Munching, recalling his master's stern gaze, hears the question echo in his mind. Then how must I face them? His master's voice continues, reminding him, I said they attack according to timing, right? What do you think you have to do? A faint huff escapes Munching as he processes the words, his eyes hardening with resolve, a fresh cut marring his cheek. Suddenly, a guttural cry of "Yuwa" erupts, signaling the start of the confrontation. Munching stands firm, his sword held high, a brilliant white aura flaring around him as he prepares for the onslaught. The air itself seems to warp and streak, a testament to the incredible speed of the approaching threat. From the shadows, the killer demon strikes, its form a blur of orange energy as multiple shadowy blades lunge forward, proving itself unpredictable. Munching reacts instantly, his hair whipping around him as he braces against the sudden assault, his face etched with grim determination and minor injuries. The killer demon, cloaked and masked, moves with chilling precision, its glowing red eyes fixed on its target as it prepares another strike with its blade. With a soft geobeak sound, the killer demon advances, its form a dark blur against the ornate floor, closing the distance rapidly. Multiple shadowy figures, each wielding a blade, surround Munching, their attacks raining down with a tat-attack as purple energy crackles around him. Amidst the chaos, Munching's mind remains clear, observing the predictable zigzag motion of the killer demon's assault, realizing it's the first thing he should counter. The killer demon lunges, a blur of dark robes and crimson energy, its masked face and glowing red eyes fixed on its opponent. Its foot strikes the ground with impossible speed, propelling it into another devastating maneuver. A swift, whistling sound accompanies its rapid, sweeping motion as the demon continues its relentless assault. Wu Munching, caught off guard, is swept off his feet, his sword clattering to the ground as he falls to one knee, looking up in shock. He reminds himself that the next step is to dodge the expected attacks, utilizing the wild beast path to predict and evade. With a swift motion, he manages to evade a deadly sword slash, his body contorting in a low stance as the blade whistles past. His mind races, knowing he must create an opening, employing unpredictable movements to break the demon's rhythm. Despite his efforts, a fresh spray of blood splatters across his face, his eyes wide with a mix of pain and disbelief. Another sharp, cutting sound echoes, confirming yet another successful strike from the relentless foe. The killer demon stands poised, its sword gleaming, its masked gaze unwavering as it surveys the damage inflicted. The blade itself seems to hum with dark energy, reflecting the dim light of the arena. Munching's face contorts in a grimace of pain and frustration, realizing with a jolt that he was too slow, too late to counter the demon's overwhelming speed. As the battle rages, a swift, precise strike from the killer demon's blade cuts through the air, landing a glancing blow on Munching. A sharp, slicing sound accompanies the impact, leaving a fresh wound on his neck as a drop of blood falls. Suddenly, the killer demon halts its assault, its glowing eyes fixed on Munching, a silent question hanging in the air. Munching, catching his breath, wonders why his opponent has ceased, questioning if he has somehow crossed an unseen boundary or restricted area. The two figures stand motionless, separated by the steps of the ancient structure, a tense silence settling over the scene. Munching's eye reflects the grim reality of his situation, blood staining his face from the recent injury. Despite his best efforts, he acknowledges the truth. He hasn't been able to create a single opening against the formidable foe. With a renewed sense of resolve, Munching realizes the true caliber of his opponent, understanding that he was merely a frog in a well, unaware of the vastness of the world and the power of a true martial master. He breathes heavily, the sound echoing through the misty, mountainous landscape as the last vestiges of twilight fade. His mind races, still reeling from the encounter. The killer demon's martial arts had been on a level he couldn't even begin to comprehend, truly a whole other realm of skill. The shadowy figure of his opponent looms in his memory, a stark reminder of the overwhelming power he faced. He thinks of his grandfather's killer, that man undoubtedly possessing skills to match the demon's prowess. A grim determination settles on his face, his eyes reflecting a fierce resolve despite the fresh cut on his cheek. He knows he must surpass that overwhelming prowess if he ever hopes for revenge, when a voice cuts through his thoughts, revealing itself to be Yunseal of the Bu family, who seems to know him. The figure of Yunseal stands calmly in the forest, observing Munching, who remains seated on a rock, his sword resting beside him. With a steady gaze, Yunseal admits, he has been searching for him for some time now. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword, stained with blood, as he reveals his knowledge of Munching having learned the wild beast path. Yunseal muses that, like some big guy he knows, Munching must have shared information with others. A small, ornate green charm hangs from the hilt of his blade, a subtle detail contrasting with the tension of the moment. His voice carries a chilling finality as he concludes, someone about to die doesn't need to know his name. With a fierce declaration, Wu Munching brought his sword down in a powerful overhead strike, the blade glowing with a menacing red aura. The air itself seemed to tear as his weapon descended, leaving dark, sharp trails in its wake. With a guttural cry, he poured all his strength into the swing, the red energy intensifying around the blade. Lunging forward with fierce determination, he declared his intent, "Here I go." But Bu Yunseal, his crimson eyes sharp and unwavering, met the assault with a calm, almost dismissive gaze. Before the blade could connect, a sudden burst of light purple energy erupted from him, deflecting the strike with ease. The purple energy surged outward, pushing Munching's attack back with overwhelming force. Munching recoiled, his eyes widening in surprise, a quiet, "Oh ho, incredible," escaping his lips as he felt the sheer power of the counter. A confident smirk played on Yunseal's face as he observed his opponent, remarking, "You predicted my trajectory with your beast-like senses." He continued, his voice laced with a strange mix of praise and threat, "I'm sure you'll become one of the 10 demon masters in the future." Munching's hand, still gripping his sword, trembled slightly from the residual force of the impact. Then, with a chilling finality, Yunseal's aura flared with light blue energy as he declared, "Which is why I'll uproot you now, while you're still a demon seedling." As the confrontation escalated, Wu Munqing unleashed a powerful sword strike, his blade wreathed in brilliant light blue energy. The air crackled with the force of his attack, the light blue energy surging forward with destructive intent. Yet, Wu Yunseal met it with an equal, if not greater, surge of his own power, effortlessly deflecting the blow as he observed that Munqing's flow had completely changed. As the energies clashed and dissipated, Yunseal's voice cut through the air, dismissive and cold, acknowledging Munqing as a demon seedling and stating his understanding of the situation. His crimson eyes glowing with an ominous light, Yunseal declared that not everyone present was destined to become one of the 10 demon masters. A wave of disbelief washed over Munqing, a single thought echoing in his mind. Could this man be? His eyes widened in shock, the full weight of Yunseal's words and power settling upon him. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Munqing grimaced, struggling to maintain his stance, his sword still glowing faintly with light blue energy. A guttural sound escaped him as he resolved. He needed to rid himself of all distracting thoughts. With newfound determination, Munqing gripped his sword hilt, and a fierce, crackling red energy erupted around his hand, replacing the previous blue. This sudden shift caught Yunseal by surprise, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face as he pondered the new sensation emanating from his opponent. Now imbued with this crimson power, Munqing launched himself forward, his red energy clashing violently with Yunseal's light blue aura in a renewed, desperate assault. His renewed assault continues, and Bu Yunseal observes the peculiar flow of his energy. Feeling his power pulling at her own chi, she realizes this peculiar flow is drawing her in. Their blades meet in a burst of conflicting energies, the red and blue clashing violently. A flicker of concern crosses her face as she realizes the true implications of his technique. The scene shifts to a past memory, where an elderly master explains to a younger boy that the deceased man before them fell victim to the 5 tiger-severing blades of the Hebei Feng clan. The young Jiam Qiaoliang questions his grandfather, noting the lack of external wounds despite the man's bones being completely fractured. The elderly master explains that this technique, the 5 tiger-severing blades of the Hebei Feng clan, specializes in flowing qi into an opponent whenever their weapons clash, expressing his ignorance of what led the man to oppose a martial artist from the reclusive Feng clan, who seldom show their face in the Jianghu. Back in the present, Bu Yunseal's eyes widen with a mix of fury and recognition, as the name of the clan echoes in her mind. Munqing looks on, taken aback by her sudden outburst. He demands to know how she could possibly recognize the technique. With a determined stance, Yunseal reveals another characteristic of the 5 tiger-severing blades, its powerful absorption technique. Bu Yunseal considers the implications of an absorption technique, recognizing it as one of the fundamental methods utilizing qi. In a flashback, an elderly master explains how it functions like a vortex, pulling everything inward, allowing its users to draw nearby objects toward them. This technique is employed in every exchange, creating a constant pull. Its primary purpose is to interfere with an opponent's weapon, twisting their sword, and creating an opening to completely overwhelm them. A powerful tiger spirit manifests, embodying the fierce fighting style. This is precisely how the Hebei Feng clan engages in combat, striking with the ferocity of a tiger. The young girl, Jiam Qiaoliang, asks if this makes them the most powerful martial arts sect, to which the elderly master chuckles, acknowledging the absorption technique's power. However, he cautions that while tricky, it can also be a double-edged blade, as it forces the user to get dangerously close to their opponent. Back in the present, Yunseal's crimson eyes glow with fierce resolve, as she declares her intention to utilize that very absorption technique. Her hand tightens around her sword's hilt, a surge of energy emanating from the blade. She lunges forward with incredible speed, intending to twist her opponent's sword toward her. Her silhouette streaks through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light. From the heavens, a figure descends with a declaration, identifying himself as Feng AK of the Hebei Feng clan. Promising to face his opponent properly, his body twisting mid-air as he prepares for battle. He continues, invoking the very name of his clan, a powerful aura emanating from him. His eyes burn with fierce determination, a primal roar escaping his lips. He vows to uproot his enemies, calling them demon seedlings with utter contempt. His gaze sharpens, locking onto his target, ready to unleash his full power. With a swift, powerful strike, Feng AK lunges forward, his sword arcing towards Bu Yunseal with lethal intent. The air crackles with energy as the blades meet, a resounding whoosh echoing through the clearing. But instead of the expected impact, Feng AK recoils in shock, uttering a surprised "what?" His eyes widen in disbelief. As he questions the impossible, he plunged his sword into the ground. A blinding white aura erupts from the ground, signaling the activation of Bu Yunseal's absorption technique. Bu Yunseal stands firm, her crimson eyes glowing as a powerful vortex of blue energy emanates from her sword, drawing Feng AK irresistibly into its grasp. Feng AK's relentless assault continued, a flurry of red energy trails marking his rapid, multi-strike attack. Each strike imbued with fierce intent, his form a whirlwind of motion as he pressed his advantage. But the ground beneath him began to distort, a powerful blue-white vortex of the absorption technique swirling into existence, its immense gravitational pull beginning to ensnare him. Caught completely off guard, Feng AK let out a pained grunt as he was violently pulled into the swirling energy, his body struggling against the irresistible force. Meanwhile, Buyunseal remained steadfast, her gaze sharp and focused, her sword plunged deep into the earth, anchoring the powerful technique. The blade held firm with a solid thud, a testament to her resolve as the vortex continued its work. A faint smile touched her lips, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she realized, it's working. A sharp blade flashes, cutting through the air with lethal intent, as the aggressor challenges, how dare you play a dirty little trick? Feng AK lunges forward, his massive sword a blur of motion, driving his attack with fierce determination. Wu Munqing absorbs the blow, a thought forming in his mind. It worked, but I didn't deal much damage. He considers the implications of his opponent's resilience. Well, it makes sense since he's been training for a long while, though I know how to counter him now. A flicker of resolve ignites in his eyes, his gaze sharpening with newfound determination. He recalls the elderly master's wisdom, a calm voice advising, wait for your opponent to attack first. The master's words echo, guiding his strategy. The moment you clash against them, if you can be even a split second faster than them, then that is what true speed is about. With a swift motion, Wu Munqing draws his sword, preparing to unleash his counter, planning to utilize the energy-absorbing technique against him so that he can be faster. A guttural cry erupts from Feng AK, his body surging forward with explosive speed, as his hand glows with a fierce blue energy, ready to strike. But Wu Munqing, his own sword humming with a subtle purple glow, prepares his counter. He launches himself into the air, a brilliant blue aura trailing behind him, moving with impossible speed. The air itself distorts around him as he becomes a blur of motion, his form barely visible amidst the swirling energy. With a sharp, decisive sound, he executes a swift maneuver, his body twisting midair. He knows the key is not to resist the flow of power, but to embrace it, declaring, I will do the opposite and flow with it using my sword. His strategy is clear, to manipulate the very forces at play, and then if I change the trajectory at the last second. Meanwhile, Feng AK lunges again, his attack a torrent of blue energy, unaware of the precise counterplan unfolding. Then, with a blinding flash of white light, their techniques collide, a powerful impact rippling through the air. The reverberations of their clash echo, a testament to the raw power unleashed, as the battle reaches its fever pitch. Wu Munqing grunts, his face contorted in pain as he endures the impact of Feng AK's powerful strike, visible scratches marring his cheek. The residual energy of the clash still swirling around him, leaving trails of blue light in its wake. Meanwhile, Feng AK observes the scene, a flicker of thought crossing his mind, wondering if his opponent had truly turned his own energy-absorbing technique to his advantage. He considers the immense power required, knowing that his own energy-absorbing technique is potent enough to draw in a distant boulder. Yet, the thought persists that it is incredibly difficult for even the most seasoned swordsman to precisely wield such formidable powers. He finds himself in disbelief, unable to fathom how someone as young as his opponent could possibly pull off such a feat. Undeterred by the previous impact, Wu Munqing surges forward once more, a determined declaration escaping his lips as blue energy flares around him. The air crackles with his surging power, as brilliant blue energy gathers and swirls around him, preparing for his next move. With a powerful surge, he unleashes his sword technique, shattering the ground beneath him as a wave of blue energy erupts outwards. Against such overwhelming force, Feng AK realizes that further resistance is futile. Wu Munqing's eyes glow with intense focus as he continues to absorb the surrounding energy, understanding that the stronger the absorption, the greater his power will become. His blade begins to hum with the accumulated power, transforming into a conduit of pure, concentrated energy. As his power intensified, a brilliant blue aura erupted from Wu Munqing. The sheer force of it sending Feng AK reeling backward, unable to withstand the sudden surge. Munqing moved with blinding speed, a dark trail of energy following his every motion, leaving Feng AK to shout in frustration, demanding to know how long he thought such a tactic could possibly work. Munqing's grip tightened on his sword, now pulsing with a crimson glow, his expression hardening as he processed his opponent's words. A fierce determination burned in his eyes, reflecting the escalating power within him. Feng AK, still confident, scoffed, declaring he wouldn't even need his energy absorption technique to defeat someone like him. But even as he spoke, Munqing's hand began to glow with a vibrant blue energy. And with a fierce cry of, "Take this," he lunged forward, his blade a streak of light. He closed the distance in an instant, leaving Feng AK no time to react, whose face contorted in pure, unadulterated shock. Feng AK's face contorts, his jaw clenched in a grimace of anticipation, ready for whatever comes next. A glint of resolve shines in his eye as he thinks, I had been waiting for this. But before he can fully prepare, a surge of crimson energy erupts, signaling the activation of the Fire Rain Sword First technique. Buyunseal, now wreathed in a vibrant red aura, charges forward, her sword a blur of motion, leaving trails of glowing particles in her wake. Her gaze remains sharp and unwavering, the red energy around her intensifying with each passing moment, a testament to her focused intent. The technique culminates in a blinding flash, unleashing her shining mystique. The crimson force slams into its target with devastating power, erupting in a violent explosion of light and energy. Feng Ake's eyes glow white with shock and pain as the attack engulfs him, the sheer force overwhelming his defenses. The crimson energy continues to surge and tear through the air, a maelstrom of destructive power. Bu Yunseal presses her advantage, lunging forward with her blade, while Feng Ake is forced to recoil, his body still reeling from the impact. Her expression remains resolute, her focus unbroken, a testament to her unwavering resolve in battle. Meanwhile, an observer watches the unfolding chaos from a distance, a confident smile playing on his lips. The blinding flash of crimson energy consumed him, the force of the impact tearing through his defenses. A guttural grunt of pain escaped his lips as the crimson aura of the attack pulsed around his body. Blood and debris erupted outwards, a testament to the devastating power unleashed. Feng Ake coughed, blood splattering from his mouth, his mind struggling to grasp the attack that had transformed a defensive technique, the shining mystique, into a full-blown assault. The crimson energy continued to tear through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. His body buckled under the relentless assault, the impact forcing him to his knees. Even his outstretched hand trembled, still vibrating with the residual shockwaves. Coughing again, he struggled to form words, barely able to articulate his disbelief at the technique that had just struck him. From a short distance, Bu Yunseal's voice cut through the air, confirming his worst fears with a simple, chilling yes. Her face, streaked with blood from the recoil of her own power, revealed the name of the devastating move, the first technique of the Fire Rain sword, the shining mystique. Even she acknowledged the inherent risk, muttering that was dangerous. The young martial artist, blood still marking her features, reflected on the technique's true nature. A single lethal move, originally defensive, now transformed into a full-scale attack. The ground is stained crimson, a testament to the brutal force unleashed, and she reflects on how she had to draw all other attacks towards herself. Feng Ake, still reeling from the impact, can barely comprehend the situation, muttering that he never would have imagined such a thing, as he questions her departure. She simply dismisses him, stating he is not part of her concern. Blood streams from his mouth and neck, his eyes wide with shock and pain as he clutches his sword. A gasp escapes him, his mind racing, wondering if someone of her caliber could truly exist within the demonic sects, finding the notion strangely intriguing. With a solemn, blood-streaked face, she declares that they should never meet again. Her dark hair flows behind her as she turns her back, walking away from the scene of the brutal encounter. Her footsteps echo softly across the desolate, rocky terrain. As she recedes into the distance, Feng Ake remains sprawled on the ground, his sword lying beside him. His hand trembles, then collapses fully onto the earth, the sound of his body hitting the ground echoing the finality of his defeat. His gaze is fixed downwards, his voice weak as he questions an unseen presence. Then, with a flicker of defiance, he lifts his eyes, asking if this new arrival intends to finish him. A mysterious hooded figure, wreathed in a faint purple aura, stands over him, addressing him by name, Feng Ake of the Hubei Feng clan. The mysterious hooded figure stands silently, a dark silhouette against the muted, ethereal backdrop. Their voice echoing with cold indifference. You were pretty useful for someone from the Orthodox sects. What a shame. Feng Ake, battered and broken, can only manage a week. You knew from the start. The hooded figure's eyes glow with an ominous white light. As they declare, you underestimate the demon palace. A final, chilling word escapes their lips, goodbye. The figure's hand tightens around the hilt of a sword, its blade shimmering with an otherworldly glow. And with a swift, decisive motion, they strike, the air itself tearing with the force of the blow. A violent crimson burst erupts, leaving behind a landscape fractured with glowing red fissures. Before the scene shifts abruptly to a desolate, jagged mountain range. Then to a tranquil, submerged world, as if all traces of the brutal encounter have been washed away. The scene shifts abruptly, revealing a dense, misty forest shrouded in an ethereal glow, where ancient trees loom over a tranquil, almost otherworldly landscape. But the tranquility is shattered by the frantic pace of someone fleeing, their boots pounding against the earth as they desperately try to escape through the undergrowth. A sudden, forceful grip from behind halts her flight, the impact jarring her body as she's caught by an unseen assailant. The assailant's hand tightens, inflicting a deep, bloody wound on her arm, a crimson stain spreading rapidly across her skin. With a violent shove, she's slammed against a thick tree trunk, the force of the impact stealing her breath and leaving her momentarily stunned. Collapsing to the ground, a pained gasp escapes her lips, her sword clattering uselessly beside her as she struggles to regain her footing. Her face contorts in agony and exhaustion, her breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps. The pursuer stands over her, a silent, ominous presence, their dark robes blending with the shadows of the forest. A cold voice breaks the silence, declaring, "You got unlucky, Seo Jinha." The unnamed pursuer stands tall and imposing, looking down at Seo Jinha, who lies defeated at the base of a tree, her sword abandoned nearby. Seo Jinha's eyes, now glowing with a fierce red light, reflect a mixture of pain, anger, and desperate resolve. Still gasping for air, she hears the pursuer's mocking words, "Did you really think that you could run away after being poisoned by the special poison of the hellish blood castle? You're a dead woman walking unless you have an antidote." Huh. Surrounded by a disciplined group of swordsmen, Seo Jinha stands her ground, her blade ready. A frustrated sigh escapes her, as she realizes the true nature of her predicament, cursing the fact that she hadn't anticipated such an organized force. Her crimson eyes glowing with fierce anger, she acknowledges the group's deadly combination of stealth weapons and poison arts. Despite the odds, she prepares for the inevitable clash, a faint white aura shimmering around her as she braces for impact. As the circle tightens, one of the pursuers taunts her, asking if she intends to fight them with only her left hand. The leader of the group, a man with a low ponytail, smirks, acknowledging her talent even as he highlights her disadvantage. He continues his taunts, asserting that a right-handed swordsman cannot suddenly become adept with their left. A wave of agony washes over Seo Jinha, her face contorting in pain as the poison, or perhaps a hidden attack, takes its toll. With a chilling smile, the leader delivers his final demand, telling her simply to give up. Overwhelmed, Seo Jinha is struck down, collapsing to the ground amidst a burst of blue and purple energy. The attackers close in, their blades flashing, a relentless assault against her fallen form. Yet, even on the ground, Seo Jinha refuses to yield, her sword rising to deflect an incoming blow with a desperate surge of blue energy. Bu Yunseal moves with a blur of motion, her kick deflecting an unseen attack with powerful force. The sharp clang of metal echoing through the air as she continues her defense. Her sword becomes a shimmering barrier, deflecting a volley of projectiles that streak past her with deadly speed. But even her swift reflexes aren't enough to evade every attack, as a glowing purple needle pierces her arm, eliciting a pained cry. Her crimson eyes glow with a mix of fury and despair, realizing the poison has struck her once more. A chilling thought crosses her mind, knowing that without an antidote within 15 minutes, her fate is sealed. Desperate, she flees through the forest, a relentless group of pursuers hot on her heels. Her face contorts with a grim determination, even as the poison begins to take its toll. But the overwhelming numbers prove too much, and she is struck down, collapsing to the ground with a final, agonizing cry. As her vision blurs, she catches a glimpse of something unexpected, a new presence in the forest, prompting a bewildered question. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Wu Munqing lies ambushed, surrounded by 3 dark-robed figures, questioning the sudden attack. A heavy impact echoes, signaling the continuation of the brutal assault. As the ambushers closed in, Wu Munqing erupted with a blinding flash of power, his sword arcing through the air with a radiant glow, catching his assailants completely off guard. The sheer force of his counterattack sent a wave of shock through the group, their faces contorting in disbelief and fear as they realized the true strength of their target. With eyes burning with fierce resolve, he pressed his advantage, his focus absolute amidst the chaos. With a sharp, metallic rasp, Bu Yunseal draws her blade, her crimson eyes fixed with unwavering intensity. She moves like a phantom, a blur of motion as her sword arcs through the air, striking down multiple assailants in a single, devastating sweep. Blood sprays as her relentless assault continues, each strike precise and lethal, leaving no room for counterattack. Amidst the carnage, a flicker of something akin to shock crosses her face, her eyes wide as she takes in the bloody aftermath of her own swift violence. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoes through the clearing, as she stands over her fallen foes, her sword still faintly glowing with residual energy. More figures lie motionless around her, the silence of the forest now broken only by the faint hum of her power. She stands alone, her bloodied sword held loosely at her side, her expression now calm, yet distant, as if contemplating the cost of her actions. The crimson stains on her blade are stark against the pale ground, a silent testament to the brutal efficiency of her combat. Suddenly, her composure shatters, her eyes widening in surprise, a soft gulp escaping her as she senses a new presence. A new figure steps into the clearing, their footsteps deliberate, and raises their hands, attempting to de-escalate the situation with a plea of peaceful intent. Bu Yunseal stands over the fallen figure, her gaze unwavering as she prepares to deliver a final blow. Her hand clamps down on his neck, a desperate gasp escaping him as he struggles against her grip. He manages to utter a single, crucial phrase, claiming the small bottle she holds contains the antidote. Her eyes, sharp and calculating, focus on the ornate bottle in her hand, a flicker of curiosity crossing her face. The man on the ground gasps for breath, his body racked with pain as he struggles to speak. As she begins to turn away, he cries out, a desperate plea for her to wait. She pauses, her expression unreadable, as he explains his predicament. He's been poisoned by the hellish blood castle. His face contorts in agony, crimson eyes wide with desperation, as he reveals he has less than 10 minutes before the poison consumes him entirely. Bu Yunseal remains unmoved, her cold voice cutting through his pleas, reminding him of her original intent to eliminate all her pursuers, including him. She begins to walk away, her back to him, declaring that the only reason she's leaving him alive is because he's not even worth the effort of killing. The man, now desperate, blood dripping from his mouth, pleads that he will die if she abandons him, acknowledging his role as merely another competitor for her to eliminate. With a final, agonizing scream, he proposes a new, desperate bargain, his eyes wide with terror and pain. The poisoned pursuer, clutching his chest in agony, desperately offers a deal, promising to cooperate if she provides him with the antidote. Bu Yunseal looks on, her expression unreadable as she considers his words. She finally responds, her voice cold and unwavering, questioning his motives. He quickly explains the dire situation, revealing that about 20 people remain, each with their own groups, implying the overwhelming odds she faces alone. A red aura flares around him as he insists, no matter her strength, she cannot face such numbers by herself. He continues, his voice strained, offering to share crucial information about their martial arts, which would prove invaluable. His face contorts in pain, blood trickling from his mouth, a testament to the poison ravaging his body. With a final, desperate plea, he vows eternal loyalty, promising never to betray her if she spares his life. Bu Yunseal's crimson eyes glow with an intense light, her gaze sharp and calculating as she processes the weight of his words. She reflects internally, acknowledging his ego and independent nature, but concluding that he doesn't seem the type to trick or betray anyone. Finally, she breaks the silence, asking about the specific terms of his proposed alliance. Her gaze remains piercing, waiting for his response. Still reeling from the poison, the pursuer leader desperately pleads for his life, offering an alliance that would last until only he and Bu Yunseal remained. He vows that they would work together and never betray each other. Bu Yunseal listens, her expression unreadable, weighing his words carefully. A faint crimson glow emanates from her eyes, a subtle sign of her internal deliberation and power. After a moment of contemplation, she produces a small gourd, its contents the very antidote he craves. With a swift motion, she tosses the gourd towards him. He catches it, a look of disbelief and gratitude washing over his face, muttering a hesitant thanks. The sound of the liquid being consumed echoes, a moment of tense anticipation hanging in the air. As the pursuer leader drinks the antidote, Bu Yunseal watches him intently, ensuring his recovery. Suddenly, a strange sound reverberates through the area, prompting a chilling question. Has another restricted area been created? Her crimson eyes flare once more, reflecting the sudden shift in their surroundings and the emergence of a new threat. The pursuer leader, now recovered, urgently declares, "We need to get out of here," but Bu Yunseal, ever perceptive, questions his assessment. "What? I don't think this area has been restricted." She had to think, her expression tightening with concern as the implications of the new restricted area settled in. Most parts of the island were already restricted, and the fact that another restriction had just occurred sent a ripple of unease through the air. The very ground seemed to pulse with the new, oppressive energy. While elsewhere, the pursuer leader's face twisted into a menacing grin, his eyes glowing with a dangerous light. His subordinates stood ready, their expressions grim, one of them gripping a curved blade tightly. As the entire group faced an unseen threat, the air crackling with tension. A crimson symbol of restriction flared behind the leader and his comrade. Confirming his grim realization, the remaining people were likely to converge here, and it was already too late to avoid the inevitable confrontation. Bu Yunseal's gaze sharpened. As Nung Wungang and Jiam Qiaoliang also appeared, their faces reflecting the sudden, dire shift in their surroundings. A figure with a confident smirk raises a finger to his lips, a red ribbon woven into his dark, tied-back hair, as if to silence any doubt. Meanwhile, a flicker of concern crosses the face of Bu Yunseal, her crimson eye reflecting a sudden, unsettling thought. Elsewhere, a voice observes that one man is different from the others, prompting a sharp retort asking if they are merely sizing each other up for a kill. Feng AK, a sword in hand, smiles broadly, acknowledging the commendable sword skills of their target and her investigative nature, warning against underestimation. Wu Munxing's hand, adorned with a red string, gestures decisively, proposing they agree to eliminate two specific individuals first. The conversation continues, identifying Bu Yunseal as one of their targets, the one who mastered the wild beast path of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. The unnamed pursuer leader and Feng AK stand together, confirming Xiao Jinha as the second individual on their hit list. A voice muses on their target's unusual lack of a group, concluding that they must be working together despite appearances. Standing beside Nung Wungang, Bu Yunseal realizes the gravity of the situation, a thought forming in her mind. So they know about me and Xiao Jinha. Her crimson eyes, alongside Nung Wungang's green ones, reflect a shared tension, the weight of being hunted settling upon them both. Bu Yunseal looks down at her arm, which begins to glow with a faint, crimson energy, her power stirring in response to the impending threat. Nung Wungang's eye widens slightly, a stark, "I see," confirming his full comprehension of their perilous situation. An unseen voice echoes with a chilling declaration, threatening to unleash the deadly poison of the hellish blood castle upon Bu Yunseal. As her crimson eyes ignite with a fierce inner power, Bu Yunseal stands ready, a swirling purple aura radiating from her form, believing this surge of energy gives them a fighting chance. Meanwhile, Nung Wungang moves with blinding speed, unleashing a potent purple energy blast that sends several pursuers reeling back in shock and pain. The unnamed pursuer leader, witnessing the unexpected counterattack, reacts with a grim expression, questioning if this truly is the poison of the hellish blood castle they had planned for. He instinctively covers his mouth, his eyes wide with shock as the mysterious purple mist continues to spread around them. Unfazed by the spreading mist, Nung Wungang maintains his relentless assault, a blur of motion as he strikes down more of their attackers. Both the leader and his subordinate watch in growing disbelief, their carefully laid plan rapidly unraveling before their eyes. The leader finally grasps the truth, realizing with a jolt that the spreading purple mist is not poison at all. As Nung Wungang continues to fend off the remaining attackers, the leader shouts in frustration, realizing they have been cleverly tricked. From a hidden vantage point, Feng AK watches the chaos unfold, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he acknowledges the powder's effectiveness in creating such a convincing visual deception. Bu Yunseal, her gaze sharp and focused, mentally assesses their predicament, concluding that fighting in such a large, open area would be a significant disadvantage. With a clear strategy forming in her mind, she determines they must head for the nearby rock formations, where numerous small caves could offer a tactical advantage. As they fled, a thought echoed in Bu Yunseal's mind, wondering if her companion shared the same strategic insight. Indeed, Nung Wungang confirmed their shared objective, declaring their immediate need to find a cave for a tactical stand, and revealing he knew just the place. His words painted a clear picture of their destination, a cave with a narrow entrance and a long, defensible corridor. Bu Yunseal's expression hardened, her gaze sharp with a mix of determination and surprise. She couldn't help but wonder, how had he anticipated their needs so perfectly? A deeper thought surfaced, a growing disbelief that he had mastered the elusive wild beast path. Meanwhile, the pursuers pressed on, Feng AK leading the charge, his mind consumed by the question of Nung Wungang's true identity. The ground blurred beneath their feet, as Nung Wungang and his companions raced through the rugged terrain, the relentless pursuers hot on their heels. From above, the chase appeared as a desperate struggle, two figures fleeing through the dappled light of the forest, with their determined enemies closing in. The dense canopy offered fleeting cover, as they pushed deeper into the wilderness. Finally, the entrance to the cave system loomed into view, a dark maw promising both refuge and a new battleground. The rocky formations surrounding it seemed to pulse with an ancient energy, a formidable natural fortress awaiting their arrival. She announces their arrival, a sense of urgency in her voice. Her crimson eyes wide with a mixture of relief and apprehension, as they finally reach their destination. The two step into a cavernous space, immediately enveloped by a thick, unnatural mist that swirls with ominous purple energy, its glowing particles dancing in the air. A surprised exclamation escapes him, as the strange atmosphere registers. She questions the fog's presence, her gaze sharp and wary, wondering if this eerie veil had always been part of the landscape. Nung Wungang's hand instinctively moves to the hilt of his sword, his expression grim as he mutters that something is undeniably off about their surroundings. From within the swirling purple mist, a hooded figure emerges, its face obscured by shadow, save for a single, malevolent red eye that glows with an eerie light, observing them intently. Another similar figure materializes beside the first, both cloaked in shadow and emanating the same unsettling purple energy, confirming their presence as a deliberate ambush. Bu Yunseal turns, her gaze fixed on the swirling purple energy, realizing they have stumbled into a dangerous territory. These are the killer demons, and this is a restricted area. Nung Wungang, his green eyes narrowed, explains that the demons must be observing their movements, having intentionally chosen this place as a restricted area because they knew the pair was heading this way. A grim determination settles across Bu Yunseal's face, her eyes reflecting the gravity of their situation. Nung Wungang's voice cuts through the tense silence, a hint of frustration in his tone as he asks what their next move should be. She considers the glowing purple energy emanating from the restricted zone, reminding him that the demons won't attack as long as they respect the boundary. But the hunter knows that if a fight is inevitable, they must choose their ground carefully. He stands ready, his sword drawn, facing the shadowy figures with glowing eyes that lurk within the mist. He declares that this particular spot, despite the ambush, is not the worst place to engage. Bu Yunseal's gaze sharpens, her thoughts turning to the tactical disadvantage of having their backs to the restricted area. She realizes that being cornered here is no different from being trapped in a cave with no escape. With a sigh of resignation, Nung Wungang acknowledges their lack of options. His eyes, now burning with resolve, meet the blade of his sword as he prepares for the coming battle, blood already staining his arm. With a firm grip on the hilt, he steadies himself, ready to face whatever emerges from the mist. Bu Yunseal's crimson eyes narrow, reflecting the shadowy forms of their waiting enemies, as she too prepares for the inevitable confrontation. Bu Yunseal stands ready, her sword held firmly, as the tension in the air thickens. A sharp, decisive sound cuts through the silence, signaling the imminent clash. As the leader of the pursuers steps forward, his voice laced with challenge, asking if they are finally done running. Without waiting for an answer, one of his subordinates lunges forward, his blade glinting in the dim light. The leader watches, a smirk playing on his lips, as his forces prepare to overwhelm their targets. Beside Bu Yunseal, Nung Wungang stands equally prepared, his own sword drawn and ready for the inevitable confrontation. From the misty depths of the restricted area, the killer demons remain silent observers, their glowing eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. Another surge of energy ripples through the air, heightening the sense of impending violence. The pursuer leader's face contorts in frustration, a red aura flaring around him, as he declares the protagonists are causing more trouble than they are worth. Red particles begin to drift through the air, a prelude to the coming storm. With a final, furious roar, he commands his entire force to attack at once. Immediately, a pursuer leaps forward, sword arcing with purple energy, aiming a swift strike directly at Bu Yunseal. As the pursuers descend in a coordinated aerial assault, their blades glinting, Bu Yunseal raises her sword, meeting the onslaught with a fierce defense. The clash erupts in a blinding flash, sending vibrant purple energy slashes and debris scattering across the battlefield, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Under a vast, cloudy sky, two figures stand silhouetted on a desolate cliff, gazing out at the distant, rugged landscape. An old man, his white hair and beard framing a thoughtful expression, muses aloud. This is probably. His words hang in the air as a shadowy, demonic figure with piercing white eyes declares, going to be the last battle that decides the 10 demon masters. Amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy and debris, Bu Yunseal stands her ground, her crimson eyes glowing with fierce determination, her sword held ready as multiple black-robed figures close in around her. With a swift, practiced motion, she brings her sword down, a blur of motion and intent. A brilliant flash of light erupts, deflecting incoming projectiles, as her power creates a protective, explosive barrier. Closing the distance with incredible speed, Bu Yunseal lunges towards the leader of her pursuers, her blade a streak of purple light. Their weapons meet with a violent impact, sending shockwaves of purple energy rippling through the air. The force of the clash radiates outwards, a powerful burst of energy scattering debris and dust across the desolate ground. Amidst the chaos, Bu Yunseal delivers a decisive, bloody strike, her blade cutting through an opponent with brutal efficiency, leaving a trail of crimson in her wake. She moved with a whirlwind of motion, her blade a silver streak against the dark robes of her attackers, deflecting a strike with practiced ease. Amidst the chaos, her sword sang, each impact echoing with a sharp clang, as she continued to carve a path through the relentless figures surrounding her. Leaping into the air with fierce resolve, she brought her blade down, a crimson stain already marking her leg from the ongoing struggle. Her movements were a blur, a testament to her incredible speed and agility, leaving only streaks of light in her wake. With a guttural cry of exertion, her eyes blazed crimson, reflecting the raw power surging through her. Her sword, now imbued with a fierce red energy, slashed forward, creating a blinding burst of light upon impact. The force of her attack tore through an opponent's arm, a ripple of blue energy marking the devastating blow. Another black-robed figure was sent hurtling through the air, propelled by the sheer power of her strike. A heavy impact resonated once more, as she struck down yet another foe. Her long hair whipped around her with each rapid movement, a dark cascade against the chaotic backdrop. Suddenly, a new presence joined the fray, as Wu Munqing stood back-to-back with her, both ready to face the remaining threats, their combined resolve palpable. The battlefield stretched out before them, littered with fallen foes, but several more black-robed figures still stood, swords drawn, ready to continue their assault. The desolate battlefield stretches out, littered with fallen figures as the last vestiges of a brutal skirmish continue to unfold. Amidst the chaos, a bloodied sword is held firmly, its blade stained crimson from the recent struggle. The weapon remains still, blood continuing to drip slowly from its edge. Bu Yunseal's face, streaked with sweat and exhaustion, turns inward as she wonders, is this where I am going to die? A single tear escapes her closed eyes, a silent acknowledgement of her despair. Yet, a flicker of resolve ignites within her as she declares, I put my everything into this, so I have no regrets. A disembodied voice, or perhaps a memory, questions her conviction, no regrets. The scene shifts to an elderly man, his head bowed, as heavy rain streaks down around him. His weathered face looks up, and he extends a hand, a gesture of plea or despair amidst the downpour. His eyes are closed, and streaks of what appear to be blood or tears run down his face, mingling with the rain in a profound display of sorrow. His robe, soaked and heavy, clings to his form, emphasizing the weight of his despair. Finally, the scene focuses on the ground, where crimson blood spreads, a stark and tragic contrast against the pale, rain-soaked earth. A crimson glow ignites within her eye, a raw surge of power and pain coursing through her very being. As the intense energy flares around her, a desperate cry escaping her lips. Deep within her resolve hardens, a silent vow echoing through her mind. She cannot die here. Meanwhile, the air crackles with a different kind of tension as two shadowy figures, their eyes glowing ominously, close in on Wu Munqing, their weapons drawn. Without a moment's hesitation, he begins to draw his own blade, the hilt appearing in his hand with practiced ease. His fingers wrap around the sword's grip, a silent promise of violence in his stance. Then, in a blur of motion, he unleashes a flurry of attacks, his blade carving luminous arcs through the air as two of the hooded figures are sent flying. One of the attackers crashes to the ground, the force of the impact leaving them sprawled and defeated. Another pursuer reels back, blood erupting from his neck, his companions staring in wide-eyed horror at the sudden, brutal efficiency of the counterattack. Wu Munqing moves like a phantom, his blade a deadly extension of his will, cutting down multiple assailants in a whirlwind of motion and crimson spray. Not relying solely on his sword, he delivers a powerful, bone-jarring punch, the impact rippling through his target. As one hooded figure tumbles to the ground, another is met with a swift, decisive strike, Wu Munqing's relentless assault continuing unabated. He continued his brutal assault, his sword a blur of motion, crimson eyes blazing as he cut down another foe. Blood splattered across the ground, and one of the attackers cried out in disbelief, "That bastard." Two more pursuers watched in shock, one questioning aloud, "What kind of sword technique is that?" As the chaos mounted, another voice barked a command, "Kill him first." Yet, he stood alone amidst the fallen, a testament to his overwhelming skill, the ground littered with defeated foes. He took a moment, reminding himself to move as your senses. His hand rested on the ground, grounding him as he continued, "And instincts tell you to." From a distance, the leader of the pursuers, a man with a distinctive tattoo, watched him, a smirk playing on his lips as he taunted, "You've already learned my sword technique, have you not?" The leader's tattooed hand clenched, his gaze fixed on the battle, a silent challenge in his eyes. In response, his eyes, now burning an even fiercer red, glowed with renewed determination and power. A flurry of lightning-fast strikes erupted, a dazzling display of white and purple energy tearing through the air. The air filled with the sounds of impact and the sight of bodies flung through the air, as he continued his relentless assault, leaving a trail of blood and defeat. Wu Munqing's blade, slick with blood, continued its deadly dance, each strike leaving a crimson trail in the air. From a distance, the leader of the pursuers watched, his own eyes glowing with a fierce red light, a chilling intensity reflecting the chaos unfolding before him. Another of his men crumpled to the ground, a silent testament to the swordsman's overwhelming skill. A second pursuer fell, their weapon clattering uselessly beside them, their body twisting in a final, desperate attempt to resist. The third collapsed, reaching out with a trembling hand, as if grasping for a life that was already slipping away. The leader's expression hardened as he recognized the technique, muttering, "Pavilion Master Sa Wu's sword arts. If it's this, perhaps." As if in response to the recognition, Wu Munqing's eye flared with an intense blue light, a powerful aura of energy erupting around him. He moved with blinding speed, his glowing sword a blur, striking another pursuer with a force that sent them reeling through the air. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow, as he witnessed the sheer, unbridled power of his opponent. With a chilling certainty, Wu Munqing's voice cut through the din, "Got you." A streak of vibrant purple energy, sharp and swift, shot directly towards the stunned leader. The leader recoiled, his face a mask of shock and fear, as the glowing purple attack closed in, its power undeniable. A blinding surge of purple energy erupts, radiating outward with immense force from Wu Munqing's hand. Striking the leader with a violent crackle, the impact sending shockwaves through the air as his arm recoils. The sheer power of the blow sends him hurtling backward, shattering the ground beneath his feet as he's thrown through the air. Still, the purple energy continues to surge, a relentless torrent of power emanating from the young swordsman. The leader is propelled further away, a streak of purple light tracing his violent trajectory across the battlefield. Regaining his footing, the leader looks down at the aftermath, a cruel smirk on his face, declaring that while it's a shame, the young man is basically good as dead now. From a distance, Bu Yunxiu's eyes flash crimson, her face contorted in a desperate cry of denial. She screams for him to rise, her voice filled with an urgent plea. Meanwhile, Wu Munqing lies broken on the ground, blood streaking his face as his eyes remain closed in unconsciousness or pain. A pained groan escapes him, a testament to the severity of his injuries. Kneeling, Bu Yunxiu is now enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, her voice ringing out with a fierce declaration, "That's the restricted area." The ground around her begins to glow with the same intense purple energy, signaling a powerful activation of her abilities. The purple energy, unleashed by Bu Yunxiu, continued its furious expansion, swirling outwards with an almost tangible force. Her crimson eyes burned with an unwavering intensity, a stark contrast to the blood streaking her cheek, as she channeled her formidable power. The aura around her face pulsed with raw energy, a clear declaration of her resolve. Even the killer demon figure, shrouded in its dark cloak and white mask, found itself engulfed by the pervasive purple haze, its own red eyes glowing in response. But the demon would not be so easily overwhelmed, as streaks of brilliant white energy began to erupt from its form, pushing back against the encroaching purple. The clash of opposing forces created a maelstrom of light and shadow. As the white energy tore through the purple, a clear challenge to Yunseal's declared domain. A hooded figure, eyes glowing crimson, unleashes a devastating white energy blade, its form wreathed in a vibrant purple aura. The ethereal weapon slicing through the air with impossible speed and force, leaving trails of brilliant purple energy in its wake. The impact is immediate and brutal, causing an eye to widen in sheer terror and pain, reflecting the violent purple energy of the attack. A hand recoils violently from the blow, the force of the strike evident in the blurred motion. The hand continues its desperate retreat, unable to withstand the overwhelming power. Even the attacker, Yunseal, her hair now stark white and eyes glowing crimson with power, shows a flicker of distress, perhaps at the consequences of her own actions. Wu Munqing screams in raw agony, his mouth wide in a silent cry, while Nung Wungang watches the unfolding tragedy with a grim, unmoving expression. The force sends Wu Munqing reeling backward, his body contorting in midair, as Yunseal, her black hair now returned, and Nung Wungang remain witnesses to his suffering. His face etched with profound distress, Wu Munqing reaches out a desperate hand, as if grasping for something lost or seeking a reprieve from his torment. Elsewhere, under a brooding, cloudy sky, a bearded man with a dragon tattoo on his chest stands beside a mysterious masked figure, both holding formidable swords. Wu Munqing, his back to the viewer, observes the masked figure, his gaze fixed on the enigmatic newcomer. His eyes wide with shock and pain, Wu Munqing's face is streaked with blood, a testament to the brutal force he just endured. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolds as a younger man addresses an older, bearded figure, calling him master with a tone of urgency. Back with the injured, his face contorted in silent agony, Wu Munqing's eyes remain wide, reflecting the lingering trauma of the attack. He plummets through the air, his body a helpless weight, as a desperate voice cries out for speed. Yunseal stands over his fallen form, her voice filled with panic, demanding a physician immediately, before he succumbs to his injuries. Back in the other confrontation, Nung Wungang challenges the bearded man, his voice sharp as he questions the decision to pause the third trial. The bearded man, seemingly unfazed by the challenge, declares his intention to take full responsibility for his actions, his back turned as if dismissing further argument. His imposing figure stands firm, a silent assertion of his authority. Nung Wungang watches him, his expression a mix of frustration and defiance, his green eyes narrowed in thought. The bearded man then turns, a subtle smile playing on his lips, revealing that he has finally found someone he was seeking. He muses on the qualities of this individual, noting their sharp reflexes, murderous intent, and unbending spirit, a rare jewel possessing just the right balance of formidable traits. Wu Munqing lay gravely wounded, supported by two masked figures, his body bearing the marks of a brutal encounter. A voice, filled with incredulity, questioned his judgment, wondering what he could have possibly been thinking to end up in such a state, especially for a talent destined to become one of the 10 demon masters. Meanwhile, Nung Wungang, addressing the head instructor, explained the original intent. The plan was for 10 individuals to join the 10 demonic sects, with 2 additional geniuses serving as the eyes and ears for the demon masters, making a total of 12. A new figure emerged, identified as Demon Palace's elder Wawimiang. The elder, with a stern gaze, confronted Nung Wungang, accusing him of ending the trial with an extra 2 participants and declaring that he would be punished for it. Unfazed by the threat, Nung Wungang calmly asserted his readiness for any consequences. A determined glint shone in his eyes, his expression unwavering. Elder Wawimiang sighed, turning to the unnamed bearded man, noting that the emissaries from the 10 demonic sects would be arriving soon. Wawimiang considers the implications of the news, wondering how others will react, yet he reassures himself, believing it will be all right. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he muses that the 10 demonic sects could not possibly possess a sharper perception than his own. Above, the sky stretches wide, a serene expanse of clouds drifting lazily by. Birds soar gracefully over ancient rooftops, their calls echoing softly in the quiet air. Elsewhere, Wu Munqing lies still in a bed, his body covered by a simple blanket, seemingly in a deep slumber. Suddenly, his eye snaps open, a sharp glint of awareness returning to his gaze. He quickly sits up, looking around with a bewildered expression, trying to ascertain his unfamiliar surroundings. A distinct scent fills the air, and he realizes it smells like medicine, indicating this must be a place where the wounded are treated. His eyes widen in surprise, a mixture of confusion and disbelief washing over his face. He pulls back the blanket, examining his body, and discovers that his wounds are perfectly healed. The physician from the Demon Palace, a figure of quiet intensity, was at work, his dark hair flowing as he focused on his task, a subtle air of mystery surrounding his every movement. Indeed, his skill was far greater than anyone had anticipated, a realization that settled deeply within an observer's mind. Meanwhile, a door slid open with a soft rustle, revealing a glimpse of the world beyond. And Wu Munqing stood at the threshold of a long, ornate hallway, his gaze sweeping over the unfamiliar, traditional architecture. An attendant approached him with a welcoming smile, informing him that he was awake and inviting him to follow. As he descended the grand staircase, the attendant waited patiently at the bottom. Each step echoed softly, marking his slow progress through the unfamiliar dwelling. His eyes, wide with a mixture of confusion and wonder, took in every detail of his surroundings. He looked up, his expression still one of slight bewilderment, as if trying to piece together the events that led him here. Finally, he found himself in a spacious room, where several figures lay or sat on mats, a quiet atmosphere pervading the space. He was gently laid down on a mat among them, the soft rustle of fabric accompanying his repose. From within the traditional building, a round window offered a glimpse of the surrounding structures, revealing a complex of ancient architecture. As he took in his surroundings, Munqing questioned his location, only for the physician to calmly state they were at the very center of Hell Island. The revelation hung in the air, the words "the center" echoing in his mind. He gazed out the window, a dawning realization spreading across his face, recalling how this very region had been restricted during his previous inspections of the island, now understanding why. Breaking the silence, the physician's voice cut through his thoughts, offering to take his order. He sat across from the attentive physician, who assured him that anything specific he desired could be prepared. Munqing considered the offer, his gaze thoughtful. Finally, he spoke, his request simple: noodles. He held up 2 fingers, specifying 2 bowls of noodles. Moments later, with a soft tap, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were placed before him. He looked up, a subtle expression of contentment gracing his features, ready to partake in the simple meal. A memory surfaces, depicting an older man with a kind smile, sharing a meal with a young child, both focused intently on their bowls of noodles. The scene expands to reveal others in the room, observing the quiet meal, a moment of simple peace in a traditional setting. Back in the present, the physician, now known as Seo Jinha, looks down at the 2 bowls of noodles before him, a slight smile playing on his lips as he asks, "Do you like noodles that much? You ordered 2 for yourself." He then turns his attention to Wu Munqing, his expression shifting slightly as he inquires, "Seo Jinha, what is it?" To which Munqing simply replies, "Well." A flicker of concern crosses Seo Jinha's features, his gaze thoughtful and slightly troubled. With a soft sigh, he closes his eyes in a gesture of profound gratitude, muttering, "Thank you for saving me." His voice carries a weight of sincerity as he continues, "If it weren't for you, I would probably be in the afterlife right now." Wu Munqing listens, his expression unreadable, a quiet intensity in his dark eyes. He dismisses the sentiment with a wave of his hand, stating, "What are you talking about? I've simply slain the enemy I saw before me." Then, a hint of curiosity enters his tone as he asks, "What? You don't know?" Seo Jinha's eyes widen slightly, a new piece of information dawning on him as he reveals, the members that were supposed to survive the 3rd trial were 12. The physician, his expression thoughtful, begins to speak, but hesitates. As Wu Munqing explains that the head instructor suddenly intervened to save him, changing the number of survivors to 14 instead of the intended 12. The physician acknowledges the rescue, expressing his gratitude for being saved. Wu Munqing, however, clears his throat, admitting he's not one for such sentiments, and downplays his actions. The physician pauses, then observes that Wu Munqing truly didn't know the full extent of his unconsciousness, revealing that it has already been much longer than he thought. In fact, 4 days have passed since he lost consciousness, a revelation that clearly surprises him. His eyes widen in disbelief, the weight of the lost time settling upon him. He mutters that he thought it had only been a day, to which the physician chuckles, remarking on his luck. The physician then reveals that the mad physician happened to be nearby, his smile hinting at a deeper connection or knowledge. A flashback begins, detailing the story of the world's best physician, once known as the Divine Hand, who, despite his unparalleled skill, failed to cure his lover's terminal illness. This profound failure shattered his spirit, causing his mentality to become unstable. The narration emphasizes the irony, considering he was supposed to be capable of saving anyone, yet was powerless in his greatest personal trial. The physician continues, his gaze steady, explaining that as long as the others are still breathing, he is the one who treated them. He then ponders the implications, wondering if his grandfather could have met this mysterious figure before his death. With a slight shift in his demeanor, he declares that he has a few more things to share. Meanwhile, Wu Munqing, casually eating his noodles, suggests that the physician should simply consider it a kind deed from someone who was once an ally. The physician then reveals a crucial detail. The murderers they were fighting were not mere bandits. He explains that they were martial masters dispatched by the 10 demonic sects, and it was according to their evaluations that they would choose the successors. Wu Munqing, now understanding, realizes that was why their martial skills were equal to the instructors. He pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face, before asking, "A simple, drawn-out do?" The physician then poses a direct question. Does he know why the head instructor saved him? Wu Munching, still eating his noodles, admits that's what he wanted to ask, musing that it seems the head instructor truly wanted him to be one of the 10 demon masters, perhaps due to his sect or a prior acquaintance. The physician, with a subtle shake of his head, confirms he never knew him beforehand. His explanation only serves to deepen the mystery, making things even less clear. The physician continues, revealing that the head instructor was heavily punished for his actions, forced to give up his position and return to the demon palace. A flicker of doubt crosses his eyes, as the implications of such a severe consequence settle in. Wu Munching finds himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why a man with no apparent connection to him would risk such punishment to save his life. Suddenly, a deep, resonant clang echoes through the air, the sound of a massive bell reverberating with an ominous tone. Both the physician and Wu Munching turn, startled by the sudden noise, the physician murmuring about the unexpected sound. His expression shifts to one of grim recognition, realizing the bell's meaning. Wu Munching, his eyes wide with understanding, identifies the sound as a summons for all who remain on Hell Island. The physician confirms the gravity of the situation, summarizing the impending arrival. And just as he speaks, a grand doorway opens, bathed in brilliant light, revealing the imposing figures of the executives of the 10 demonic sects now present. The grand, multi-tiered structure of a traditional building stands silently, its dark tiled roofs contrasting with the pale, textured sky. As the camera pulls back to reveal its full, imposing presence amidst lush greenery. Inside, a formidable group of black-robed figures stands in formation on a richly patterned floor, their numbers suggesting a significant force. From a distance, Bu Yunseal observes the scene, her gaze sharp and contemplative. Suddenly, a sharp, tearing sound rips through the air, accompanied by a burst of glowing particles, signaling a swift and decisive action. Leading the charge, Wu Munching, now clad in a striking red robe, advances with the elder Hua Wimiang and a blonde-haired figure at his side, their expressions grim as they move forward with a contingent of black-robed followers. A soft rustling sound briefly breaks the tension, before an unnatural quiet descends, silencing all movement. Bu Yunseal's eyes widen slightly, her expression shifting to one of surprise and concern at the sudden stillness. Despite the presence of many, a chilling narration confirms that not a single footstep can be heard, as a black-robed pursuer lies defeated on the ground, impact lines radiating from his fallen form. Beside him, the blonde-haired figure also lies motionless, both pursuers seemingly incapacitated by an unseen force. A final, subtle sound of movement or impact echoes across the patterned floor, leaving the scene in a state of mysterious aftermath. Within a grand, ornate hall, an elderly man with a staff stands before a line of black-robed figures, his back to the viewer. The atmosphere is tense, as the group awaits his words. He pauses, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Then, with a decisive gesture, he points a finger towards a specific individual within the assembled ranks, declaring, "You over there." The black-robed figures stand rigidly, their faces obscured, awaiting further instruction. The elderly man, Bolsa, then poses a question, "Demon Master of the Necromancer sect?" His hand, weathered with age, is revealed, confirming his identity as the Necromancer sect's Vice Master Bolsa. Among the assembled, a young woman looks on, her expression one of quiet surprise. The young woman, standing beside a young man with wavy hair, questions aloud, "Me?" Bolsa clarifies, addressing the young man directly, "Yes, young Manhwa, come forward." The question hangs in the air, a profound challenge. Would he become a demon master of the Necromancer sect? He hesitates, admitting that he had only trained in swordsmanship and had never even used a spear before. But Bolsa dismisses his concerns, stating that it doesn't matter, for he was born with a physique perfectly suited to learn the necromancy spear. He explains that because of this optimal body and talent for spearmanship, he was unable to truly excel even in swordsmanship. Bolsa gestures, emphasizing his point, that his physique was the very reason he couldn't greatly succeed with his chosen weapon. Turning to leave, Bolsa instructs him to follow if he understands. With a look of dawning realization, Yang Munho responds, a quiet "why yes," escaping his lips. Bolsa's expression remains unreadable, his gaze distant as he considers the path ahead. Meanwhile, a new, unsettling figure is introduced, an old man named Jikyan. He is revealed to be the Hellish Blood Castle's vice castle master, known as the Venerable of 10,000 Poisons, Jikyan, also called the Red Wild Soul. Bolsa and another figure observe, as it's explained that the Venerable of 10,000 Poisons, Jikyan, is a poison arts master capable of killing all life within 30 paces with a single hand movement. The other figure is identified as Seo Jinha, his expression sharp and observant. A chilling proposition hangs in the air, a voice asking if one would become a demon master of the Hellish Blood Castle. An open hand extends, inviting her to grasp a destiny she never imagined, a path that promises immense power. Her crimson eyes widen in disbelief, the sheer audacity of the offer momentarily stunning her, a silent gasp escaping her lips. She recalls her youth, when she was hailed as a genius of the sword, a prodigy whose skill was unmatched. Now, the question echoes, asking her to abandon her path and join the Hellish Blood Castle, a place infamous for cultivating poison artists. The elder, Wimyeong, offers a grim philosophy, declaring that the most terrifying poison in the world is a poisoned heart. His words cut deep, stirring memories of a past betrayal, a conflict that began even before its true nature was revealed. Her eyes narrow, recalling the accusation that she used a girl from his castle's martial office to eliminate all the trainees, a dark chapter she wishes to forget. Wimyeong's expression darkens as he continues, asserting that after her failure, she was killed to silence her. But Bu Yunseal's internal voice counters, remembering that the girl's actions were her own, a choice she made first. Her face contorts in a scream of denial, the memory of the girl's true intent burning, for it was she who had tried to kill her first. While Wimyeong remains unfazed, calmly dismissing her defense, stating that blaming him for silencing her is an exaggeration, and he isn't blaming her either. While Wimyeong continues his chilling assessment, remarking that the very fact she can unhesitatingly kill many for her goals shows she is perfectly suited for his castle's poison arts, even calling her fantastic for it. He then dismisses her talent, asserting that while she might believe herself skilled in swordsmanship, that ability alone would never lead to success in the Murim, as only the truly chosen ones can command the martial world with a blade. His words cut deep, as he insists she possesses a far greater capability for poison than for swordsmanship, a stark contrast to her identity as a sword genius. As the elder's words echo, her hand trembles slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible glow emanating from her palm. A single tear forms in the corner of her crimson eye, reflecting the profound internal conflict she endures. The mention of chosen ones transports her mind to a memory of others, including Nung Wongang, who walked a different path, their backs to her as she grappled with her own destiny. She recalls hearing that another, Wu Munching, first learned to wield a sword during the grueling 10 Demon Masters exams, a path of hardship and dedication. Her mind conjures an image of him, kneeling in apparent defeat, surrounded by shadowy figures, a poignant symbol of his arduous journey. She acknowledges that his martial force, forged through such trials, is remarkably similar to what she herself achieved after 10 years of dedicated work, a silent recognition of their shared struggle for mastery. Her fist clenches, a new resolve hardening her expression, as she makes a definitive choice. Turning to face Wimyeong, her voice firm, she declares, she will go to the Hellish Blood Castle. A single boot steps firmly onto the textured ground. As Wimyeong's lips curl into a knowing smile, a soft chuckle escaping him. His voice, calm and authoritative, then directs, follow me. And so, she follows him through an ornate doorway, leaving behind the familiar world for the unknown path ahead. Her resolve, now hardened, echoes her inner declaration, it's my turn. Meanwhile, a different figure, clad in striking red and white robes, stands with an air of quiet power, his long black hair flowing around him. A golden light emanates from his form, highlighting his imposing presence. Back on her journey, Bu Yunseal continues to walk, her new red and black robes swaying with each determined step. This powerful figure is none other than Wimyeong, the current strongest swordsman in the demon path, known as the Fire Rain Sword Sect's sword demon. His reputation precedes him, causing a ripple of concern, as an unseen observer's eye widens in surprise. The observer reflects on his lineage, the Fire Rain Sword Sect's previous sect leader's disciple. His face etched with apprehension, he concludes, the strongest swordsman in the demon path. Wimyeong stands beside a young woman, his gaze distant, as a thought echoes, wondering who he will choose. The silent plea hangs in the air, please choose me. His voice cuts through the tension, a single word, you. Wimyeong addresses the young woman directly, confirming her identity. Bu Yunseal, was it? She acknowledges his words, confirming her name and revealing her knowledge of the Pavilion Master's philosophy. Turning to depart, Wimyeong expresses his anticipation for her future growth, acknowledging the depth of her swordsmanship and urging her to continue training diligently. From an overhead perspective, the two figures stand on an ornate red carpet, their interaction seemingly concluded. An unnamed bearded man observes the scene, his expression unreadable, while a close-up reveals Bu Yunseal's eye, filled with a mix of apprehension and resolve. Her expression shifts, a flicker of surprise and determination crossing her features. Bu Yunseal begins to speak, her voice hesitant at first. Then, with newfound conviction, she declares her refusal to join the Fire Rain Sword sect. Wimyeong's reaction is swift, a sharp intake of breath, as he processes her unexpected defiance. He stares, his expression shifting from surprise to disbelief, as if unable to process what he just heard. His hand instinctively grips the hilt of his sword, a dangerous aura beginning to emanate from him as he demands to know how anyone could dare reject a demon master of his sect. The air crackles with his barely contained fury, his subordinates standing rigid around him, sensing the immense pressure of his wrath. His face contorts in a snarl, the red energy intensifying around him as his anger reaches a boiling point. A sharp, almost violent sound effect accompanies the surge of his power, his hand trembling with the force of his emotions. Yet, Bu Yunseal remains unfazed, her gaze steady as she calmly acknowledges his words, having heard them before. She continues, her voice unwavering. asserting her right to reject any offers, regardless of who makes them. The sword demon turns away, his long hair flowing with the movement, the red energy still swirling around him, a testament to his simmering rage. He then asks, his tone laced with a dangerous curiosity, where exactly she intends to go. His eye, sharp and intense, narrows slightly as he adds, questioning her choice to seek another path after rejecting his sect. Bu Yunseal lets out a soft breath, her expression resolute despite the immense pressure. Meeting his gaze with unwavering determination, she declares her intention to go to the Wandering Beast Pavilion. As Bu Yunseal declared her intentions, a chilling blue light ignited in Waihayakun's eye, his composure shattering as he processed her words. He echoed her statement, a dangerous edge to his voice, questioning, "You said, the Wandering Beast Pavilion?" His voice dripping with disdain, he continued, "Of all places, the declining Wandering Beast Pavilion?" His face contorted in a furious snarl, red energy flaring around him. He demanded, "Are you trying to disdain my sect?" The sheer force of his anger was palpable, his jaw clenched tight as his aura intensified. Bu Yunseal felt the overwhelming pressure, her body struggling against the invisible force. "My body feels like it's going to rip apart, just from his energy alone," she thought, barely able to stand. The air around them crackled with raw power, a terrifying display of this immense strength. Standing tall amidst the swirling red aura, his eyes glowing with fierce determination, was Waihayakun, the strongest swordsman in the demon path. His overwhelming presence continued to engulf the space, a testament to his fearsome reputation. The overwhelming red aura, previously unleashed, continued to intensify, filling the entire space with its oppressive energy. Amidst the swirling crimson, Waihayakun stood, his very presence radiating immense, unchecked power. The ground beneath his feet seemed to crack and distort under the sheer force of his aura, a testament to his overwhelming might. Then, with a violent surge, the aura erupted in a shockwave, pushing everything back with brutal force. Bu Yunseal and her companions recoiled, their faces contorted in fear and pain from the crushing pressure that bore down on them. His eyes glowing with fury, Waihayakun glared at her, his voice a low growl. His words cut through the air, demanding to know how a mere secret pavilion master dared to block his way. The sheer force of his will pushed Yunseal further back, her body struggling against the invisible wall of power that threatened to crush her. His hand clenched, the red energy around him flaring even brighter, a testament to his unchecked might. Her companions cowered, one of them whispering in disbelief that he must be crazy. Yunseal, still reeling from the assault, managed to question the mention of Elder Sa. Waihayakun's voice boomed, accusing her of trying to cross the line because she was close to Pavilion Master Jin. Waihayakun, his red robes flowing around him, begins to draw his sword, a clanking sound echoing through the air as red energy sparks around him. Meanwhile, young Manhwa watches the unfolding display, a worried thought crossing his mind, that if the sword demon truly unleashed his power, the other candidates might be caught in the crossfire and perish. He realizes he needs to intervene, to somehow dissuade him from further escalation. The sword's hilt, now fully revealed, pulses with an ominous red glow, radiating raw power. The golden hilt gleams as the blade is fully unsheathed, bursting with explosive red energy. His hand grips the weapon, the red energy swirling around it, ready to strike. The residual energy from the drawing of the sword lingers in the air, a testament to the immense power just unleashed. From a distance, Feng AK observes the scene with a subtle smirk, finding amusement in the palpable anxiety of those around him. Suddenly, a commanding voice cuts through the tension, declaring, "Enough." Waihayakun stands tall, his sword now fully drawn, while Feng AK remains a calm, observing presence beside him. Bu Yunseal stood, her back to the viewer, gazing up at two figures in an opulent chamber, their presence casting a long shadow. One of them, a man with rings adorning his fingers, held out a small, golden pouch, its contents unknown but clearly significant. Her crimson eyes narrowed, a fierce anger burning within them, as a strand of blonde hair from the other figure brushed past her vision. The blonde-haired man lay defeated on the ground, his voice barely a whisper as he uttered a name, Dan Chong. Now standing, the man named Dan Chong, vice master of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, offered a pleading smile, his hand raised in a gesture of surrender. "Please let it go just this once for my sake." His full title, Wandering Beast Pavilion's Vice Master Dan Chong, echoed the weight of his position. Later, Bu Yunseal stood with Wawimiang, an elder with a long white beard, who chuckled, agreeing. "Why yes, let us do just that. The Wandering Beast Pavilion needs to take one person anyway." Meanwhile, a piercing blue light emanated from a sharp, dark eye, its intense glow hinting at a hidden power or a new presence. In another location, the unnamed bearded man stood with a young boy, both observing two figures in the background, their expressions unreadable. Back with Bu Yunseal, she let out a soft sigh, her face reflecting a mix of weariness and contemplation. Dan Chong, the vice master of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, addresses his counterpart, stating that if they intend to take him, they should proceed, as he feels he might unsheath his sword if he remains any longer. In response, Bu Yunseal, with a slight bow, offers a polite thank you for his understanding, acknowledging his departure. A faint smile plays on Dan Chong's lips as he turns to leave, his expression hinting at a deeper, perhaps mischievous, satisfaction. Meanwhile, a young man named Wu Munqing leans forward, his face etched with a mixture of fear and awe, his thoughts consumed by a powerful energy he had recently encountered. As Dan Chong walks away from the building, the unnamed bearded man gestures to the young boy beside him, telling him it's time to go, to which the boy simply replies, "Okay," following obediently. Wu Munqing's face is still contorted in a grimace of distress, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple, reflecting the lingering terror of the recent event. He mutters to himself, or perhaps to the silent figure beside him, recalling the intense energy from earlier, convinced that it had been meant to kill him. The young man continues, his voice tinged with relief, wondering what would have happened if others hadn't intervened to stop the attack. The unnamed blue-eyed figure stands with their back to the viewer, their long black hair flowing down their back, a silent, enigmatic presence that seems to command the space around them. A close-up reveals Wu Munqing's determined jawline, his lips pressed together in a resolute line, suggesting a newfound resolve despite his fear. The bearded man, the young boy, and Dan Chong continue their journey together, their path diverging from the mysterious blue-eyed figure and Wu Munqing. Dan Chong's face, adorned with a beaded necklace and earrings, is once again seen in a close-up, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips as he departs. Chapter 23 begins with a familiar voice remarking on an unexpected improvement, saying, "You have improved quite a bit in the time I haven't seen you." A light-hearted chuckle escapes Dan Chong as he walks, his steps echoing softly, a clear sign of his amusement. He then turns to the bearded man and young boy accompanying him, expressing his surprise. "I didn't expect you to choose the Wandering Beast Pavilion, though," before adding with a proud smile, "I just felt like the values of the Wandering Beast Pavilion best lined up with mine." As the trio continues their journey, a wide, confident grin spreads across Dan Chong's face, his eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. From a high vantage point, the sprawling complex of the Wandering Beast Pavilion comes into view, its traditional architecture nestled amidst lush greenery. The view expands, revealing a vibrant community within the pavilion, with numerous buildings and pathways winding through the landscape. Bu Yunseal's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise or concern etched on her face as she takes in the sight. Within the pavilion, a man laughs heartily in a bustling market, while another remarks, "I was expecting it to be silent and serious." A stark contrast to the lively scene. Dan Chong stands beside Bu Yunseal, explaining the pavilion's philosophy. "Unlike the other sects that have taken over the nearby region's commercial rights, our pavilion prioritizes self-sufficiency." His words paint a picture of independence and unique values. Bu Yunseal's expression remains one of deep thought, her gaze fixed, processing the implications of his statement. An elderly man, surrounded by his peers, expresses a wistful thought, wondering if there is anyone left his age within the pavilion. Dan Chong, with a knowing smile, responds to the unspoken question, acknowledging the grim reality of their situation. He explains that most of their former members either fled in fear or perished during the rigorous training, a stark flashback illustrating figures desperately escaping a burning structure. The memory lingers, a haunting image of a lone figure scrambling away, the red glow of destruction fading into darkness. Bu Yunseal, her crimson eyes wide with a hint of surprise, acknowledges the new living arrangements, agreeing that the designated place seems suitable. The simple wooden building, nestled amidst lush greenery, is presented as their new home, the place where they will be staying from now on. She is then instructed that if anything needs repair, she should seek out a specific man, from whom she can also acquire the necessary tools. A hand extends, perhaps offering a gesture of direction or a small item, as soft footsteps echo, marking the transition. The man in question is revealed to be Wang Gul, the blacksmith, a burly figure with a thick beard, diligently working at his forge. Bu Yunseal then turns to the young boy, Sa Wu, instructing him that it is time for them to depart. As they begin to walk away, she glances back, offering a final, polite farewell, wishing the blacksmith well. As the bearded man turns to leave, the young boy, Sa Wu, looks up at him with concern, asking if he isn't staying. The bearded man explains that Sa Wu is the secret pavilion master, but he lacks the authority and power to confront the sword demon and protect them. From a distance, Dan Chong smiles, musing that Sa Wu must pay the price for his inability to protect. Bu Yunseal, hearing the words, "pay the price," questions the implication, wondering what will happen next. She looks down, reassuring the young boy, telling him not to worry. The bearded man smiles, clarifying that it's merely a light punishment, and it shouldn't take long. He then playfully warns her not to fool around just because he won't be there, adding with a chortle that this guy will check if she's doing well, giving her a light tap on the head. Bu Yunseal's expression remains serious, her gaze fixed. Her determined eyes reflect the weight of the situation, even as she prepares for whatever comes next. With a final, "take care," the wind whispers through the trees as she and the young boy depart. Meanwhile, Dan Chong watches them go, a knowing smile playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with a subtle amusement. As the young boy listens intently, he is told that he cannot yet call himself a true disciple of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, prompting a confused pardon from him. Dan Chong, with a knowing look, clarifies that even becoming one of the 10 demon masters doesn't automatically grant official discipleship to the Wandering Beast Pavilion. He emphasizes the core principle, stating unequivocally that a weakling cannot be a disciple of their esteemed pavilion. A subtle smirk plays on Dan Chong's lips, his green eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and authority. Bu Yunseal's crimson eye widens slightly, reflecting a moment of intense thought as she processes his words. She then asks, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation, if simply becoming strong is the only requirement, with nothing else needed. Dan Chong chuckles softly, confirming her suspicion, and adds that they have no need for meaningless formalities or similar trivialities. He continues, illustrating his point with images of formidable figures like Nung Wungang and Bull Sa, explaining that each disciple of the Wandering Beast Pavilion embodies the pavilion itself. Further examples, including a bald warrior with clawed weapons and a masked figure wielding a sword, reinforce his message, as he states they don't need to enforce a sense of belonging or an oath, urging them not to worry about anything else. Dan Chong smiles broadly, his advice simple, just learn martial arts and become stronger. He gestures with a hand adorned with rings, concluding that this is the path to being acknowledged as a true disciple of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. The light of the pavilion shines brightly, a silent testament to the power that awaits everyone who follows this path. As Sa Wu stands before them, a formidable presence, he introduces a new mentor to Bu Yunseal and Nung Wungang, his words echoing the pavilion's core philosophy. Bu Yunseal reacts with a silent gasp, her expression a mix of surprise and apprehension at the revelation. Meanwhile, Dan Chong, with a knowing smirk, continues to articulate the harsh truth of their path. He emphasizes that ultimately, it is up to the mentors themselves to decide whether they will impart their knowledge or not, placing the burden of earning instruction squarely on the disciples. The weight of this challenge settles, a shimmering aura of determination beginning to form as the path ahead becomes clear. Soon after, the scene shifts to a towering, jagged peak shrouded in mist, its formidable height a silent testament to the trials awaiting those who seek true strength. This is the infamous Iron Peak, a legendary climb within the pavilion. The strenuous effort of the ascent is palpable, each breath a ragged huff against the thin mountain air. Bu Yunseal pushes herself, her face contorted with exhaustion, the relentless climb forcing ragged gasps from her lungs. The sheer scale of the mountain is daunting, with lush greenery clinging precariously to its rocky slopes. Still, she perseveres, her small figure a testament to unwavering resolve, clinging to the rock face as she ascends higher and higher. Reaching a momentary plateau, Bu Yunseal wonders if she's nearing the summit, only to be met with the internal command to climb the Iron Peak tomorrow, implying her current efforts are merely a prelude to the true challenge. A voice announces the arrival of someone capable of teaching the finest internal energy cultivation technique. With a knowing smirk, Dan Chong gestures, his expression hinting at the profound implications of this revelation. The scene shifts to a serene, empty space, a moment of calm before the next challenge. Above, the sky stretches wide, dotted with soft, white clouds. The ground below, a rugged stone path, awaits the next steps. Bu Yunseal peeks over a stone wall, her gaze fixed on something unseen, a soft sishi sound accompanying her cautious movement. Her eyes widen in surprise as she asks if the figure before her is truly one of the 10 demon masters. Overlooking a vast, mountainous landscape, a bald monk stands with his back to the viewer, his presence commanding the scene. His traditional robes sweep the ground as he stands firm, his posture unwavering. The monk turns slightly, addressing Bu Yunseal, who stands respectfully behind him, explaining that Vice Master Dan had informed him of her arrival, and deducing that she must be there to learn internal energy cultivation. He then challenges her assumption, asking if she's truly unsatisfied despite having already learned a technique. Bu Yunseal's expression shifts to one of profound shock, her mouth slightly agape as she processes his words. The unnamed bald monk observes Bu Yunseal intently, noting the true chi emanating from her body. A presence so profound, it suggests she has been systematically cultivating it since a very young age. Yet, she recalls her childhood, spent not in cultivation, but as a mortician, a stark contrast to his assumption. She insists she has never learned any cultivation technique, prompting him to sarcastically suggest she must have learned it in her dreams. Considering her denial, the monk concludes that only 2 possibilities remain regarding her mysterious technique. He stares her down, declaring, "You're either a liar." Their faces draw impossibly close, the tension palpable between them, as his words hang heavy in the air. Bu Yunseal, unwavering, maintains her stance, insisting she is truly not lying. She challenges him directly, telling him he can check for himself. The monk's expression hardens as he considers her words, then asks if she would allow him to destroy all of her true chi. Before she can fully respond, he swiftly grabs her wrist, his grip firm and unyielding. Despite the sudden physical contact, Bu Yunseal remains defiant, simply stating, "Of course." Under a vast, open sky, the tension from the previous confrontation still hung heavy in the air. As the bald monk maintained his firm grip on Bu Yunseal's wrist, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that promised a deeper, more unsettling discovery. A flicker of disbelief crossed his features, his mind reeling from what he sensed within her, a silent exclamation of "this kid," echoing in his thoughts. Within her, a swirling vortex of pure energy pulsed, a raw, untamed power that defied all conventional understanding. His touch confirmed the impossible truth. Her body was brimming with true qi, yet it wasn't circulating at all, a phenomenon that should have been fatal. This meant she had somehow collected true qi into her lower dantian, without any energy technique, a feat utterly unheard of in the martial world. Such a thing simply shouldn't be possible, his internal monologue screaming at the defiance of fundamental cultivation principles. Meanwhile, the pressure of his grip and the invasive probing of her qi caused Bu Yunseal to grimace, a pained escaping her lips as she endured the ordeal. Still holding her wrist, the monk looked down at her with a mixture of awe and suspicion, the sound of crackling energy filling the air around them. His grip remained unyielding, as he demanded, "Who was it?" His face, etched with a mixture of anger and profound confusion, stared up, awaiting an answer that could explain the anomaly before him. With a final, piercing glare, he pressed further, "Who taught you to collect true qi?" Her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and apprehension, Bu Yunseal's face reflects the intense pressure she is under, her expression a silent testament to the monk's aggressive questioning. A bald monk gently guides the hands of a young boy, teaching him a fundamental technique, his expression serene. In the present, two figures stand on a dusty, cracked surface, one of them questioning, "What do you mean?" Bu Yunseal kneels beside the monk, who lies on the ground, his hand bandaged, as he asks, "Ahem, has anyone taught you how to calm your mind, or how to breathe in the past?" The monk, recalling his past, replies, "My grandfather did teach me a breathing technique before." A soft "phew" escapes Bu Yunseal's lips, his eyes closed in concentration as he prepares to demonstrate. He draws a deep breath, the sound of his intake echoing in the quiet air. Standing tall, Bu Yunseal manifests a vibrant blue aura, glowing particles swirling around his hands as a small, ethereal flame flickers between his palms, demonstrating the technique with effortless grace. The monk observes with wide eyes, a thought forming in his mind. He's doing it while standing up? Doesn't that mean that it's possible for him to circulate his qi in any position? His surprise deepens as he considers the implications, not to mention, this technique's. Before he can finish his thought, the monk abruptly commands, "Stop." Bu Yunseal's expression remains calm, even as the monk's surprise deepens. The monk, still reeling from the display, asks if his grandfather taught him this technique, to which he simply replies, "Yes." A memory flashes, revealing an older man with a kind, bearded face, reminiscing about a time when he used to play with corpses. He taught a young boy this very technique, explaining it as the best way to breathe while in a coffin. Back in the present, Bu Yunseal clarifies that it's not merely a simple breathing exercise, but a profound method for collecting true qi in one's dantian, a complete qi circulation and breathing practice. The monk acknowledges the distinction, noting its difference from typical internal energy techniques that merely allow one to use qi already present in the body. He observes the immense power radiating from Bu Yunseal, realizing there's already 10 years' worth of internal energy accumulated within his dantian. A vibrant blue aura flares around Bu Yunseal's core, a clear manifestation of the internal energy he commands. Overwhelmed by the revelation, the monk asks, "What is your grandfather's name?" The monk's eye narrows, a flicker of recognition or deep thought crossing his face, as he awaits the answer. Bu Yunseal looks up, a slight surprise on his face at the question, and states, "Bu Jianyang." The monk's internal monologue confirms his suspicion, realizing there is only one person in the Murim with that name. The monk's words conjure a powerful image, a shadowy figure wreathed in purple energy, once known as the strongest swordsman in the demon path and the former vice-master of the demon palace. This formidable presence, now fully visible in its dark, flowing robes, exudes an aura of immense power. And the name associated with such a legend? Bu Jianyang. The revelation leaves Bu Yunseal speechless, his mind reeling from the implications. He can only think of his grandfather, the kind, smiling man from his memories, and the question echoes in his mind. Could this gentle figure truly have been the vice-master of the demon palace? The thought is impossible, a complete contradiction to everything he knew, as he wonders why someone of such stature would ever choose the life of a mortician. Bu Yunseal looks at the monk, seeking answers, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. The monk, observing his reaction, continues to explain, revealing that the breathing technique Bu Yunseal's grandfather taught him is, in fact, a technique of the Shaolin sect. Shaolin, from the Orthodox Murim? The words hit Bu Yunseal with another wave of shock. His eye widens in dawning realization, as he grapples with the possibility that his grandfather was originally a martial master of the Orthodox Murim. A terrifying vision flashes through his mind, a small figure surrounded by menacing shadows, the unspoken fear that if this truth gets out, the consequences could be catastrophic. A crimson haze washes over everything, a stark visual representation of the grave implications of the monk's words. The bald monk continues his grim explanation, revealing that exposing the truth would not only cost him his position among the 10 demon masters, but could also mean his very life. Bu Yunseal listens, his expression a mix of shock and dawning comprehension, as the monk watches him intently. A slight smirk plays on the monk's lips, as he assures the young man that he doesn't doubt his understanding of the gravity of the situation. He continues, his gaze dropping slightly, explaining that the Demon Palace's intelligence would have already conducted a thorough background check on Yunseal, though they would never have uncovered the unique breathing technique he possessed. With a pointed finger, the monk declares he will teach Yunseal to uphold the promise he made with the Wandering Beast Pavilion. His hand remains outstretched, as he states his indifference to whether the young man learned orthodox or demonic martial arts. Turning his back, the monk issues a chilling warning. If Yunseal ever teaches this technique to anyone else, there will be severe repercussions. His face contorts with a terrifying intensity, a red glow emanating from him, as he emphasizes that even exposing a single aspect of the technique would be unforgivable. His hand clenches, radiating a dark, crimson energy, as he delivers the ultimate threat. He will kill Yunseal and everyone related to him. Bu Yunseal looks away, his expression thoughtful and resolute, the weight of the monk's words settling upon him. With a sharp, decisive movement, he brings his hands together, forming a precise martial arts stance, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. A soft tack sound accompanies his focused action. The bald monk stands before Bu Yunseal, his back to the viewer, a powerful presence against the open sky. His robes billow slightly in the breeze, as Bu Yunseal watches him from a distance, a small figure against the monk's imposing form. The monk's gaze is sharp and unwavering, his expression resolute as he prepares to speak. Finally, he turns slightly, revealing his face and declaring, "My name is Hyol Jumgang." Bu Yunseal's eyes widen in surprise, a thought forming in his mind. Why would a monk's dharma name contain a character like Hyol? Hyol Jumgang then poses a question, asking if he knows the difference between orthodox and demonic internal energy cultivation techniques, to which Bu Yunseal simply replies, "No." The monk begins his explanation, detailing how the orthodox Murim's internal energy cultivation techniques are designed as natural ways to build internal energy within the human body. In stark contrast, the demonic path, represented by a single drop falling into a dark bowl, employs all methods necessary to achieve its goals. This aggressive approach allows them to build a large amount of power from the very beginning of their training. However, such methods, depicted by a bowl cracking amidst skeletal imagery, ultimately go against the very nature of the human body. Consequently, after a long period of cultivation, the orthodox Murim's martial masters eventually develop superior true qi and internal energy. He concludes his explanation by stating that the technique he intends to teach transcends the boundaries of even demonic martial arts. Hyol Jumgang continued his explanation, describing his unique cultivation technique as the most excellent and miraculous of all, a method that promised unparalleled power. Yet, as he spoke, a chilling image of a hand clenching in agony flashed through his mind, a silent testament to the immense suffering required. He continued, his voice grave, explaining that such excellence always came with a steep price. Bu Yunseal listened, her expression shifting to one of concern as he described the agonizing journey. The process of learning it had been so incredibly painful for him. His face contorted in a vivid memory of torment, blood staining his fingers, a horrifying image of self-inflicted harm. The memory was so intense, he confessed, that he had once eaten his own fingers in his desperation. Only those capable of enduring such unspeakable pain, he asserted, could hope to attain a body perfectly attuned to internal energy, his hand glowing with a fierce, golden aura as he demonstrated the power. He then delved into his past, revealing that he was once a martial master of the Azure Dragon Temple in Yunnan, but had been framed for murder and subsequently expelled, his internal energy sealed away. In the arduous process of recovering his internal energy, he received crucial assistance from the Wandering Beast Pavilion, and in return, he promised them his unique cultivation technique to repay the debt. Now, facing Bu Yunseal, he declared that if she could not master this technique, he would have failed to fulfill his promise, and so, he would test her first. His scarred face hardened with resolve as he explained the technique's ultimate goal, to pierce all 365 of her acupuncture points with true qi simultaneously. This extreme requirement, he clarified, was because all her vessels needed to be perfectly clean to learn such a profound technique. He explains that while this process usually demands time and meticulous care, he intends to perform it all at once, warning that it will be immensely painful. His gaze sharpens, challenging her to reconsider, to give up if she isn't confident she can endure it. Bu Yunseal's eyes narrow, a silent resolve hardening her expression, accepting the daunting challenge. A knowing smile spreads across Hyol Jumgang's face, as golden particles of energy begin to shimmer around him. With a final, booming declaration, he unleashes a torrent of brilliant golden energy, shouting for her not to regret her decision. The golden energy surges forward, a powerful wave of raw cultivation force. Bu Yunseal braces herself, her hands outstretched as the radiant golden energy converges upon her, her expression a mix of intense focus and burgeoning pain. The energy swirls around her, forming intricate patterns of light, each strand a conduit of immense power. Then, with a blinding flash, the golden energy erupts, engulfing her entirely in a powerful, expanding aura. The force continues to surge outwards, shaking the very ground with its intensity. As the golden light fades, it transforms into a vibrant, surging green, indicating a profound shift in the energy's nature. Hyeol Jumgang watches intently as the golden energy he unleashed swirls around, its intensity almost blinding. He knows that using true qi to puncture all of one's acupuncture points is like scraping bone with a blade, and he waits to see how she will endure this excruciating process. A thought crosses his mind, wondering how long she can possibly endure such torment, yet he can't help but feel a flicker of surprise. The golden energy continues to surge and crackle around her, a maelstrom of raw power. Despite the overwhelming force, she remains remarkably composed, not only keeping quiet but appearing utterly calm amidst the chaos. Her entire being is enveloped in the radiant golden glow, her form a beacon of serene resilience. Adding to the mystery, there's no foul odor from any impurities that would typically be expelled, a sign of her remarkably pure internal vessels. Suddenly, a single tear, a shimmering ongmin, escapes her eye and traces a path down her cheek, causing Hyeol Jumgang to question if he's truly seeing this. The tear falls, a soft didyoke sound accompanying its impact, creating a ripple of light on the ground. Simultaneously, her hand begins to glow with a vibrant light, a pa sound echoing the sudden surge of energy within her. From behind, Hyeol Jumgang lets out a soft oop-oop sound, a mixture of surprise and perhaps a hint of admiration at her progress. As the intense golden aura begins to recede, both master and student stand facing each other, the air still shimmering with residual energy from the profound cultivation. Hyeol Jumgang's gaze lingered on her, a profound realization dawning upon him. She had never possessed any tainted energy within her vessels to begin with. Bu Yunseol stood before him, her eyes closed in concentration, her form radiating an unexpected calm. A soft chuckle escaped him, a sound of deep satisfaction, growing into a deeper, more prolonged sound as he continued to observe her. Finally, he addressed her directly, asking if her name was indeed Bu Yunseol. Without hesitation, he declared his intention. I will teach you my internal energy cultivation technique. Golden light erupted around him, radiating outward as he prepared to impart his knowledge. The pure, vibrant energy pulsed, filling the space between them. Half a year later, the landscape had changed, reflecting the passage of time. Towering mountain peaks now pierced the clouds, a serene and formidable training ground. Bu Yunseol now stood atop a distant mountain peak, her silhouette a testament to her progress. Meanwhile, Hyeol Jumgang remained nearby, deep in contemplation, observing the fruits of his teaching. Hyeol Jumgang, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination, prepares to demonstrate the raw power of his internal energy against the colossal rock. A guttural sound of exertion escapes him, as he delivers a devastating kick, sending the immense boulder flying. The rock arcs through the sky, a testament to his power, as Bu Yunseol watches its trajectory. She stands ready, her gaze fixed on the airborne mass. The sheer momentum of the rock creating a powerful rush of air. With a deep breath, she prepares to unleash her own cultivated power, as fragments of the landscape seem to rise and fall around her. Then, with a thunderous impact, she strikes the massive rock, shattering it into countless pieces that explode outwards. She stands victorious over the pulverized remains, the sheer force of her strike leaving nothing but dust and rubble. As the dust settles around her, revealing her bare, toned back, the air crackles with residual energy. Hyeol Jumgang approaches, a proud smile on his face, acknowledging her achievement. You have definitely mastered it, he declares, his voice filled with satisfaction. High above, amidst the vast expanse of the sky, the name Bu Yunseol echoes, a silent testament to her recent achievements. Meanwhile, a figure of immense power stands, his long dark hair flowing freely around his muscular frame, his gaze fixed on something unseen in the distance. His hand, poised and ready, seems to gather a faint, ethereal energy, a subtle display of the raw strength contained within him. Bu Yunseol stood bare-chested, his long dark hair flowing around him as he gazed upwards, a subtle sound of exertion escaping his lips. His toned physique was evident. As he continued his rigorous training, the air around him subtly shifting. From a distance, Hyeol Jumgang observed his progress, remarking that it had taken the young man only half a year to learn what had taken him 3 whole years, a clear sign that he was performing far better than anticipated. Moreover, after mastering the circulation technique, Yunseol had managed to disperse the true qi he had accumulated within himself. This breakthrough allowed him to tap into his full potential, improving dramatically in a short span of time and becoming much healthier in the process, visible energy coursing through his body. Standing before his mentor, Hyeol Jumgang, Yunseol heard the simple command to begin, signaling the next phase of his arduous training. Later, in a moment of quiet contemplation, Yunseol sat, his gaze lowered, a soft sound of thought accompanying his reflection. He acknowledged his rapid progress, having quickly reached the first level thanks to his master, but a sense of dissatisfaction lingered, knowing it was still not enough. His thoughts turned to the technique itself, a complex system with 8 distinct levels yet to be conquered. He declares his intent to reach at least the second level before leaving this place. And as he focuses, a dark, crackling energy begins to emanate from him, his eyes closed in deep concentration. The bald monk watches, his eye widening in surprise, a sudden realization dawning on him. As he mutters a stunned wait, then gasps, "This is..." The young man's body glows with an intense, almost painful light, his muscles visibly straining as the narration reveals this is the second level, the realm of untainted bone and muscle. Once this level is achieved, bones and muscles reach their maximum efficacy. Inside, his very fibers are transforming, glowing with raw power. Yet, these profound internal shifts bring sudden, drastic changes. The immense burden of this transformation begins to weigh heavily on his body. His face contorts in agony, blood trickling from his mouth as the red energy intensifies around him. Seeing his struggle, Hyeol Jumgang quickly moves, grabbing the young man as a powerful red aura erupts around them both. The master commands him to abandon all unnecessary thought and focus, guiding him through the critical moment. As Bu Yunseal's body convulsed, Hyeol Jumgang observed with growing alarm that his disciple's form was unable to contain the surging true qi, a direct consequence of the sudden, violent changes within him. The elder knew, with a chilling certainty, that at this rate, the young man would suffer severe internal wounds, potentially crippling him permanently. With no other choice, Hyeol Jumgang resolved to act, knowing he would have to expend his own primordial essence, his very life force, to stabilize the volatile energy. A brilliant, fiery aura erupted around them, as Hyeol Jumgang channeled his vital energy into his struggling disciple, the raw power radiating outwards in waves. The intense red and orange energies swirled violently, a maelstrom of spiritual force threatening to consume everything in its path. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath echoed through the air, as the overwhelming power reached its peak. Bu Yunseal's face contorted in a silent scream, his eyes wide with a mixture of agony and raw power as the crimson glow intensified around him. As the fiery aura began to recede, he looked up, his hand outstretched, a dawning realization slowly replacing the pain in his expression. Now seated, his body still glowed with a soft, ethereal light, sparkling particles dancing around him as the last vestiges of the intense energy settled within. His eyes, wide with a profound understanding, reflected the gravity of the sacrifice that had just been made for him. Bu Yunseal remained seated, his bare chest now calm, while Hyeol Jumgang knelt beside him, his posture slumped in exhaustion from the immense expenditure of his life force. Looking at the weakened elder, Bu Yunseal's voice was filled with disbelief and concern. Hyeol Jumgang dismisses the concern, a soft thud accompanying his words, as he sternly reminds Bu Yunseal that he cannot leave the Wandering Beast Pavilion if he doesn't learn properly. A wave of guilt washes over Bu Yunseal's face, his expression etched with deep concern. He vows never to forget the immense sacrifice made for him, his benefactor's fist clenching in response. Bu Yunseal stands firm, refusing to accept the dismissal, but Hyeol Jumgang simply tells him to forget his very existence. He insists that Bu Yunseal forget his very existence. With that final, heavy instruction, Hyeol Jumgang turns his back and walks away, leaving Bu Yunseal to grapple with his words. His benefactor's words echo, "Forget it," but Bu Yunseal's gaze hardens with resolve. He reflects on the impossibility of forgetting such a profound act. Whether it stems from hatred or kindness, it's best to do so. A question forms in his mind, wondering why everyone tells him to forget, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Then, Hyeol Jumgang's voice returns, offering a condition for repayment, if Bu Yunseal truly wishes to repay him. The path to repayment is clear. He must reach the 8th level, the realm of great origin, a brilliant light illuminating the way forward. Hyeol Jumgang stood bathed in a brilliant, ethereal light, his back to the viewer. He declared that the true way to repay him was to surpass his own limits, for reaching the end of the 5th level was the best he could ever achieve. The young man listened intently, his expression a mix of solemn understanding and fierce resolve. He simply affirmed his comprehension. Hyeol Jumgang continued, explaining that mastering advanced circulation techniques was not his immediate need, but rather a complete mastery of martial arts fundamentals. He instructed his disciple to climb the cliff at the western edge of the Wandering Beast Pavilion and train his martial arts there. Bu Yunseal's gaze remained unwavering, absorbing every word. With a respectful bow, he bid his master to take care. Then, with determined footsteps, he turned and began his journey. The elder watched him go, a subtle expression on his scarred face. Bu Yunseal glanced back, offering a final, reciprocal farewell. 3 months later, the world continued its turning. High above the world, nestled against towering mountains, a cluster of traditional buildings stood silent under a cloudy night sky. Inside one of them, the air hummed with quiet conversation, as Bu Jianyang sat at a low table, while Hyeol Jumgang stood nearby. Taking a sip from his cup, Bu Jianyang remarked that the founding divine squad had returned that very morning. He speculated they had been eliminating the Azure Dragon Pavilion, a mission that made perfect sense, given how they had harmed their disciple. Bu Jianyang then questioned who else but the founding divine squad would undertake such a formidable task, while Hyeol Jumgang, with a wide smile, found the news refreshing. Hyol Jumgang then wondered aloud if it wasn't about time for the Wind Cloud Squad to return as well. As if on cue, a faint whooshing sound echoed from outside, and Bu Jianyang's smile widened as he saw shadowy figures streaking across the distant sky. Hyol Jumgang's eyes widened in surprise, uttering the old adage, "Speak of the devil." With a soft thud, one of the shadowy figures landed on the rooftop, prompting a wry thought about why they couldn't simply use the doors. More members of the Wind Cloud Squad followed, their dark forms cutting swiftly through the twilight sky. They moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion above the rooftops, their arrival heralded by a rushing sound. Another member landed with a precise thud, confirming the squad's full return. A figure stands silhouetted against the twilight sky, the sound of their arrival echoing across the rooftops. The traditional tiled roofs of the pavilion stretch out beneath them, a silent witness to the dramatic entrance. From a hidden vantage point, another watches, a hand raised as if framing the scene, a hint of amusement in their posture. The Vice Pavilion Master's voice cuts through the silence, remarking that the newcomer is standing there as if posing for a portrait. He questions why the figure didn't simply come straight to the Azure Wind Pavilion, instead of making such a dramatic display. The masked figure on the rooftop is revealed to be Baek Yun, the leader of the Wind Cloud Squad. His dark robes billow slightly in the night air, confirming his identity as the Wandering Beast Pavilion's Wind Cloud Squad leader. The Vice Pavilion Master, with sharp features and a subtle smirk, acknowledges Baek Yun's presence. Another man, with long, light hair and an open shirt, reminds the Vice Pavilion Master that when they are alone, he prefers to be called by his name. The long-haired man dismisses the Vice Pavilion Master's concern as nonsense, stating that the pavilion's rules are already loose enough. He then turns his attention to Baek Yun, noting the timing of his arrival, and admitting he had intended to see him anyway. The long-haired man, still wearing a confident smirk, faces the Vice Pavilion Master, who lets out a frustrated sigh. His expression tightening, the Vice Pavilion Master confronts him, saying, "I heard you brought in someone with great potential, someone destined to be one of the 10 demon masters." He continues, his voice laced with accusation. "You were against this plan at first, so why did you bring him in when he was supposed to go to the Fire Rainsword sect?" A soft hum escapes the long-haired man as he closes his eyes, a knowing smile playing on his lips. It was more his choice, actually. He gestures subtly, emphasizing his point. He rejected the Fire Rainsword sect's offer. The long-haired man then asks, a hint of mischief in his tone, "Right? I almost had to fight that crazy sword demon geezer." He beams, a genuine sense of pride shining through. "Well, aren't you proud of him, though? He chose us." His open robe reveals a well-defined physique, adorned with several necklaces, as he stands confidently. The Vice Pavilion Master's expression remains serious, his gaze distant as he processes the implications. The long-haired man continues, explaining that, because of this, the Fire Rainsword sect didn't choose any of the 10 demon masters. The Fire Rainsword sect leader has expressed his disappointment about it, too. The Vice Pavilion Master quietly acknowledges, "I see." His concern growing, the Vice Pavilion Master reminds him, "You know very well that the Demon Palace has been wary of us. We have been treated so terribly because of it already." The long-haired man simply smiles, dismissing his worries. "I think you've been in the Jianghu for too long. The Wandering Beast Pavilion's goal is to master the martial arts." The Vice Pavilion Master, perched on a rooftop, insists that their current endeavors are not about political power. But the long-haired man dismisses his concern, declaring such notions to be mere ideals. He then adds that there is something he must attend to. A pained groan escapes the Vice Pavilion Master as he presses for information, demanding to know the whereabouts of this demon master. The long-haired man's expression remains serious as he explains that the demon master's position as one of the 10 demon masters is currently at stake.